All right. All right, well, good morning. How many of you here were yesterday? Raise your hands. All right, what do you think? Woo! Was it? Yes, good sessions, great speakers. If you picked up the front page of the Bakersfield Californian front page, you saw one of the important sessions that the chancellor had envisioned with finding common ground. And I'll tell you, all of our phones were blowing up from folks across the state, just so interested in how that was done, what are the next steps. So we look forward to continuing the conversation, just like we're continuing the conversation here today. My name is Nicole Parra. I'm the director of the California Renewable Energy Laboratory at the Kern Community College District. And on behalf of our chancellor, Sonia Christian, we'd like to thank all of you for being here today. Our sponsors, our gold sponsors, specifically, I wanted to give a shout out to Advantis, Valley Strong, California Resources Corporation, HydroStore, Watt EV, and Amazon. Can we, I think I'm supposed to flip the sponsor page. There we go. Look at all of our wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to highlight at 10 o'clock, we will take a 10-minute break. So even though it's not listed, yes, there will be an opportunity like yesterday for a 10-minute break. So at this time, I'd like to welcome our Carlos Medina, and back to say hello and help us with our safety moment is our robotic dog Spot. And Carlos Medina is the program manager. I forgot, he's very loud. There he is. The kids love him. We're going to go take him out to McFarland. Superintendent Aaron Resendez has invited us to take Spot and meet with many of the children in McFarland. So we're going to be out there. All right. So our safety moment is, in case there is a fire in this building or this room, we would exit out the doors, make your way to the lobby, out to the parking lot, where you will be directed next steps. All right. What do you think, Spot? Yeah? Feel free to take pictures outside with Carlos and Spot. They'll be available, and at lunch, there'll be a raffle, and he'll be back. All right. Bye, Spot. Okay. Making sure I got all my notes here. Now, today's preview of the agenda today, we're so excited. We have the CEO of California Forward, Micah Weinberg, who will be making a few remarks. We have some wonderful discussions on workforce development. I just met the director of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, Kim Budell, who is here this morning. We're so grateful. And then we're going to hear from a couple folks who are calling the Central Valley and calling the Kern Community College District home. State Senator Stephen Bradford and our State Treasurer Fiona Ma. And that's a duo you will not want to miss before lunch. All right. And then we have our three panels, environmental justice, which is led by our community, our executive director of everything, Norma Rojas Mora. And then we move into Jeff Clary. Jeff, where are you? Raise your hand. All right, Jeff Clary will do a great discussion on carbon reduction opportunities, carbon dioxide reduction opportunities here in Kern County, which we're hearing a lot about. And then finally wrap it up with Mr. Bob Epstein, wrapping up with the panel, Meeting California's Biomass Challenge. And then I didn't make this agenda at 3:15. I'm hoping to see right outside those doors the state's infrastructure czar, I call him, Antonio Villaraigosa, who will make some closing remarks before we end our final day of the pre-summit. So please stay here, enjoy open seating, and now it's my time to introduce. Oh, and I just personal privilege, Chancellor. My dad's been sitting here for a day and a half, and I just want to say he's my fan club. I used to have more. I have one now, and I bring him to events, and thank you for being here and always supporting. And if it wasn't for Bakersfield College, I would not be here, standing here today. That's where my parents met, so I always love that, and I just see the mayor here again today. Thank you, Mayor, for always being here. So at this time, I would like to introduce Micah Weinberg, the CEO of California Forward. Please come to the stage and make some opening remarks. Thank you, Micah.
Thanks, Nicole. Oh, geez. Come on now. All right. Well, I've had a few tough acts to follow at conferences I've spoke at, but I don't know if I've ever had a tougher act than a robot safety dog. So I'll do what I can, but that was really the thrill of the morning, at least for me. So in any case, I'm Mike. I'm the CEO of California Forward. I want to welcome you all to the California Economic Summit. This pre-summit event is an essential part of what we'll be doing here in Bakersfield over the course of the next 3 days, and we are so honored. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Norma. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, everybody on the KCCD team for partnering with us on this. Really glad that there's an opportunity to do a deep dive on all things energy and community economic mobility. So I want to tell you a little bit about California Forward and what we do across the state. And how this fits into everything we're trying to do at the Economic Summit, and tell you a little bit about the energy call to action that we're going to be issuing here at the Economic Summit. So at California Forward, we start by grounding everything that we do in the evidence. We have a tool called the California Dream Index, which allows us to see how people are doing across California, whether it's incomes above the cost of living or access to clean drinking water. We are able to look at this by race, ethnicity, by gender, by education, by region. And we see, for example, that Kern County has made some good progress, for example, on access to clean drinking water, and that's wonderful. There have been some other things that haven't necessarily gone the right way, but it's early in the morning, so I thought that I'd call out something that was positive to get things going. We also have a group we call our California Stewardship Network, because we believe that you can't be a statewide organization unless you really have partners in every part of the state. So currently the co-chair of our California Stewardship Network, the co-host of our Economic Summit is Nick Ortiz, the head of your Chamber of Commerce right here in Bakersfield, and I have a colleague right here in Bakersfield, Sarah Walsh, who's our Associate Director of Communications. So we're all over the state. That's extremely important to us. Then we bring everybody together at the California Economic Summit, and we move things forward in the regions, in the state, even sometimes nationally, that come out of our coming together as a group through our California Forward Action Fund. And we have real accomplishments. And I want to mention 4 that were on my list, and then one really cool one that jumped onto my list from a conversation that I just had at this table. So one of the big accomplishments that came out of the California Economic Summit was the Community Economic Resilience Fund. And this is really looking at how can we transform the economies of all the different regions in California and make sure that we're doing it in a way that is inclusive, that is equitable, and that is sustainable while keeping economic growth going. That doesn't just magically happen. You actually have to plan for it, and I'm thrilled that the Kern County Community College District is going to be playing a leading role in surf implementation, that's like the thing you might hear, coming up. We also designed something called the California Dream for All program this year. That's a huge $500 million down payment assistance program for people, especially those that have been structurally locked out of opportunities to own homes, to get assistance to get into the housing market and create that generational wealth. And we were essential parts of the coalitions that helped set the agenda and get major investments in broadband, over $6 billion a couple of years ago. And then also major new investments in actually managing our forests in California rather than just waiting for the wildfires to happen and trying to fight them. So that's what was on my list. But what was really cool, you do the stuff, but really at the Economic Summit, we work on bringing people together, and that's where the magic happens. So Tim Aldinger came up to me this morning and let me know that based on a conversation that he had at the Economic Summit with a couple of folks, not totally randomly, but put together in one of these working sessions that we have, that they ended up getting a successful Good Jobs Challenge from the federal administration. So that's awesome, Tim. Congratulations on that. That just warms my heart. That's just wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with me this morning. So we work on a lot of stuff, and over the course of the next couple of days, right here in the Marriott and over in the Convention Center, you're going to be seeing all kinds of cool speeches from the main stage. There are going to be working sessions, including in this room, I believe, on all sorts of different topics. But one of the big things we're doing this year, not totally coincidentally, is issuing an energy call to action. And there'll be a lot more content on that at the Economic Summit. But just to preview it for you a little bit, it will be no surprise to folks in this room, the state needs an energy policy. But beyond having an energy policy, it actually needs the ability to implement an energy policy. We have, to put it in colloquial terms, too many cooks in the kitchen when it comes to figuring out how this works. We have CAISO, we have the CPUC, we have CARB, we have the legislature, we have the governor, we have the courts, we have all these different things, which means that it's really difficult to impossible to put together a comprehensive energy policy and actually implement it in the state. Beyond that, because without an energy policy, there is no climate policy, right? People need energy to survive. This is going to happen because we produce abundant energy for people, not because people magically stop needing energy. People need energy to power their lives. So we need abundant energy, we need abundant renewable energy, but we also have to be very careful about how we do the energy transition. Because if we do this evolution in the wrong way, we can make ourselves dependent on foreign oil and gas in a way that a little situation over in the Ukraine might lead people to understand is not the world's best idea. But finally, we need to make sure that we're doing this energy evolution in a way that increases community economic mobility. And so that's why we're so thrilled that this event is happening. That is a topic that deserves all the attention that it got here yesterday, that it's getting here today, the attention that it got on the front page of the Bakersfield Californian. Congratulations to Nicole and everybody else. Because that's really what's essential. What's essential is people. What's essential is their livelihoods. What's essential is their experience in their lives. So things, when you talk about things like CAISO and CPUC and like all this stuff, it can get very heady, and we need to make sure to continue to ground ourselves in what is the experience that people are having in their lives, and how is our energy policy, how are any of these other things really empowering these things. And so the energy evolution is one of the main things that is one of the main infrastructure investments that we're going to be seeing here in California because of investments that the state has made, because of investments that the federal government has made. And so that's why California Forward stepped in and actually hired Antonio Villaraigosa to be the state's infrastructure advisor, because we need to be able to build things in California, right? It's a wonderful state. It's a wonderful state, unless you got to build something. However, we really need this to happen for people's lives. We can't wait 50 years to create a new energy system. We can't wait 50 years to create a new water system. We can't wait 50 years to create better transit and cars and buses for everybody. So infrastructure is an essential part of the energy evolution. This conversation today is an essential part of that whole process and of the California Economic Summit. Thank you so much for having me. Really, really looking forward to everything the rest of the day and the next 2 days. Take care, everybody. Of course.
Micah. And as those of us who are born and raised here in Kern County, this energy evolution, we've been working on it for decades. And we have finally a seat at the table where we're able to bring in our state and federal folks. But that's why working for our Chancellor Sonja Christian, has made her mark, not only here in Kern County, but throughout the state. When you have been hearing the last day and a half about all of the partnerships, about this energy ecosystem that is being created, but being created at a place where there's workforce development, where everyone in the room has a seat, whether you live in Arvin, Lamont, the Arvin Education Center, to be able to see to the students and the families who still are fighting for clean drinking water, who are still trying to find basic infrastructure needs. We cannot move forward until we bring everyone with us. And that includes farm workers, that includes our oil field workers, and that includes all of us and the hotel staff who's taken good care of us the last day and a half. We all move together. That's how we build a strong community. And it's my honor to introduce our leader, our Chancellor, Chancellor Sonia Christian, behind me now. Chancellor Christian.
What can you say about Nicole Parra, right? Well, good morning, everyone. Micah, thank you so much, first of all, for bringing the California Economic Summit to Bakersfield, to Kern County, and for the partnership with Nick Ortiz. We're very proud that we're going to be hosting this incredible event and to spotlight the amazing work. I want to key off on what Nicole Parra said as sort of the entry into my remarks this morning, and that is the attention, the very careful attention that the Kern Community College District is continuing to focus on, and that is our underemployed, our disenfranchised communities. And that is the role as we are transitioning to an even more vibrant economy. We are going to continue to spotlight issues of taking care of our environment and issues of taking care of the health of our communities. You play a very powerful role in the state of California. California Forward, under your leadership, has really established this agency as a force that influences state policy, that influences state investments. And so I'm pleased that you're recognizing the what has been thought of as impossible happening here in Kern County, and particularly related to energy and climate. I see an amazing leader here, my friend, President Lynette Zelazny. Lynette, you've been a great collaborator. Your energy here in Bakersfield, leading the K through 16 work with Mary Barlow has been really tremendous. And in some ways, the vision set by Superintendent Barlow with you, Lynette, in making education really be the grand or the great unifier of all the discussions that must happen, that absolutely must happen to have real change take place for our community's well-being. So let's give it up for President Zelazny. And I did have prepared remarks, but I felt that today was a day of just recognizing people and underlining concepts that have already been introduced before I bring up our keynote speaker. So in that spirit of recognition of Kern County, I want to talk about leaders that are doing great work with very limited resources. Nicole recognized Superintendent Aaron Resendez, and I need to recognize him again. Aaron, please stand up and be recognized. You see, all of those of you who have tuned in remotely, that Kern County, we have the poorest of poor of California. Our educational attainment levels are not very high, but that is going to change. It is changing when you look at our educational outcomes, and we will start leapfrogging the rest of California. But we need that continuous investment in our communities, and I'm so pleased that the guy who has the year of the governor not only spent the whole day yesterday with us, But here again, he is right here. Ben Chida, please stand up. He is just wickedly smart and understands very, very complicated ideas and how everything connects to make people's lives better. So today, I want my remarks to be focused on the lane that I live in, which is community college and therefore workforce development. And I also want to talk about partnerships and leading into both conversations with equity, because I'm unapologetic about moving the equity agenda right from Kern County for the rest of California and the rest of the nation. So in workforce development, so what does the new workforce development look like from a curriculum standpoint? 3 things. First one is skill builder classes, okay? So for those of you in traditional academia and those from privileged communities typically went into the college and universities looking at courses. That was the currency, the transactional currency we used. But we at the Kern Community College District are introducing another way, what we call an on-ramp into the ecosystem of educational pathways that are creating no dead ends, pathways that lead to economic and social mobility. These on-ramps are being created with non-credit classes, so it's not just for the traditional high school to college to university, but for those adult workers who are with our employers and also connected to our community-based organizations. So in the energy space, we are launching 3 classes. Actually, we have launched 3 classes this fall. The first one is related to carbon capture and storage that talks about global implications for excess carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We're modeling carbon capture and storage here in Kern County because Kern County has the correct geology to make this happen. And we're also communicating relentlessly about carbon neutrality. We're also looking at another course. So when we talk about non-credit classes, we're talking about, no credits. It's 36 hours of engagement in modules. So come in for 3 hours, you get a concept down. You can come in for another 3 hours, you get another concept down. So this is also important for the community education because we've got to have understanding to be able to make large-scale policy and implementation of technology happen. The second course in the curriculum is on energy data analysis. And what this course does is it takes simple spreadsheets that is accessible to everyone. Finally, energy sustainability, which is a broad-based approach to sources of energy. I love the way Micah said, we need an abundance of energy to be able to do what we want to do. So this particular course talks about sources of energy like bioenergy, wind, solar, and even nuclear energy. So we're just kind of getting the word out there in a big, bold kind. It is the humanities that really builds the critical thinking, the creativity, the problem solving in order to engage with the workforce of tomorrow, not just the workforce, but just with life, to be engaged with building healthy communities, to be thinking about whether we're being gentle on the environment and good, right? So from work to learning, learning to work, all happening together in the same ecosystem. The degree then brings in the general education that's needed. I also want to number 3, in terms of workforce development, the community college baccalaureate. It's absolutely important for us to reach the baccalaureate goals with equity. And this is in collaboration with our CSU campuses that are established in the baccalaureate programs and also master's degree providers. The community college baccalaureate, the unique gap that it fills is the technical baccalaureate attainment. The 2 degrees at Bakersfield College, one, the title is Industrial Automation. Think about it, 5 years ago when your kids were going to college, when you thought of a bachelor's degree, at least I thought about bachelor's of science in chemistry, bachelor of science in biology, bachelor of arts in philosophy. A Bachelor of Science in Industrial Automation was not something that I would have even thought about. But given the revolution that is happening in the technological space, new types of titles for degrees are going to emerge as we move into the future for the jobs that we don't know at this time, but can predict it with informed data and being tied into our local community context. So the industrial automation, that degree bubbled up. Our faculty at Bakersfield College, what did they do? They went to the labor market databases, right? Because we had to provide that data to justify the establishment of the baccalaureate. What did we find? That those labor market databases were outdated because they were not keeping up with the technologies that were going to have implication for the business and industries that were going to be established in our communities. So the community college faculty, shout out to our faculty at Bakersfield College, Porterville, and Saracoso, and all community college faculty here, and our university partners have been mobilized to start shaping the traditional databases that we've had in higher ed to be able to predict that future with future jobs. Now, when we talk about workforce development and curriculum, curriculum is the what we teach. Pedagogy is how we teach it. Lynette, I'm sure you appreciate as much as I did when the chancellor for CSU was here yesterday, Jolene Kester, and she repeatedly hit hard on the concept of pedagogy. So I want to do two highlights to the main message from Chancellor Kester. Number one, the idea of internships and work-based learning. In fact, Gabriela Gonzalez, are you here today from our industry partner, CRC, who was on the panel? You know, Gabby talked about the importance from the industry's perspective for internships. From an educator's perspective, we are recognizing that work-based learning, whether it's internships or apprenticeships, it's on the rise. Why? Because number one, it deepens the learning that happens to be able to apply the concepts that are being learned in the theoretical framework. But even more so from an equity agenda, first-generation students whose families, whose parents are not connected with, in the workplace with individuals who have higher education degrees, they don't have exposure to those jobs. So it is a moral imperative for us, and we are taking it with full ownership in higher education to make those opportunities available to our students so that through internships they create those relationships that later create those jobs for them in the future. So that's one pedagogical piece. So we are looking at building it in as a regular part of our approach. The second piece, and I think, Jessica, you were the one that hit it hard yesterday on one of our panels, and the idea there is that in the past, the pedagogy was framed from the standpoint of conveying or getting a content knowledge over to a student or learner. But the reality is, for the content to be accessible, whether in calculus you're learning how to differentiate or integrate, but you're in a classroom environment that you don't feel a sense of connection, a sense of belonging, to be able to fully, with full power engage in the process of learning, you immediately see an inequality in the classroom. So the idea of belonging and to give the students the ability to really engage with the learning process with equity is becoming part of what we are systematically trying to build into the pedagogical framework. So moving to partnerships, and then I'll wrap up. So in partnerships, there are three types of partnerships that I want to highlight from yesterday's amazing conference. Thank you, John Cox, for highlighting the Finding Common Ground in the front page of the Bakersfield Californian. So in partnerships, the first partnerships that we've been deliberately and intentionally expanding is with community-based organization, industry partners, and adult schools. The traditional pathway of higher ed from high school to college to university, I feel we have to a large extent cracked the code. Aaron, you talked about being hard-railed. We've got it through our early college program. But to connect with our adult learners, right now we do it in a haphazard kind of a way because half the time we can't find our adult learners, and the only way higher education can find adult learners is through partnerships. So we have to take, just like in early college, we took college to the high school students, right? And how do we take it to the high school students? Through the high schools, through memorandums of understanding. That similar success model, we're starting to bring it into this whole landscape of the adult worker who needs to be a learner, going back to a worker, learner, for that economic mobility that we're working on. Community-based organizations have that relationship. Reina, you talked about it extremely well yesterday, right? Our labor unions have that relationship. Our employers have that relationship with their employees. And we have our adult school partners. So that's the next frontier of trying to create the scalable model to systematically have higher education engaging with the adult learners for economic mobility. Partnership number 2, I want to call out with the California Resources Corporation, because today we're going to continue our conversation about energy and climate in the context of carbon dioxide reduction, in the context of carbon capture and sequestration. You see, it was in the 2020s that I started even hearing words like carbon capture and sequestration. It was something new for me. And getting into this space, I started understanding that our approach to it needs to be remediation as well as to mitigate. So mitigation and remediation happening together. We can't just say one or the other. So the first approach with all of the reduction of carbon emissions and the electrification that's happening, we're going to be able to mitigate it in the long run. In the short term, we've got to do the remediation. The remediation can happen through natural processes. I'm so proud of our ag department that is going big with regenerative farming. But we also have to be looking at technological solutions, and this is where CRC, the California Resources Corporation, is blazing the trail. And oil industry is now absolutely committed to a future that is fossil-free. And they are doing big, innovative things. In fact, we are positioning ourselves in Kern County, and at every forum I get, I'm going to speak about it because we need the support of everyone here, folks like Micah and Ben, to be able to advocate for us. We have a large coalition here in Kern County that is going to be competing aggressively. We're going to go after the $3.5 billion being invested to create 4 regional hubs for direct air capture. One of them must be in Kern County in California. CRC is blazing the trail here, and they initiated, we've been having a relationship with them, and how do we approach the educational framework. They ended up instituting the Carbon Management Institute at the Kern Community College District to tackle workforce development, to tackle community education, including internships. So I want to shout out to those kinds of partnerships that are really, they run deep when we start tackling difficult problems. And finally, I want to recognize a partnership that we've been cultivating over the last 2 years, and that is with the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. My first introduction team is when I came across your report. It was in 2020, Getting to Neutral, and in that particular report, you talked about the natural and working lands, you talked about waste to biomass conversion, and you talked about direct air capture. And in that report, you called out Kern County, and you said, this is the place to do the geologic storage. The reason I'm looking in this direction is because the Lawrence Livermore team is there. I see Susan Houghton, I see Sally, I see Steve Bolin. We've been working for over a year. Appreciate your partnership. And I really appreciate the work that you did with us in securing the dollars, the $50 million, to create the California Renewable Energy Laboratory here at the Kern Community College District, and also helping us shape the CCS curriculum. And it's really a treat to have this morning with us the director of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, Dr. Kim Bodell, the 13th director. And prior to the current role, Kim was the vice president in the University of California that had oversight and leadership for the 3 national laboratories, Lawrence Livermore, Berkeley, and Los Alamos. And so Kim has an intimate understanding of the heart and soul of these national labs. What mostly inspired me, Kim, in my conversations with you was this quiet power and this sense of, we are the national lab for the Central Valley. Kim is a strong advocate for equity and a strong advocate for women in STEM. It gives me great, great pleasure, such an honor to introduce a woman scientist, the leader of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, Dr. Kim Bodell.
Well, I thought following the robot dog would be tough, and I agree. That was a difficult opening act. Thank you so much, Chancellor Christian, for inviting me to come here, for your great partnership, for your leadership on these issues. You said many of the things that I hope this community takes away from this meeting today about the opportunity that is here in Kern County. I'd also like to thank CSU Bakersfield President Zalesny for your partnership. Our lab really is committed to this community and to the opportunity that's present here. And I did say to the Chancellor, and I really believe, we are the national lab, the Department of Energy National Lab for the Central Valley of California. And so hopefully I'll tell you a little bit about why I think that's true and give you a little view of what Livermore is all about, why we're here, and a little bit about what we think the possibilities are for the state and for Kern County in particular. So if I can get there we go. So I know yesterday you heard from Dr. Martin Keller, who's the director of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and it makes good sense that the National Renewable Energy Laboratory is talking to you about this energy innovation and evolution that our country needs to embark upon. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a different kind of national lab and why we are a really great complement to the capabilities that Martin and his team from NREL have already brought to Kern County, and hopefully you'll begin to see what the power of the Department of Energy could be in helping this evolution. So just a little bit about our laboratory. We were founded in 1952. This is our 70th anniversary, so it's a really big year for our laboratory. We were founded in the wake of World War II and the Manhattan Project, quite literally to be the counterculture to the Los Alamos National Laboratory. So we were the foundational labs in the national security enterprise, founded at that time, but we've grown over time to be a very expansive and diverse multi-programmatic national security laboratory. Today we have about 8,000 employees. Our main site is 1 square mile. So a really unique feature of our laboratory is that small footprint, which really fosters a sense of team science and collaboration. It's very easy to generate interactions across disciplines between different groups and different activities, and to bring together multidisciplinary teams, engineers, scientists, computational experts, everyone that you need to solve the really complex problems the world faces today. We're a pretty big enterprise. This year, our budget was just south of $3 billion. We do have a second site that's in Tracy, California, so just on the other side of the hills, very large site where we do experimental work and where we're increasingly looking to build out some energy test beds to help us really lean into this energy opportunity for the future. We have a really unique location that I think gives us a good perspective and a really great opportunity to work with communities across California. So we sit at the far eastern edge of the Bay Area. So to the west, we have the traditional ecosystem of the Bay Area with significant intellectual capital in universities and industry and Silicon Valley and the growing biotech industry. But to our east lies the Central Valley. We really are right on the border. And from my perspective, the biggest opportunity is to work with the communities in the Central Valley, the academic institutions in the Central Valley, to really build an innovation ecosystem in this part of California. It's a huge opportunity, and it's the biggest part of the state. I think the other thing that's interesting to me about California and really represents this opportunity is the public education system in the state of California, which it's the envy of the world. It's the envy of most of the states in the United States because of the incredible power of this group of community colleges, Cal State, and University of California campuses that really present an extraordinary engine of economic and social mobility for the incredible population of the state of California. So I think the combination of those assets here, the Kern County Community College District and Cal State Bakersfield really present an enormous asset for the region and tremendous opportunities for partnerships for us in many respects. So hopefully our commitment to the Central Valley is very meaningful, and our proximity and residence in the Central Valley is part of that. Now, there are a lot of Department of Energy national labs. I already mentioned National Renewable Energy Laboratory. There are 17 DOE national laboratories, and from a distance, many people say, why so many? Don't you all do the same thing? And the bottom line is we really don't. When you get close to each of the national laboratories, we play unique roles. We have unique capabilities, facilities, specialties, and we work best as a system. So each of the labs has a core role. So we reside with the multi-purpose national security labs, Los Alamos and Sandia National Laboratories. NREL is one of the energy technology laboratories, along with the Idaho National Lab and the National Energy Technology Laboratory. There are single-purpose scientific labs and multi-purpose science labs. So there are many opportunities across that space to build research partnerships that span from very fundamental basic science all the way through to deployment. And I'll just note that for the national security labs in particular, we are focused on impacts and outcomes. So for us, it's particularly important that the fruits of our research go out in the field and get utilized. So this effort in energy research for us is about deployment and demonstrating that the solutions that we're working on can scale to make a real difference. And we are really eager and well-positioned to work with Bakersfield. Perfect, maybe a little bit of an overstatement, but we'll try. We are your closest national lab, and I drove down here yesterday. I can attest it is not a difficult drive. I am planning to come back for the Basque Cultural Festival in the spring. I had no idea. So I'm super jazzed about that. We share many California-related goals. If you look at the state of California, we are a living lab with everything that needs to change in the world today. We're a living lab for the impacts of a changing climate, wildfires, rising seas, droughts, changing weather patterns. We're a living lab for the opportunity that's presented in this energy evolution. We have the capacity to move in many areas, and in Kern County in particular, the opportunity to remove carbon from the environment. If we stopped emitting carbon today, it would not be enough. So we really do need an effort to find strategies, technologies, and approaches that will allow us to decarbonize the environment and store that carbon or convert that carbon to other uses. So again, very important and something that we have long history in. The very first global circulation models of the climate were created at Lawrence Livermore in the 1950s. They grew out of our core mission to really understand the implications of fallout. And over the decades, we've become a leader in developing very advanced, very sophisticated climate models today where we can resolve the impacts of changing climate at a regional level. So we can look at specific locations and understand how the local topography and local conditions will impact what the coming climate years will look like. So we really want to use those tools not just to understand that the climate is changing, which we believe it is, but what it's going to mean for communities like Kern County. We also have long history in geologic storage. We were part of the nuclear weapons program. We did nuclear testing. We have tremendous expertise in subsurface science and geology. I've heard from my team, several of whom are geologists, that many of the best people are geologists, so we'll stipulate. I'm a physicist, what do I know? We have worked for many years on developing strategies and technologies for carbon capture and sequestration, long-term storage, to make that safe and available. We work very closely with many, many types of entities. So we have a very close partnership with the Livermore Lab Foundation. This was an organization that was created during my time at the University of California in partnership with UC, so that we would have a philanthropic partner to help us build relationships in new ways. So the Livermore Lab Foundation has been on the ground here in Kern County, really working with community partners and educators to help prepare the field for the kind of work that we know is possible in this arena. We have an extensive university partnership and student internship program. I have with me my director of academic engagements. We just changed the name. Academic Engagement Office, Eric Schwegler. We are particularly interested in workforce development, both for California at large, but for ourselves as well. We're hiring about 1,000 people a year currently. And we're particularly interested in equity and diversity in science and technology. And so again, the communities and the educational institutions here present a huge opportunity. We're very proud of the fact that we were able to help support with technical advice Kern County, and being the only community to receive 2 LEAP grants from the Department of Energy. So congratulations. And if you've been watching what this administration has been doing and the money that Congress has appropriated, there are a lot of resources available to really take this effort to the next level, and we're eager to help realize that opportunity. So why is the National Security Lab talking to you about energy? Well, the way we do our work is in an open innovation system. I have 8,000 employees. There are always more smart people, more ideas, more capabilities, more tools, more problems outside the gates than inside. So how do I ensure that I have the best people, the best ideas, the best tools, the most leading edge science and technology? Well, I work with the whole world. So we collaborate extensively in the open on many areas of science that are salient to energy and energy security. We work with many different types of partners. From my perspective, national labs are integrators. I don't have all the capabilities to tackle all the challenges that Kern County faces, but I have the ability to work with industry, to work with international partners, to work with academic partners, to work with philanthropic organizations or non-governmental entities and the federal government to bring resources together in unique ways to tackle those problems. So we're really committed to this open-facing research ecosystem, and we've created a place on our campus to facilitate that. So the Livermore Valley Open Campus resides on the eastern border of our site. It is outside our main fence line, so it lowers the barriers to access. It allows us to bring partners into our facilities very easily, and we're creating an ever-growing set of new capabilities out there. Of note here is our collaboration center, where we have nice meeting space and offices for several of our programs. We have computing resources in this area, and we have an advanced manufacturing laboratory that was purpose-built to allow industry partners and academic partners to come work with us on new manufacturing technologies. Finally, the University of California made a big investment in a new partnership space in this area. It was a legacy facility that they had there that's been repurposed to now be focused on building new types of partnerships across the academic and industry ecosystem. So really exciting, great opportunity for us to have a place to focus these efforts on our site. So what's our lab about? So as I said, we're a national security lab. Our core mission has been, since our founding, nuclear deterrence. We play a very important role, but that's not all we do. That mission sets the topography of the lab. It tells us what we need to be good at. It tells us what kind of people we need to have, what kind of disciplines we need to steward, what kind of major facilities we need on our site. we use those capabilities, those tools, and those people to then tackle big challenges that the nation and the world face. In threat preparedness and response across the full range of threats, nuclear, chem, bio, and others. In climate and energy security, as I already mentioned, we have a very long legacy in this realm, and we're increasingly focused on the fact that energy and climate are things that are not just impacting everybody, they have very significant national security implications. So it's even more important for us to be involved in this transition to make sure we can have the best capabilities for the country. This year we undertook an effort to look at what I'm calling focus areas. That's a very big, broad mission space that encompasses, roughly speaking, everything we do. If you look within one of those pillars and ask yourself, what's the biggest, most vexing challenge the world or the nation faces today for which we have something to offer? And then ask a second question, what's the biggest impact we could imagine having if we weren't kidding? We're really going to do it. Whole lab, we're going to get focused on this. We created 4 focus areas, one of which is on climate impacts and resilience. As I said, we have tremendous expertise in understanding the details of the climate system. But from my perspective, the opportunity today is to acknowledge the changing nature of the climate and decide what we're going to do about it, to adapt to the changes that we're already seeing and to mitigate the changes we know are coming, and then to build an infrastructure and energy system that can be resilient in the face of that. So we have very significant efforts across a wide range of places here, from regional modeling to development of new technologies, to thinking about resilience and security for things like the grid, which will be an increasing challenge for us. In California, we know the nexus of fire and energy is not good. And we bring a lot of core competencies to this work. We have experts across all of these disciplines and more, and we have folks working across this space, working in many of these different areas over the arc of a career. So again, I think we bring a very unique and creative approach to problems by bringing people together around challenges and seeking to have impact and find solutions. We use computing and experimental science to do this. Our climate modeling is so amazing because we are typically home to one of the top 1 or 2 computers in the world. Today, our leading machine is the Sierra machine, which is a 125 petaflop computer. That's allowing us to do these, local climate simulations. In the coming year, we'll be home to El Capitan, which will be the first exascale computer for national security applications. That'll take that number up by a factor of almost 20. So spectacular capabilities. If you want to think about moonshots for baseload energy generation, we're also the home of a very significant effort in inertial confinement fusion. We had a very big couple years where we achieved a really significant result demonstrating that we can produce fusion ignition in the laboratory. And we're embarking on a program to work with the private sector and developing a potential inertial fusion energy future. So super exciting time for the lab. As I said, we like to solve problems and apply our research to real-life solutions. I'm just going to show you 3 examples of things that we're doing that have implications in this space. The first is our energy systems modeling effort. So this is a DOE-wide climate modeling system funded by the Office of Science and the Department of Energy, where many labs work together under the leadership of our laboratory to create the best, highest, most high-fidelity models of the climate system, again, to help us understand what is coming. We have a program called HPC for Energy Innovation. This allows us to give companies, in particular, access to our computing resources and our computing experts. So if you're a large company, you may have the ability to build a computational science component within your company. For small and mid-sized companies, that can be a huge barrier to using these new tools and technologies. And so companies can come to us and work with lab researchers and get access to those tools to help develop their products. And then finally, we're a big part of the North American Energy Resilience Model. Again, looking at energy infrastructure from multiple perspectives. The changing mix of energy generation modes, the need to think about security. If you think about the grid in the United States, cybersecurity wasn't a thing when the grid was built. And so as the nature of the threat changes, as the nature of how people think about energy delivery as an essential component of your life, making that grid resilient and secure is going to be increasingly important in the future. So many efforts underway all across the Department of Energy to advance this space. And we have a history of partnering with California. So the Chancellor already mentioned the Getting to Neutral report published in 2020. The purpose of that report was to assess the feasibility of California's carbon neutrality goals, 2045. And the conclusion was very optimistic, that with technologies and approaches that are in hand today, if we begin now, we can actually achieve those goals through a combination of reduction of emissions, but most notably, decarbonization of the environment. And there are many, many strategies, and California, again, is particularly suited to them. Conversion of biomass and forest waste, which would serve many purposes, again, cleaning up our forests and potentially mitigating fire danger, and then using that waste biomass to convert to fuels and then sequestering the carbon. Using different ways of managing land, deep-rooted plants to store more carbon more deeply in the soil, thinking about direct air capture, and of course, taking that carbon and sequestering it deep underground. So really exciting opportunities identified, and many of them in key areas where we have specific expertise. It was an opportunity for us to engage with the leadership in the state of California, and we have a long history of partnering with the state. The Chancellor also mentioned Steve Boland. Steve has worked in the state of California and has really helped us to understand how to engage in that environment and how to be a useful partner in that realm. This Getting to Neutral report really spurred interest from the Department of Energy, and now there's an effort underway to create a national Getting to Neutral report. The thing about energy is that it's local. So there is no national solution to decarbonizing the environment or national solution to what energy mix should look like. You really do have to work with regions and communities. I think the other thing that's unique about the Department of Energy today, I worked in the DOE about 10 years ago during the first Obama administration, when we really began the effort to make renewable energy sources affordable. And a huge amount of technical work was done that really advanced the cause of lowering the cost of solar, for example. What was missing from that conversation was equity and environmental justice. Which communities are going to be impacted by these technologies? How are people going to accept new technologies and approaches to energy and carbon management? How are we going to make sure that the economic costs are not borne by the people least able to carry them? So today, that environmental justice, that focus on communities, on education, and on building constituency to really manage this effort is at the forefront, and we are really eager and excited to be a part of that conversation. So community-engaged research has been a big focus for the DOE and for the National Lab Directors Council, so all 17 of us get together all the time to talk about, bringing our resources together in unique ways, developing efforts to educate students, but communities as well, and our partners at the Livermore Lab Foundation, with a grant from the CASE Foundation, created this climate education. I'm getting the name wrong because I'm having a complete senior moment. Beautiful website and educational materials to go out into the schools. Their efforts to create curriculum around climate and carbon management have now been taken to 1,000 students in Kern County and the Central Valley. So that partnership continues today, and we hope that these tools will help people understand the possibilities and really be accepting of bringing these kind of new technologies and new approaches into your community. We're really excited about that. And then equity and justice. I mentioned diversity and STEM. I feel it acutely, being a woman in a very male-dominated field. It's an opportunity for me to represent what I believe is the right thing to do, which is to bring everyone who has the capacity, the capability, and the interest into these fields. There's not really a field today for which you do not need to be technically literate. So the need for everyone to raise their level of technical literacy, independent of what type of job you're going to take, is acute. And the need for new educated technical workforce is incredible. So there are great jobs at the end of this pipeline, and we really want to be a part of promoting that. And again, not just because we want to hire many of those people, which we do, but also because we want communities to be able to build great jobs and build the industries of the future here in California. So we are super excited about the opportunity presented here in Kern County. Again, you have all the conditions to have an incredibly vibrant and innovative ecosystem that will allow this evolution to proceed. You know, you have the right kind of natural assets to be a leader in demonstrating the possibilities for carbon storage. You have a community that's very motivated and engaged and eager to be a part of building the industries of the future. You have resources, so these LEAP grants and many other grants that are in the works, including efforts to bring direct air capture projects to this region, again, to drive this transformation and demonstrate the possibilities that are really present today. So amazing, and again, for me, you're also showing what the power is of this new partnership ecosystem. You know, for a long time, the way we did research and development and technology deployment was pretty stovepiped. You know, we would have a great idea, we would develop it, we would build it, we would sell it, we would transition it to industry and push it out into the field. It's not really how innovation works anymore. We really need all of our partners at the table. So being able to work with a philanthropic partner, with a community, with the community colleges, with the Cal States, with the national labs, with other national laboratories and other academic partners, really is a model for the future. So what are we talking about from our perspective? So there's 3 pillars to how we're thinking about this. And I'm going to start with the central pillar first, because I really think that's a foundational effort. I mentioned the importance of education outreach, and it's really education and outreach. We need to raise the level of understanding of these new technologies and the new opportunities that we have to both have a robust energy system and a climate that's manageable and safe and healthy communities. And we need to build a pipeline of educated workers to fill the incredible jobs that are to come along with this changing economy. So focusing on educating communities, bringing communities along with new technology, but also bringing young people into the pipeline, you know, filled with enthusiasm and a real understanding of the opportunity that awaits them. Building the workforce pipeline, we've spent a lot of time focusing on, and again, we hire people from all education levels to do the work at our laboratory. It takes an enormous range of skills to run an enterprise that's as large and complex as ours. And we have devoted significant effort, for example, to working with our local community colleges to build programs to target specific communities. In the example shown here, we have a program with a local community college to bring veterans into our technologist workforce by building specific programs to give the skills that we need. So I look at the workforce development activities that are going on here in the community college district, and it's just a spectacular way to have a completely integrated approach to building a vibrant community. You know, give people great skills, build an economy that allows them to have great jobs in the region, and it becomes a virtuous self-reinforcing cycle. And then the last one for us is implementation. You know, Getting to Neutral was full of great ideas. Our lab is full of great technology, and none of it means anything if we can't take it out in the field and demonstrate that it's useful. And so the opportunity here to really take these technologies out in the field, to really deploy these strategies, to work with a real community to make this change is incredibly meaningful to us. So thank you for letting us be your partner, and I look forward to much more to talk about in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bedell. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's another round of applause. And we're very fortunate, Director Bedell, to have you and your team in the car with us driving, whether it's fueled by renewable gas, electricity, or hydrogen, as we transform our energy economy. So thank you very much. So at this time, Micah wanted me to make an announcement that everyone with a pre-summit badge has a free entrance to the Taste of Bakersfield tonight at 5 o'clock between 18th and O Streets. And if you charge anything, his room number is, what is it, Micah? And glad you'll be back for the Basque Festival. We have wonderful Basque community here and a number of restaurants. Hopefully you all partake the next few days or this week. At this time, I'd like to introduce Tim Aldinger and Thatcher Weldon. Tim is the Executive Director of Workforce Development for the California Community Colleges Foundation. And Thatcher Weldon is the Director of Adult Education at the Kern Community College District. Gentlemen, please come up to the stage. Thank you. Warm welcome, please, Kern County.
Do you care which side? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, Thatcher and I are thrilled to be here. We go way back. We've known each other about 40 hours. But we're excited to come and get a chance to talk a little bit about workforce development, adult education, and really echo a lot of the things that Chancellor Christian already said this morning. A little bit of my background: I work at the Foundation for California Community Colleges. I'll say a little more about that in a moment. I started out my work in this space in the public workforce system almost 20 years ago now, and then found my way to the community college system almost 10 years ago, and have found and appreciated the opportunity to connect my love and appreciation for work-based learning into this work, and we'll talk a little more about that throughout our time.
All right. Great. And my name's Thatcher Weldon. I'm the Director of Adult Ed for the Kern Community College District and the Kern Adult Education Consortium that we're a part of. My background, I started as an English as a second language instructor, working with international students about 15 years ago. And eventually I got into administration of those programs. And when I came back from my overseas teaching experience, I wound up in adult ed in West Texas, and I fell in love with it. The students I worked with were incredibly motivated. The faculty I worked with were great too. And I've continued in adult education now for close to 10 years. So very excited to be a part of this.
Yeah. So when we prepared for this, we are aware that we have a very diverse audience here, of some of you coming out of industry, some of you in the public sector, and some of you educators. So our hope is you will all learn a little, whether that's more about what's happening locally or statewide, and get a better sense of all of these assets, as the previous speaker mentioned, of this incredible public education system that we have in the state. The Foundation for California Community Colleges has the honor, the pleasure to support all 116 community colleges across California and the Community College Chancellor's Office. And our mission is to really ensure that all of those institutions have as much support as possible. So we do that in a few different ways. We have one focus area on student success that's really plugging in, doing the research on where are students finding blockages and issues to progressing and succeeding, and how do we help at a policy and research level to address those. We do that in part by, for example, there are individuals called Guided Pathways Coordinators that work across the state, and they work through the foundation. We do a lot around system support. So some of your students at community colleges and others may go to a website called College Buys, and there they can access computers and software, and some of your staff may get your office furniture through College Buys. We essentially aggregate the purchasing power of this entire system and negotiate lower prices on behalf of students, staff, and faculty. We do also a lot of work around equity, and we focus on groups of students that have significant barriers to success. One example that you may use at your colleges or some of your own Students or fellow community members may use the crisis text line, which is something that we support, where you're able to text and get support when you're in a moment of mental health crisis and get immediate support in that way. And then, of course, workforce development. So I have the pleasure of leading our workforce development department. And we approach our work in a few ways. One is really supporting local groups in the field to have the assets, resources, and connection to each other to do their work as best they can. So we do that a lot, particularly in the work of apprenticeship, which is a really great model of blending work and learning in one way, in one programmatic package that helps the employer, the student, and the educational institution. We do a lot of support around getting those resources to students. So some of your students, fellow community members, may access SNAP employment and training programs that help with food support and then getting basic skills. And we run a program to help make those programmatic resources more available and expand them. And then a big piece we do is around supporting work-based learning, particularly paid work-based learning. And that is one place where we have a direct connection here in Kern County. I'm thrilled to have got to know Teresa Hitchcock of your Workforce Development Board several years ago, and that has led to some partnerships where we then support paid work-based learning programs here in Kern County. Some of those include the EPIC Youth Program, CityServe, the Bitwise Entrepreneurship, Proteus, MAOF, Laborers of Harvest, and then a really exciting one that will tee up Thatcher here is the Recycling Lives program. And as Micah mentioned earlier, at a statewide level, our success depends on local partnerships, and we're thrilled to be able to work with Recycling Lives, and I thought it'd be great as an entree into your work to say a little bit about that.
Yeah, Recycling Lives is a program through Bakersfield Adult School. And I was just visiting the site there at Principals Partners Day for Kern High District, 2 weeks ago. And what it is it's an opportunity for some of the most at-risk student populations in our region. A lot of the students that go through this program have experienced homelessness, addiction problems, maybe been justice-involved individuals, and they're having a difficult time finding employment, finding opportunities. Well, through this program, students learn business skills, they learn marketing skills, they learn how the recycling process works. So they start with broken glass or recycled glass, and they break it down into landscaping glass to sell, or sand as well. And again, they learn soft skills, and one of the major things they learn as well is building up their confidence. There was one man who went through the program who was formerly an accountant, and for one reason or another, he lost his job, and he hadn't worked for 12 years. He had absolutely no confidence, and he was referred to this program, and through this program, he built his confidence back up. He built those skills of interviewing and building his resume and finding a job, and he works through the county now. And so that Recycling Lives program is a really just a testament to what adult education can do, what we do at the community college level and through our consortium process of working with our community and creating opportunities for anybody in our population. That's the whole point of adult ed. Yeah.
What does that look like here in Kern County? What are some of the other programs and the offerings that you have?
So you talked about CityServe, so that some of the programs you talked about are in partnership with another program that Bakersfield College has called Project Hire Up, and this program works with a lot of those similar populations of students who are very at risk, right? Who have experienced homelessness, addiction, etc. And they get job skills, they learn basic office skills, and they start talking to counselors about creating educational goals and pathways, and they get back on track, and they get back into that education system and back into a career pathway.
it's a remarkable network. It really is the front door for many of our fellow community members that are looking for a way into new opportunities in their lives, and the services offered through adult education are phenomenal. And they're really relevant to some of the concerns that are being discussed a lot at the statewide level. How are we going to really provide economic and social mobility for everyone? Everyone. And we do have this incredible asset of public education. I'm, of course, going to stump a little bit here for the community college system. We're very proud of serving the top 100% of students in the state. We pride ourselves on that access. And over the last few years, I don't know about you all, they've been a little bumpy across all of our systems, across every facet of life. And across the system, we are seeing enrollment really significantly dip in some places. And I was just in a conversation a couple of weeks ago with a few college presidents, and they were talking about this, and the speaker was talking about, yes, this has been acute in the last couple of years, but this is also an ongoing trend, and some of that is demographic in California. We have smaller and smaller numbers of younger people, and that pipeline that feed into our higher education students is, over time, getting smaller. So that doesn't mean that we don't continue to look and support those traditional 18 to 22-year-olds that come to community college, but it does mean that looking at adult learners is incredibly important, and the Chancellor spoke about this as a key piece to be attuned to in our higher education institutions is how do we support career mobility? And you'll hear Executive Vice Chancellor Marty Alvarado from the Chancellor's office talk a lot about this. We all, I'm sure many of us in this room, grew up and still live a little bit in the mental model of you go to school, you get a career, and then you retire. And for some of us, that's worked, and we live that. But for many of us, and many, and the vast majority in the community college system and more, that line goes like this: work, learn, work, and learn. Again, we should just replay what you just said, Chancellor Christian. But that is the kind of responsiveness that our systems need to keep doing. So I was thrilled to hear about that kind of modular approach that you mentioned. And that is another piece that is happening a lot in conversation at the statewide level is how do we build around the needs of students? And I know that that's on your mind, and part of what adult education focuses on is really meeting students where they are. And I wonder if you could share a little bit about your approach to that.
Sure. So I said I'm the director of the Kern Adult Education Consortium. So what is that, right? Well, it's all the K-12 and County Office of Education adult ed providers in the community college region. And we're all part of the board. And we meet every month. It's the principals at the adult schools. It's superintendents from those districts. And this has been part of California's model programs since 2015. So we've been doing this for 7 years now. And when we create that student-centered design, this consortium model is very beneficial for that. Because when you have all these people meeting regularly together, people who make decisions at the districts or at the community college level, you know, we know more about what we're providing. And so if a student comes through one of the doors of the programs that offer services, we can say, you know, hey, we don't have what you might be looking for, but this school does. Or if a student goes to an adult school and maybe they want a more academic focus, you know, they can send them over to the partner community college in their district. And it's been great in building those relationships that weren't there previous to this consortium model. It was difficult, right? You had all these people coming together at first, but the more we met and the more we realized we needed to keep the focus on the students, the better it was in developing these pathways for those students and finding the success so that those students could go on to different career opportunities or career trainings. And we talk about adult ed students, and sometimes people don't know exactly what that is, right? And a lot of the students who come to our adult schools, they have a bad experience with traditional education systems, right? And that's how they wound up at adult school. And often, when you visit our adult schools, you'll see they have this great community they build there at the ESL classrooms, at the high school diploma classrooms, and they become comfortable there. And sometimes they don't want to go anywhere, right? But we also have these co-locations that we've built in our consortium. So at one site, the Job Spot in Bakersfield, students can go take Bakersfield adult classes, and there's Bakersfield college classes there at the same site. So they don't have to think about going anywhere else to become a college student. And they start seeing their friends and their colleagues take college courses, and they realize, you know what, I can do this too. And it's been an incredible model for us. We see it now with Saracoso and Inyo County. They have a co-location. And the colleges and the adult schools really partnering much more these past 7 years.
I really want to applaud that and applaud the leadership at Kern Community College District. That enrollment decline that we're seeing really across the state is not happening everywhere. And the chancellor just told me this morning, here at Kern Community College District, enrollment across those 3 colleges is up 10%. Yes.
Yes. And that's the only community college in the state, correct, with a increase?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't actually know
Okay.
that. There are some pockets in other places. The overall statewide trend is down.
Is down. Okay.
There are a few districts and colleges that do have enrollment gains, but I think you really have to look at things like you didn't say this, but a kind of a no wrong door policy,
Yeah.
flexible scheduling, a focus on blending work and learning. And I think for individuals to come into these systems, that is so helpful, because when you need to get a new driver's license, where do you go?
The DMV.
Okay. When you need workforce training, where do you go?
I go to the adult school, the community college, or
Well, that's not fair. You ruined my joke.
okay. I don't know, where do you go?
You don't. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know where to go, right? A lot of people don't know where to go. You're right.
You don't know where to go.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
the one hand, it's such a rich array
Yeah.
of options, and then it can also quickly become overwhelming. So I think
Sure.
this aspect of partnership is so critical. A project we are really thrilled to be taking on in partnership with the California Workforce Development Board is an initiative called Breaking Barriers to Employment. So this really focuses on connecting those community-based organizations that the chancellor spoke about that have the pulse of the community, understand the needs, are embedded there, have cultural competence, and connecting those more closely to the public workforce development system and community colleges. So our team has been very excited to take on the whole process on behalf of the Workforce Board. And we're very excited that as we put on trainings, we're going to explicitly connect that to the Recovery with Equity Regional Partnerships work that connects workforce boards and community colleges, and really try to look at events like this where those conversations can happen and that practical application of no wrong door can be better explored.
Yeah.
It's really exciting work.
I was just presenting at the California Adult Education Program Summit, and that was one thing they talked about is, our students don't care who's running the programs they're going through, right? They need training, they need skills, and so us knowing about what we're all offering is really important so that we make sure that student goes the right direction for what's best for them.
Yeah. I also should mention, and Micah, thanks for sharing the story. It was very exciting earlier this year to get one of the Good Jobs Challenge grants to bring to California. And speaking of partnership, and then also speaking of climate, those were 2 drivers of the creation of that application. And so at its core, as you all know, we have gaps in all of our industries right now, and particularly in the emerging industries that many of you in the room are developing and deploying, but also in more traditional industries like forestry. And we've all experienced the forest fires of the last 5 years, whether you live in those communities or you are experiencing the smoke. We're woefully under the number of acres that we need to treat a year in our forested lands in California. woefully. Our goal is 1 million acres a year. We're often at around 50,000. So we're 20x below. And really that's probably more like 30x because the treatment needs to be more aggressive than a lot of the treatments happening now. We don't have that pipeline. So in essence, those conversations that started at the Economic Summit last year said, what would we do to help build up that pipeline? And this is an example of what the foundation does in partnership with the community colleges across the state as we look for ways to leverage those assets and try to build those pipelines in a more cohesive and coordinated fashion. So we're working with 5 community colleges, Chico State and UC Ag and Natural Resources, as well as CAL FIRE and the Conservation Corps, to essentially build programs that put individuals in a wide range of forestry occupations and expand those programs. And at the foundation, we are going to really look at how do we more broadly raise awareness of what these occupations are, help deploy more supportive and wraparound supports for students that are not able to connect to those pathways because of issues like the accountant person you mentioned. And then finally, provide the employment support like we do with Recycling Lives, where the foundation actually can step in, take on all of the HR, workers' comp, payrolling, processing on behalf of those local work sites and help streamline the work. So I mentioned that here because you'll hear later from my colleague Jeff Clary that we are eager to be partnering and looking at how that plays out in other emerging sectors that have climate impact. So energy, of course, is a huge one. Ag is a huge one. Construction as well. And we've already had some really exciting conversations with Chancellor Christian on that. So did want to let folks know that that is in development. And yes, it all started at the Economic Summit last year. So you never know where your conversations today will lead. Sometimes they lead to very exciting outcomes. So this was the point where Thatcher and I said we would just improvise.
Sure.
I think we were going to have a rap battle.
Yeah, I think so, something like that.
Now, we did want to pause there. There are other topics we can touch on. We do have a few more minutes. I wondered if anything that either of us mentioned brought up any questions. We'd love for this to be as responsive and relevant to your work as possible.
Yes, we have time for about 2 questions, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. So are there a couple questions in the audience? All right, they're a little shy this morning. We'll go ahead, maybe a closing statement here.
Absolutely. Oh, I didn't even say anything, but I got some laughter. Well, I really want to thank the Chancellor, and the whole staff that put this on for having me here. It is a pleasure to be here. Please look for me and connect with me for the rest of the day and at the Economic Summit. Would love to talk to you about what you're doing and how there might be opportunities to work together. I do want to really double down on what the Chancellor said about work-based learning. And so wherever you sit, whether you're in education, community, or in business, the brilliance of work-based learning is that involves everybody. And so, and it is not as straightforward as doing just classroom instruction. It takes more work, but as the Chancellor said, the payoff is there. The applied learning, the rich experience, the building of confidence is huge. And so please look for ways to get involved in apprenticeship, in internships, work study, or whatever it may be. And that's my plug.
Okay, and I'd like to just say, I'd like to invite anybody in here if you're interested in visiting one of our adult schools or one of the community colleges. Contact me to see our programs, the non-credit we offer here at the community college, and all of the great programs we offer throughout this consortium. Feel free to contact me. So,
great. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I just want to make a few announcements. We have been joined by State Senator Stephen Bradford. Senator, He is sitting over there, not because he doesn't have a seat, but our friend Treasurer Moss just arrived, and so he'll escort her to the chancellor's table. So we didn't just put him over there at the wall. Thank you, Senator. And also, I want to introduce, we're joined by California Natural Resources Agency. Moises was here yesterday. He's the Assistant Secretary for Equity and Environmental Justice. Moises Moreno Rivera. Moises, will you just raise your hand? There he is back there. Thank you for joining us. In addition to Secretary Wade Crowfoot has his Deputy Secretary of Energy here. She will be speaking a little later with Emily Weinberger. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. You're not going to want to miss the next session with Emily and the Deputy Secretary of Energy. Thank you so much. All right, folks, 2 minutes. We're going to begin. If you can start taking your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Here we go. At this time, I would like us to take a moment, if you can get your seats. At this time, I would like to introduce the Independence High School Energy and Utility Center Academy. The students over here, they're going to come quickly on stage. They are our future. They're the reasons we're doing all of this. Their Energy Academy coordinator, Erin Jacobson, and Meredith McKnight. Students, please just step forward. This is your stage. This is your stage. And we have, just raise your hand. Sophia Walker, where are you? Sophia Walker? Oh, not here. Carolina Delgado. Frank Oria. Quian Chen. Andrea Gomez. Alexia Hernandez. And I feel like I'm missing someone. Who did I miss? What's your name? Charmaine Singh. Who else? Katrina Weininger. All right. This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. Meet them, take pictures. And I told the other students, you need to get 5 business cards. So if they're going to go out and ask you for your business cards, ask them what they do if it seems interesting. But don't say, oh, no, you don't sound interesting. Move on. They're all very interesting. And the laboratory, we've got Lawrence Livermore, folks from NREL. We've got some elected officials, Senator Bradford. We got Lori Pasante over there with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. All right, students. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce Emily Weinberger. Now, Emily is the climate analyst, senior climate analyst at the Rhodium Group. But before I introduce her to come on stage, oh, there she is. There she is. And I see our deputy secretary over there, too. But before I introduce Emily, I want to tell you a little story of how Emily came into the Kern Community College District family. As you heard this morning, our chancellor, when she wants to find something, she finds it. She goes online, she does her research, she reads reports, and she will do it on her own and start looking, start doing some research. And she did that. She started Googling. She saw Rhodium's work on some of the economic analysis on carbon reduction and employment, some tax analysis. She said, Nicole, I want you to read this report. So I was reading about different states, but I parked it because I'm not sure what she wanted me to do with it. And then all of a sudden, Liz Roselle and Tunde, they were working on this relationship and having her looking at focusing on Kern County. So then she reached out and she just started this relationship with Rhodium. Many of us knew Emily Weinberger from the California Air Resources Board and all of the work she did as a senior person at the ARB. So what you're going to hear today is she's going to walk you through the report that the chancellor has commissioned with the Kern Community College District. And we had a meeting about 2 weeks ago with some local stakeholders from energy, from labor, from community. And so this is going to be a seminal work. And so I'm honored. We're friends. She takes the train. She's a wonderful person. We're honored to have Emily Weinberger. Please come to the stage, Emily. She's going to talk a little bit and then invite her friend to the stage, and they're going to have a really good discussion, folks, on meeting federal and state climate targets. And so please, I would definitely text your friends to get back in the room. This is going to be a very nice conversation. Emily. All right. Yes.
After years of Zoom, I don't know how to work technology. So I paid Nicole to say all those nice things, but I'd like to say thank you to the Chancellor, thank you to Nicole for the invitation to be here. I'm really excited to talk about some work that Rhodium has done historically, and then to talk a little bit about why I'm here and the really exciting future in Kern County. So I work for Rhodium Group. I'm an economist. And if you don't know Rhodium, we're an independent research firm, and we do a lot of climate and energy modeling. We do power system analysis, we do economic analysis at the federal and the state level, and we're really excited to sort of dig in deeper. I think it was a really great statement today that energy is not national, energy is local, and we're really excited to dig in a little further at a deeper level of granularity to think about what we can do in Kern County. So the work that we did that apparently is well positioned on Google was some work in 2020 that we did for the Great Plains Institute. And this was looking at facility by facility, looking at the economic opportunity associated with carbon capture retrofits. So this was focused on industrial facilities and power facilities. And as you can see, we did it in 3 tranches, 3 groups of states. And what this did is it really looked at sort of what's the investment opportunity, the jobs, both in the construction of retrofits and the maintenance of retrofitting facilities. But that's where it stopped. It looked at the carbon capture aspect and did not look at transport of carbon nor the storage of carbon. So as an example, what did we find? Well, when we looked at California, we found that there was about the potential for carbon capture, and this was looking at I think it was about $100 per ton. That was the threshold of what was economic at the time. We found about 23 million metric tons a year could be captured in California, and that really did provide a lot of economic opportunity for California. And you can see this is an example of across the different facilities that we looked at. So ethanol, hydrogen, cement, and then refineries. Well, then what does that mean for jobs? So this shows you the level of investment that would be required to capture those 23 million metric tons of carbon a year in California. Those are some big numbers. And also we looked at the jobs associated with that. So we looked at the jobs associated with the capital investment and then also the ongoing operation and maintenance jobs. So this is an example of what sort of Rhodium does. So we do, not only do we look at sort of state and federal policies, but we do also look a lot at emerging clean technologies. So what are the economics, what are the costs, what are the trade-offs of pursuing these technologies that really aren't marketable right now, but that we know we will need for long-term decarbonization, not just in California, not just in the US, but globally. Another example of an emerging clean technology is looking at direct air capture. So again, there's been some talk about DAC today, but what we did is we're trying to figure out, okay, so what does this look like? We know that there is a need to take carbon out of the atmosphere. Even if we stopped emitting carbon today, it's not good enough. So what do we do? How do we think about this in a way that not only is beneficial for the environment, but really can provide economic opportunities at a local level? And so where do we see the jobs? Where do we see the investments associated with some of these clean technologies? So why am I here? Well, I think one thing is obvious. So Kern County is sort of the hotbed of workforce development and a clean energy transition. We've got CREL here, we've got an amazing existing infrastructure, an energy infrastructure, tons of renewable energy, tons of potential, and this really great grassroots outreach through the community college system. So I think something I've learned in my time, both working for the state and looking more federally at climate policies, that it really does have to be a local, there has to be a local component. There has to be local outreach, and there needs to be buy-in, because you are building facilities, you are changing communities, and you really do need to understand sort of the needs of those communities. So we're really excited about sort of the potential in Kern County and the potential, geologic storage is there's a great potential here to think about what there can be in a local area. So Kern County is poised to be a great center for workforce development, including carbon management. Also, California has basically thrown the gauntlet down. So we're currently in the process of, California is in the process of completing the 2022 scoping plan. So this is a plan for how California will achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. And as part of that scoping plan process, there's been a lot of discussion about what are the clean technologies that we're gonna need? What are we gonna see? What's the pathway to actually get to carbon neutrality? And all of the pathways that have been outlined by the California Air Resources Board and all their sister agencies include some form of carbon dioxide removal, include direct air capture, include carbon capture and sequestration. So there really has been sort of a mandate or an acknowledgement by the state of California that these technologies are going to be necessary if we do want to achieve our long-term, or is 2045 long-term? Our medium-term climate targets. We also have seen a lot of legislation passed in California recently that really highlighted the need for both increased stringency when it comes to air quality and a need to go further on climate change. So there was SB 905, which really directs the California Air Resources Board to put together a framework for what carbon dioxide removal should look like in California. So again, we've seen some pretty strong, strong leadership at the local level in Kern County and a lot of potential outreach through the community college system. We've seen leadership in California, and then shockingly, the federal government has been doing some work. It's been it was a great summer for climate policy at the federal level. We saw the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, and we've seen a lot of money being thrown at these emerging clean technologies. So in terms of tax rebates and tax incentives, there really is an opportunity here to make these clean technologies more affordable. And so now it is, okay, so how do we think about leveraging both these funds that are available at the federal level and Department of Energy grants, which Kern County is really well positioned for. And then how do we think also, there's money in the California budget. So how do we leverage all of these different layers of incentives to really drive these emerging clean technologies and to really think about the benefit that could happen in Kern County? So the existing research that I sort of highlighted and what we've been working on, it's a little bit limited in scope and scale when it comes to thinking about local impacts and Kern County's impact and what these emerging clean technologies can mean. So again, there's no quantification of the economic opportunities associated with carbon transport and storage. And that's not just an issue for Kern County, that's an issue in California, that's an issue everywhere. We need to better understand what are the economics of, is it pipelines, is it trucks, how are we transporting carbon to the final destination where it will be injected and stored. So there really is a need to sort of understand that final component so you can understand from start to finish, what does carbon management look like for a community, what is the economic impact? Also, we've seen studies done, facility level studies done, but sort of aggregated to the state level. There isn't sort of a more granular look to understand the impacts at a community or local level. And that's really important when it comes to thinking about issues related to local and state taxes, county taxes, and how something like this might change the tax base of a region. So we see that as sort of there's an issue in scope, there's an issue in scale, that really there does need to be this research. So we were very excited to work with KCCD in putting together sort of initial framework for an analysis that really could answer some of these questions. Something else that emerged was that we can't just think about sort of, okay, theoretically, what are the jobs associated with transport and storage, but we need to think about driving the clean energy technology and the transformation at a local level. So how do we think about the potential opportunities in Kern County for these technologies like direct air capture, like hydrogen, like carbon sequestration from natural and working lands? Where is the opportunity? So something that we're also really interested in doing is understanding not only sort of the lay of the land and what theoretically is possible in terms of jobs, but what the potential is for these emerging clean technologies to take root and to really grow the local Kern County economy. So we're really excited about this research. I think it's going to be pretty groundbreaking. And as people have been saying, as you start, Kern County is sort of the epicenter of a lot of this. And if you can do it in Kern, you can do it anywhere. And you should do it in Kern. So. Okay, so I'm sorry you get stuck with me again, but I'm going to ask someone else to join me on the stage. So LeQuinn Wen is she's the Deputy Secretary for Climate at the California National, I'm sorry? Oh. Is it not working? Oh, it's off. Oh. Is it on? No? Hello? Okay, I'm just going to use this. Sorry, okay. She's the Deputy Secretary for Climate at the California Natural Resources Agency. Prior to that, she had a long stint at the California Energy Commission, which is where I met her. So she knows quite a bit about this, and we're going to discuss sort of the issues related to, we've been talking a lot about sort of these emerging clean technologies, why Kern County is well positioned, but we haven't really sort of set the context why do we need this? Like, why are we here? We've talked a little bit about climate change, the need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, but this is a little bit of a, we wanted to give a little bit of context about the state of federal and state climate targets.
Your mic's working, so
Oh,
I'll
it
run
is?
the handheld. It'll be easier for you. Thanks.
Okay, you can hear me?
No.
Is it working? All right. I was informed.
Oh, wait.
Oh, okay. We're getting crazy. Does it unplug or?
Or you know what?
Okay, is that better? Yeah? Okay. Let me grab my notes. Okay. So as I was saying, I can start over for the fourth time. Sorry about that. So we really wanted to sort of give some context for why we're here, why Kern County should care about climate change and these emerging clean technologies, why the state of California cares, and why we care at a US level. We've talked about a warming climate, and I think the really an important thing to remember, Kern County not only has tremendous opportunity related to these technologies and clean energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving air quality, but you're also at the forefront of experiencing climate damages. So understanding that the impacts of a warming climate when it comes to drought, when it comes to increased energy prices. So it's a really important context to remember. So this is I think it's a very optimistic chart in some ways and kind of depressing in others. But so every year Rhodium does an exercise. We release a projection of US greenhouse gas emissions called Taking Stock. We do that every year. This year we did it in July. And basically what this is showing is US greenhouse gas emissions from 2005 to today, and then we project it through 2030. So when we did this in July, that was before the passage of the IRA, our projection was that the US would get to 24 to 35% below 2005 levels by 2030. Well, you can see down there's a little target. So the US, as part of the United Nations process, has made a commitment under the US Paris Agreement to reduce emissions 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030. So our projection in July was like, oh man, we're pretty far off course. But then the passage of the IRA in August, it really does make a measurable difference in terms of US greenhouse gas emissions. We now project that the US can get to 32 to 42% below 2005 levels by 1990. So that's within range of the target that we need to hit in 2030. And I should note the ranges account for different assumptions about macroeconomic conditions, energy costs, and technology costs. So you do see there's a gap there. But key takeaways, it was a really big step forward, and I think we've been talking a lot about the opportunities associated with federal funding for some of these emerging clean technologies, and that's a really big piece. We get down to 32%, and what we find is that the IRA, it actually is going to save consumers money. There's going to be reduced energy consumption, which is going to result in savings to consumer households, which is really great. The last thing that I think the last bullet is really the big ticket item when we're talking about federal and state motivation and ambition is the US needs to do more quickly to meet or exceed their climate commitments. So what can we do? And this is a slide from some work we had done prior to the passage of the IRA, but it really was looking at if Congress already acted, we've seen the IRA passed, what else can be done? So there's a whole host of executive actions that can happen at the federal level, but really subnational actions are where it's at. And you'll notice we didn't really say, but if you look at the subnational actions, it's basically what California is currently doing. It's the California portfolio. So what if states, how far could we get above and beyond what we're seeing under the reductions under the IRA if more states had clean electricity standards, if more states had ZEV mandates, if more states had utility clean power targets, if more states adopted low carbon fuel standards. And that's really what it's going to take is subnational ambition to really close that gap for the United States to achieve its 2030 NDC. So that's a federal context, and now here's California. So this is California greenhouse gas emissions under current policy. So this means what was on the books in July of 2020 plus the impact of the IRA. So what we can see is that we've had a nice downward trajectory. Everyone can see COVID in 2020, what happened there. And then the projection through 2030. Well, that little circle is the SB 32 target. So California has a legislatively mandated target to achieve a 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions below 1990 levels by 2030. So what we're going to talk about today is, so how does California close their gap to help the US close their gap in achieving all of these federal and state climate targets? So this is really the motivating, factor in terms of, why we're all here. So there are these mandates that are making it more advantageous to think about cleaning up the economy. There's economic opportunity there. But I think what we're going to talk about today is what does California do next? So California is very ambitious, and there is a lot of money at the state being put behind a whole host of different programs. I always say California it's the belt and suspenders approach to climate policy. You've got 14 belts on and 12 pairs of suspenders, which is actually a really good thing. So what I'd like to talk today about is sort of setting the context and thinking a little bit more about how California views the gap, closing the gap, and really where we can see climate action. What is the role of the state in achieving climate action, and what can actual communities do, and what can people do to really help motivate agencies, to help motivate the state to really make these changes and to use these funds in really appropriate ways. So something that I'd like to ask you, opening it up. So for those of us for everyone in the audience, and also me, who's not super in the weeds anymore on California climate policy, what is the role of the Natural Resources Agency in sort of this pantheon of California's climate commitments and achieving the 2030 target?
So thank you, Emily. And I guess before I respond, just want to say really quickly, so excited and happy to be here. It's actually been quite a few years since I've been in Bakersfield, but Bakersfield is always, I think, very enmeshed and Kern County in the energy conversation. And I remember being back here, gosh, it must have been 2015, talk about the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan. And so again, just Bakersfield, Kern County is so important in this energy conversation. And then I'll eventually at some point talk about my portfolio, and you'll see again why I am back here in Bakersfield. So CNRA, or California Natural Resources Agency, or the Resources Agency, there's quite a bit we do. So I've been here 6 months at the agency, and so I'm just going to read our mission statement. I think that will be a much better descriptor of what we do. And also, if I start to talk really fast because I get really excited about this, then somebody please wave your hand and let me know that I'm talking really fast. Okay, so the mission of the Resources Agency is to restore, protect, and manage the state's natural, historical, and cultural resources for current and future generations using creative approaches and solutions based on science, collaboration, and respect for all of the communities and interests involved. And so I think that last piece is really important. It's collaboration and respect for all the communities and interests involved. So that is really at the core of what the Resources Agency does. We oversee and support more than 26 conservancies, departments, and commissions, and that's over 21,000 people. And so really, again, a lot of people doing this work to reach our climate and energy goals, very, very dedicated, passionate people. And like I said, we're all interested in collaborating and making sure that what we're doing is in the best interest of California. Okay.
So what do you, yeah, it did, but so I guess, what do you see, so in sort of the thinking about the state level targets for 2030 and 2045, what is the role of the Resources Agency, and what do you see as the biggest challenge, I think, that California or your agency is facing when thinking about these short and longer term targets?
Yeah. So, okay. So the role of our agency, there's many pieces to it. So I'm actually the Deputy Secretary for Energy, so I get to work on all things energy, which usually means a lot of the 2030, 2045 targets that we're talking about fall within my portfolio. But my colleagues work on, very related efforts. So we do have a Deputy Secretary for Climate Change. We have a Deputy Secretary for wildfire resilience and biodiversity and habitat. And so all of these efforts are really interrelated. So again, hopefully I'm answering this, but everything that we're doing is, pushing towards climate change. And I think that there's a lot of efforts that we're working on to meet 2030, 2045. I mean, I want to talk about some of the challenges that we see, and I don't know if they're challenges necessarily. It's just like really big opportunities. So, Emily, you talked about this, amazing climate budget that we have, $54 billion. We also have this suite of climate legislation that was just passed. I mean, really amazing work, and I think it shows a lot of, coordination, dedication between the administration, the legislature, people of California. And I think one of the things that's going to be a challenge for us, though, is time. And that's because we have a lot to get done in such a short amount of time. And Emily, again, your slides perfectly illustrated like how much we have to get done. I feel like there's a few things like within this challenge of time. Like I mentioned, we have over 21,000 people working to support California and our climate energy goals. And even with 21,000 people, there's so much to be done. There's just not enough time for them to get all of that work done, right? For us to do meaningful engagement with people, to bring everybody that needs to be part of this conversation into the room, like that, all of that takes time, and you can't rush that. And then the other thing that I think about too, which again has been a really, I think, big conversation in Kern County, is these projects that we need. Like we need them yesterday, now, I guess, but if you're more optimistic, it's now. But that time to, develop that project, get the financing, permit it, construction, to, actually turning on that project, like that takes time, and it could take years and years of time. So really a big effort of the state is to streamline permitting. But again, I think that's a huge challenge for us.
Yes, I know, it's almost 2023, which seems very, very crazy to me, very futuristic. So I think given sort of there's a lot of money in the California budget directed at a whole host of different topics and areas, that's a pretty diverse portfolio. What is your opinion? So California does have this very broad approach, and then there's also very targeted funds at the federal level and even targeted bucketed funds for the state. How do you feel, what's the potential there? Is that sort of the right approach? Is it technology neutral? Are there things, do you think that there's specific ways we could streamline this to make things a little bit, to move a little bit faster by sort of, being more hyper-focused in different ways on specific projects? Or what is your view on sort of the lay of the land in terms of sort of broad portfolio or, targeted deep dive approach?
Yeah. So I think having a diverse portfolio and taking this wide range of actions is really good for California. And I think back to the recent extreme heat event that we had in September. I think everybody here remembers that. It was just this, over 10-day extreme heat event that really challenged our grid, right? We were looking at, higher levels of demand than we had previously forecasted. We were looking at these temperatures that were much hotter than we had thought about. And we were also looking at, again, over 10 consecutive days of heat. That was impacting not just us in California, but also West-wide, right? So there's a couple pieces there to think about. It's if you have this consecutive heat, you're not allowing some of the resources that you're relying on to get a break during the nighttime. If it's not cooling off, some of these resources are working much harder than than they were projected to work or designed to work. And then if other states are experiencing the same extreme heat that we are, we can't rely on them as much for imports or support. Right? So again, when I look back to the efforts that we undertook during that extreme heat event, just to support reliability in California, I think we called upon every single resource that we had, right? We called on solar, wind, geothermal. We looked at, how could we be more efficient in use of energy, even kind of looking at, demand response, even calling on backup generators. So again, I really think this diverse portfolio approach is really necessary. And then also just the thing too, as I mentioned in my, in the previous kind of comment, is time is a limitation. And we really don't have time to just focus on one technology, wait to see how that plays out or hope it's enough. I mean, we really need to be doing everything that we can now to address this climate crisis. So I really think that this is a good way to go. And there's other things too to think about is when we're talking about the climate crisis, we need to be trying to address the impacts of climate change. So we want to prevent those climate change from happening, but also mitigating the current impacts. So again, looking back to that extreme heat event, there's other actions that you wouldn't think that we would normally take that help, but let's talk about energy efficiency. So at the California Energy Commission, they do building standards. Every 3 years they talk about, a home should, like a building should be more energy efficient to help increase occupancy, comfort, and safety, and reduce that carbon footprint. And believe me, if you had been in a home that was built in 2021 or 2022 during this extreme heat event, you would have been much more comfortable than you would have been in a home that was built in 1980, right? So again, there's things that we also need to do to mitigate the impacts of climate change, and I think it's also an equity issue, right? It's not just about trying to fight climate change, but also just helping bring everybody along. So, with that being said, and everything that I just said about yes, we need this diverse portfolio, there is a need also for sometimes being more specific. Again, a lot of these are new technologies. Some of them will need a little bit more help than others. So it is appropriate, I think, to occasionally set targets for other technologies with appropriate limitations put on them. I think back to earlier this summer, the state agencies led by the California Energy Commission, they adopted planning goals for offshore wind. So again, normally we're technology neutral. We do have some limited, we do specific policies, but that's really important depending on the situation.
I think the heat wave was a really good example of how individuals are feeling the impacts of climate change, although I was not here, I was on vacation. It was a great time to not be in California. But I think thinking about that and sort of what is the role, I think bureaucracy and state government can feel very overwhelming for people who are on the front lines and are experiencing the impacts of climate change. What is the role of individuals in sort of getting involved in the process? It is, as you said, we need to go faster. We need to do things, much more. We need to think about permitting faster and building and doing. But what is the role of individuals and communities who really are feeling these impacts of climate change in the process, in participating in what the trajectory of California's climate policy looks like?
Yeah. So, I think participation from the community, from individuals, is so, so important. And I would just say, any stakeholder, right? The more information that we have, the better. Again, at this state level, all of these agencies are working really hard on these issues, but we're also limited in, the information that we have, right? We do our best to, read the academic reports that come out, to pay attention to current events. We hopefully have formed, community contacts and are, engaging with them. But, there's always something that you're going to miss if you're not actually within that community. So again, I think it's super important to have community engagement and participation in our events. And, the straightforward answer is yes, please participate in our proceedings. Please come to our, hundreds of thousands of workshops that we have every year. Please, read the hundreds of thousands of documents and memos and reports, that we send out every year. But, that's really not feasible for everybody. A lot of people don't have the capacity or the resources to follow every single proceeding or to read every single document we put out there, which does make it hard, to really meaningfully engage. And so I'm not going to say I have the answer, other than this is something that we're working on and thinking about, and would really hope that there's people out here, who have thoughts on this and who will hopefully reach out to me later on to tell me oh my gosh, you were on this stage and missed a super easy answer, and here it is. But I would love that.
Easy answers are wonderful. I think sort of bringing it back to a lot of the discussions we've had over the past 2 days, it's thinking about climate and energy and then workforce. And how do we think about all of the new technologies that will be needed? Do you see specific ways that California or that the Resources Agency is really sort of leaning into workforce development for some of these technologies that we know we're going to need? Are there sort of there was discussion yesterday that was great about finding common ground. How do we think about sort of moving forward in a way that develops a workforce that is, well equipped at sort of, across the diversity of California and the diversity of technologies to really sort of tie in? Do you see, where do you see sort of the workforce going when it comes to California climate?
Yeah. So that's a really good question. I feel like workforce development is definitely a big topic. I think there's, a few big topics other than like our normal work that we're just trying to do a better job at the state agency level. So workforce development is one of those areas we're trying to do better at. Equity is another area that we're trying to do better at. And really for workforce development, I think it's, everybody, I think, as we start to go through our proceedings and our various efforts, we're really thinking about like how do we create, additional jobs in California? Like what is that workforce development? We always talk about this clean energy transition. And then we always say we want everybody to be part of that, right? And it's one thing to just say it, but we really need to think through like how we're bringing everybody and including them as part of this clean energy transition. So for workforce development, I think it's a little bit more, I think it's a difficult topic though, because every region is different in California, right? There's not like a one size fit all where I can say like this solution here that's going to create jobs will work there. I think again to offshore wind. A technology that's coming to California that we're currently working on and that will bring a lot of jobs to California. And people say like, what's really great is for offshore wind, you guys should really look to the oil and gas industry for their experience with offshore wind. Like there could be a lot of like job opportunities there. But I think about that and I say like, okay, like that is great. We definitely need the workforce development. We need these jobs. These will be like good paying jobs, but at the same time, like offshore wind, it will be on our north coast, the Humboldt area. It'll be on our central coast. It's not going to be in places necessarily like Bakersfield. So again, for somebody to tell me like offshore wind is the answer for workforce development or for transitioning people from other industries, like it's not the only solution, and it's not necessarily the right solution for like, for example, this region. So again, I really think that we need to have these conversations with the community and really get this information of like what works best for you? What are you guys looking for? And what are technologies that can work? Like bring that to us and help us figure this out.
Yes, and I think one of the answers, that's been discussed here is community colleges and outreach and trying to understand the needs of the community and really developing the curriculum and the training for these new emerging jobs that hopefully will be high road and high paying jobs. So Natural Resources Agency, obviously you cover natural resources, and what is the role of sort of natural working lands in this space? I think, we're in Kern County, there's a lot of agriculture here. How do we think about sort of the biological systems when it comes to climate change and sort of thinking about carbon dioxide removal from a natural or a technical perspective?
So again, I think this goes back to a couple of things that like we've touched on of like at the Natural Resources Agency, we're trying to do everything related to climate and energy. Natural working lands, definitely a very critical part of the solution for addressing climate change. Natural working lands make up about 90% of California lands, right? And just very critical for sequestering carbon, storing carbon. And so I think a lot of what we're doing at the Natural Resources Agency is trying to think through how can we protect our natural and working lands? How can we restore them? Bring them back to their full usage. Again, seeing the benefit of natural and working lands. Again, just it's very kind of like, to me, I think of it more as like a passive approach to reducing emissions, It's something that is just there and is happening as long as we're being good stewards of the land, right? So a lot of our policies and work that we're doing is geared towards, improving the health of our land. But again, huge role there. Again, not the only solution, right? As the energy person, I do have to remind people as well, like, all the technologies that we're trying to get out there, like that is also key for climate change.
Yes, that's the portfolio approach. No, I think that's great. I guess in wrapping up, and we'd love to open it up for questions. So if you have questions, please grill us. But just in thinking about sort of the next steps, it's 2023. We're trying to get to 2030, and then I'm always reminded that like, oh no, what we really need to do is to get to net zero by 2050. So even 2030 seems very near and a very daunting amount of reductions to achieve. What do you see in terms of the long-term plan? Is California, you don't want to have sort of technology off-ramps, but what are do you see any, not thinking about the near-term targets, but long-term, what do we need to do today? Not maybe, what are the investments we need to make today in technologies or in workforce development that will really help drive us? Are there specific things you think we need to think about in the next few years to get us not to 2030, but to 2050?
Okay, well, I'm so glad you said the word investments because I have just been like waiting to throw out some numbers, right? So I'm just gonna somehow like weave it in there, maybe elegantly, maybe not. But now you guys know why I'm like throwing these numbers out there, because I'm just so excited to share them. So lots of next steps for us. Again, I think the biggest thing is having these conversations, communicating with each other, like keeping these conversations going. There are a lot of new technologies that we need to think about. And again, as we keep on saying, like there is not a lot of time, right? And so at the state level, the administration, the legislature, the agencies, like they're coming up with this plan for how we're going to reach our targets, how we're going to address climate change. And what's really important, again, when I think about the work I need to do is implement some of these policies, like 2 of the things that we're working on, one of which you mentioned during your presentation earlier, SB 905, so carbon sequestration, and I also have SB 846, Diablo Canyon, a potential extension of Diablo Canyon. So like there's a lot of work that needs to happen, and these conversations are really key. And we keep on saying these conversations need to be happening, but just to be more specific, the conversation that I want to have, and that would be super helpful for me, is, help on shaping policy implementation. I really think it's past the time of debating, like, do we need this technology? Do we need this policy? There still is room for that conversation to happen, but again, what I really, really need help with is shaping implementation or shaping these policies. So again, really want to have those dialogues. So those are some big things, and like I said, there's also permitting efforts. Yes, permitting streamlining efforts going on in California to help get some of these projects online sooner. So again, engagement in those efforts is also super critical to make sure like we're not overlooking community concerns. Again, none of this is to avoid, it's not to bypass community engagement. It's not to bypass environmental reviews. It's just to, look at areas where we're maybe taking a little bit too long, or we're being redundant in our efforts and just being more efficient. And then, I'm gonna throw out my numbers, okay?
Let's hear
So this is why it's really important for us to continue to invest, okay? So we talked about this like amazing climate budget we have. And we should also talk, and you referenced like the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, so we have federal funding as well. So we have this really, really big opportunity right now, right, to just leverage both federal funding and state funding. I mean, from federal funding, we can get potentially hundreds of millions of dollars coming to California, right? That's hundreds of millions of dollars, like we don't have to spend to address climate change. We can add to that, and again, though, I will also note that federal funding should not be a replacement for our funding. But again, this is just so key, right? Trying to leverage all this funding. So there's opportunities that the state is trying to address. And actually, I think we'll get to hear from former LA Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa later today. And he's, Governor Newsom named him the infrastructure advisor to help, coordinate and prioritize projects for funding under, federal funding. But okay, here's my numbers. Sorry, I keep on hyping them up, so I'm hoping that they're impressive to you guys. But this is why it's important to do state funding, okay? So just thinking again about the Energy Commission, which is where I came from prior to my so far 6-month tenure at the Resources Agency, which is why I keep on mentioning them, because I'm most familiar with their work. But they have a research and technology program, and they provide funding, grant funding for promising technologies that support our climate and energy goals. And over the last 10 years, they have spent $1 billion on over 430 projects. Okay, so they've spent $1 billion, and during that time for those projects, the private investment that was pulled in, $7.8 billion. So we basically put in $1 billion and $7.8 billion came back in private investments in this. And then just to add on more to that, 19 of those 430 projects, and there's more focus on energy efficiency, but 19 of these energy efficiency projects, right? From now through 2045, those 19 projects are expected to save $18.6 billion in energy bills. Right, so again, just want to highlight the importance of state funding, federal funding, the opportunity it could bring to California in terms of jobs, decreased costs, affordability, equity, and just again, if I could just put one more plug, I think I've probably done like 100 plugs for this by now too. Is like time is of the essence. We really just need to move quickly, and this is why, again, we need people to engage with us in whatever capacity they have.
Yes, I think that's a great way to wrap it up. I would say one thing. I think we're really good at setting federal and state targets, and to your point, implementation happens at the local level. So it's really engagement here and engagement in local communities that's where you actually see the reductions that we need. It's not enough just to set a target and throw some money at it. We do need to see boots on the ground implementation, which I think is a really good, the people in this room are really need to be an integral part of that, and I really thank you for your leadership, and we'd love to open it up for questions.
No hard ones.
Yes, so we have about a few minutes for questions, and then we're going to start the next panel with our State Treasurer Fiona Ma and Senator Bradford at 11 sharp. So Russell Johnson, question here.
So you referenced SB 905 and speed. SB 905 has a deadline of 2025 for developing the framework. How do you see that actually being achieved by 2025? And then also, how do you see that timeline being in a hurdle or a complement to the Inflation Reduction Act?
Good question. I thought I said no hard questions. Okay, so just to back up a little bit so that everybody in the room is familiar with 905, I mean, we already referenced that it's about carbon sequestration, and I think the specific portion of it that you were referencing, it's talking about this framework by 2025. And so this is something that I get to work on. Very excited to be part of this conversation. But 905, one of the requirements is that by 2025, the Natural Resources Agency, they propose a framework for governing agreements to the legislature. And so this framework for governing agreements basically says if you have 2 or more pieces of land that overlie a storage reservoir, like what is that framework for proceeding with it? So that talks about, if there's multiple owners for that land, who do you need permission from? What do you do if you can't get permission? What is fair compensation? What are the safety measures that you need to put around there? So, for example, if there's owners of adjoining property, are they allowed to do any, invasive drilling or anything on their land so close to a reservoir? But and financial protections, right? Liability protections. So all of that are inputs or, I think, guidance that we need to come up with as part of this framework. So 2025 for doing that kind of work in a meaningful way that has full community engagement, that is not a lot of time, right? It seems like it's 2 years, but that is not a lot of time. That requires a lot of expertise, a lot of discussion, definitely a community discussion. So how are we going to get this done? Well, I am so fortunate that of those 21,000 workers, I don't get to work with all of them, but I will get a very, very tiny subset of them to work with me on this project, and they have a lot more expertise on oil and gas than I do. We're also looking at how we can partner with other agencies. So again, this collaboration between agencies. So we'll be talking to, for example, State Lands Commission, California Geologic Survey, Department of Conservation. So there will be all of these agencies engaged in this effort in trying to reach this target. I don't have the answers in terms of the specifics of how we're going to get this done, other than this general plan of definitely no community process or community engagement, definitely a public, transparent process. Definitely need to have some hearings here in the area. But in terms of how this impacts the Inflation Reduction Act, so I think one of the things that was so important about 905 is, the governor, he's made it clear that, carbon capture, utilization, and storage is a part of California's future. There is funding in the Inflation Reduction Act for carbon capture, and we need to move quickly on this, right? There's already projects that are being proposed. There's already, legislation looking at this. There's already, local counties considering this, and so really, again, to have a unified approach where we can help shape that, we really need to be moving quickly. So I think, there is increased urgency because we have to have some of this already figured out to qualify for the IRA funding. And I know you're giving me this look like, yes, 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 but so we can talk afterwards. But I hope I answered your question.
Russell, was that good? You can do a sidebar later? Sidebar, sidebar later. Any other questions? Come on, folks. We have the Deputy Secretary and Emily here. Yes, over there. Okay. I said we didn't need a mic over there, so I'm going to get my steps. Oh, you got it. All right.
Hi, LaQuinn. You mentioned having a dialogue to help shape policy implementation. So if you had one wish, what does that look like? Because there are a lot of people that want to help with the policy implementation. And I worked on SB 905. In fact, my colleague and I sponsored it. And so we're getting inundated with calls on how to shape policy implementation. If that's your goal, how do we help you do that? What would be the #1 wish you have to make that happen?
Oh my gosh, does it have to be just one wish? Could it be like multiple, or can I have like one broad wish and then
Tell us
have like
anything
sub
you
wishes
can.
underneath of
Yeah.
there?
What would you need? What's your wish list? Because we want to make it happen.
Well, I mean, you guys know, I think you can all probably say it, because I've been saying it over and over, is time, right? Like I need time that I don't have to have this organized approach, so it could be this perfect approach that I want to do, where we're getting input from everybody, and we're able to take this perspective, that perspective, have these thoughtful conversations, dialogues. With that, but more practically, I think what's helpful is, I think reaching out and being willing to engage and just offering, support in whatever format you guys are able to provide. I really need to start to, a lot of this on me, I really need to start to think about, or continue to think about, how we do this in an organized manner in the limited time we have. There's so many pieces that we need to think about. I think one piece that actually we didn't touch on very much is education, and kind of setting this baseline of knowledge. And I know that Kern Community College District is doing a great job of that, and I think we need to do more of that, right? Taking the conversation around like what does this technology mean, and taking it away from like the technical aspects. So I definitely need help there in terms of like education. Helping to create these educational materials for people, agreeing on like what we can agree on at a baseline so that we can move beyond it to kind of shaping that policy. Gosh, I wish I had unlimited resources. Again, I alluded to, not everybody having the capacity or resources to participate. There's, 100,000 different proceedings that are claiming everybody's attention. It'd be nice to get people in a room for, a few days, not at one time, but just getting focused attention on these topics and getting people, giving them that space and that ability to make time in their lives to be part of this conversation, right? Like the worst thing that could happen is if we start this work, we get so far down the path and then we have somebody come in and say like, wait, I didn't know this existed, or I didn't know you guys were doing this work, or I didn't have time to participate, and now like I have some really critical information to provide. And that is amazing. I want input information at any point, but it'd be really awesome if it was earlier in the process and I had time to incorporate that.
Okay, all right. Sidebar with you after that.
Okay. Well, and then I'm assuming there'll be a
lot of
public
people wanna
process
help.
of workshops, and there will be opportunities for public engagement and opportunity for public comment and written comment.
yes.
But I will say, as being a former state employee, that it's really difficult to know like what listserv to sign up for and how to navigate. You have to Google things on the website. So I think, but like being sort of aware, and if there are ways you can sort of be helpful in the public process. But yes, I'm sure it'll be a very robust public process moving forward.
Yeah.
We have two more
Definitely.
questions. We have Jeff and Steve, and then we'll wrap up. Oh, I guess 3, real quick. Yes, 3, that's it. Yeah.
It's very
Oh,
quick.
introduce yourself, folks.
Hi, my name is Fred Nilsson. Everyone keeps talking about CO2 sequestration, and one thing I never hear talked about is carbon dioxide is extremely corrosive. And I'm just wondering what department, what team is discussing how you're going to entomb this and keep it where you inject it. And also CO2, when it's under compression, it affects the metal one way, and once it's injected into a reservoir, there's a huge temperature swing, which creates embrittlement to the casing. And I never hear anybody talking about that, or how they're going to address that before they start pumping all this into the reservoir. So I'm just curious, is that your office? Do you have another team? Who's looking at the technical aspects of what type of wellbore needs to be in place before you start trying to do all this injection?
Yeah. Great question. So also related to SB 905, this is the other piece of work that the Resources Agency gets to do. So that team that your question is me. I have a colleague here, Moy in the background. I'm pulling him onto this team with me. And then also, again, working with some of our other state agencies. So on this pipeline question specifically, I think there's a couple different aspects to that. So the other big piece of 905 for the Resources Agency is we get to, by I believe February of next year, we get to propose a framework for pipeline safety and operations in California. And so again, that's the pipelines that are transporting the carbon dioxide from wherever it's captured to where it will be stored. So this is an effort that I plan to undertake with other agencies, like I mentioned, State Lands Commission, Department of Fish and Wildlife, State Fire Marshal, CAL FIRE, Public Utilities Commission. And so we will definitely be looking into the safety issue. And again, abbreviated timeline. I'm not even going to give you guys what I think is a big concern there, because you all know what I'm going to say. But again, really key to have participation. It's so interesting is yesterday I was able to meet Lori, and I let her know, I am going to need help with engaging the community on this topic, because we have such a short timeline, but I need to make sure that we have community input and concerns, right? I may end up living next to a pipeline. I have no idea, right? I don't know where those pipelines will be, but right now where I live, there is no proposed pipeline, right? Or there is no pipeline next to me. So really, I need to hear from the people who live near pipelines or who will be living near the pipelines, what their concerns are, so I can make sure that those are accurately answered and that information provided. Okay, so the other question that you had is concerns around, leaking of carbon dioxide and embrittlement, all of those impacts that, there's just not enough information on. So just want to highlight, working with academia to address a lot of these questions, right? These are key questions that need to be answered. And, this is all information, and it's funny, or not funny, but good that academia and others have been reaching out to us, and that question that we had previously of, what can we do to help? And what we need help with is researching a lot of these questions. So it's not to say that we're going to throw it completely on other people, right? We also have agencies looking at this. So for example, I mentioned the California Geologic Survey. So part of what they're doing is they are looking at, some of the impacts around carbon dioxide, storage. So they're looking at, what type of reservoirs are there? And they're actually working on a project a survey, even though they're called California Geologic Survey. Seems weird to use that word again. But they're actually planning to do a survey around what reservoirs are out there? What is the best reservoir for, carbon dioxide? Where are optimal locations for it? What are the seismic impacts associated with, with injection? And another good piece of 905 as well is the California Geologic Survey. They're tasked with forming a group to, help monitor the impacts of carbon dioxide and really work closely with the California Air Resources Board, to track those impacts.
Two more questions, and then just so you all know that one of the things, this conference started the conversation, but all of the follow-up and all of the folks that we're bringing, we're going to be putting together the follow-up questions. We will be engaging with all of the agencies, the secretaries, the folks. One thing to be able to put people together to follow up and make it easier, and that's our commitment from the economic, from the community portion, and for all of the infrastructure projects. We are that link. That's why we wanted to do this, and we are, as we have a team at CREL that will be doing all of this hard work, detailed work through the agencies, through all of the speakers here. Please.
Jeffrey Clary with the Foundation for California Community Colleges. And I don't actually have a question, but I have a suggestion as far as this community engagement aspect, which is really, really important and obviously really, really difficult to achieve. So just keep in mind that the California Community College Network is 116 campuses located in all the places that are on the ground where this kind of work will be happening. And ARB has already had great success having community engagement events at the colleges, who also are really connected to civic organizations, Chamber of Commerce's, local environmental justice groups, so that all those people can actually become aware of and participate in that discussion. So talk to me if you'd like to know more about that.
Thanks, Jeff. And Steve,
yes, yes,
Hello.
please.
Thank you.
Hi, Stephen Amstutz, local developer, San Joaquin Sustainable Communities. One of the important things I think you mentioned was the streamlining of the permitting process from the state level, both CEQA and NEMA. what steps are you taking to streamline the permitting process at the state level, and how are we going to get these projects deployed in a timely manner?
So streamlining project, and I just want to clarify, not streamlining NEPA, right? That's at the federal level. CEQA, again, while we're making efforts to streamline, there is still a CEQA process, right? So still having that full environmental review. Again, I want to be really clear that we are not skimping or trying to shorten the environmental review process. It will still be just as rigorous. So, the streamlining efforts that we're talking about are really thinking through some of the technologies that are there, making sure that there's increased support and resources for either local jurisdictions or for state agencies to work on these projects. So that means increased coordination. It could be forming like working groups, again, where there may be agencies that have multiple projects together. So State Lands Commission, CDFW, Energy Commission, partnering with, federal agencies as well that may have an impact to talk through sometimes these projects and like where are we at in the project development timeline? What is the next step? Any key barriers that you guys see, right? So that's some of the efforts that we're doing, but also looking at some of the processes that we have, what is redundant? So for example, I think back to the Energy Commission again, at their business meeting, I think 2 weeks ago, they did a streamlining effort where they were looking at they have a small power plant exemption, and they were putting everybody through an evidentiary process, right, where you would do a full environmental document. But really, they weren't making a permitting decision. The only decision that they were making is, do you need to come to us and submit an application to go through our full permitting decision, or do you need to go to the local jurisdiction, right? And so they figured out oh, we're adding on months of time to these applications. So they made changes to remove that evidentiary hearing requirement and just really stick to what is being asked of us, how can we get that done. Other streamlining requirements too is again looking at I think AB 205 and AB 209 for certain specific projects. Those will go to the Energy Commission for permitting, or the project developers can opt in to go through the Energy Commission permitting process, right, and not go through the local jurisdiction process. And again, that's to really help those local jurisdictions that don't have the resources. We mentioned again a lot of these projects coming online right now, and so those jurisdictions that don't have the resources, developers can go to the Energy Commission for that. But there's also requirements around that too. We don't want people just coming to the Energy Commission because they're not getting the answer they want from the local jurisdiction, right? So there's very specific requirements about that and very specific community benefits that need to be part of that. So that's just a taste of what we're doing on streamlining.
Thank you so much, Emily. Any closing words here before we excuse the panel?
No, I think it's there's obviously a lot of engagement on a lot of these topics, and it does, sort of understanding the conduit from the local level to the state level, I think is a really important piece, and I think you're going to get blown up with a lot of people, so get ready for that. But no, thank you everyone, and you can get LaQuinn on the sidebar she'll answer all of your needs for SB 905. Thank you.
Sidebars,
Thank you.
and we'll wrap it up, and we'll be doing a lot of follow-up. I think this is amazing. Thank you, Emily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the family. All right. Now to another great panel, my poor friends. Senator Bradford, Treasurer Ma, thank you so much for making the trip down here. And thank you for adjusting to your schedule. This is going to be an amazing, amazing panel before lunch. We're able to hear from Senator Bradford. He's going to talk a little bit about him, his background, some of the priorities, and his role as the chair of the Legislative Black Caucus. And then he'll introduce our state treasurer, Fiona Ma, who will then speak. But this is the cool part. We did an audible here. We're going to have them sit on the stage, and Fiona's actually going to ask them questions because there's so much going on. As you know, I see Mayday, Mayday. Les Clark just arrived. There's going to be there's a lot of questions about the new special session that was called, right? December 5th. What are some of the things that's going to happen in the legislature perhaps next year? What does Sacramento feel like? What's going on with some issues? And then they'll take some questions. And again, their opportunity, they are just blown away. I know Senator Bradford's, came in yesterday, was wow. What is happening here at the Kern Community College District? Took them out last night, downtown Bakersfield, blown away. local economy, restaurants, and just meeting so many people. And Fiona Ma has been here numerous times to the Central Valley. They are partners, they are our future leaders, and they're gonna help us. All those questions you had, folks, we're gonna be working with Senator Bradford on the Appropriations Committee, in leadership in the Senate, our state treasurer who has access to all these tools, to all of these resources that can help all of us. And at the end of the day, they all have equity and love for community, and they work with all these community organizations. That's why they ran for office. And I know them, and I know their heart, and let me bring up my good friend, Senator Steve Bradford, and he loves to play golf and listen to some good jazz. And Greg Porter, I promise, will get him to your Jazz Fest, our Highland High School friends. So big warm welcome for State Senator Steve Bradford. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Para. Is this hot?
Yes, it's hot.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give Nicole a round of applause for all that she has done to pull this conference together, hard work, and even though we did not serve in the legislature at the same time, she has become a great friend, a great ally, and we really appreciate all the work that she's done. I'm honored to be here. As stated, I represent the 35th Senate District down in Southern California, comprised of the cities of Inglewood, Hawthorne, Lawndale, Torrance, Gardena, Compton, Carson, all the way down to the harbor. And within that district, we have some of the most environmentally impacted projects going on. I have 4 refineries in my district. I have oil extraction in my district. I have Tesla in my district. I have SpaceX in my district. So it's a lot of converging industries that have to find a way to work together. I've now been in the Senate for 6 years. Prior to that, I served in the State Assembly with Ms. Ma, who was my Speaker Pro Tem when I got there, and I value her friendship as well. It's been a great experience. Like I said, I served, and when I was in the Assembly, I chaired Utilities and Commerce, where much of this discussion of where we are with climate and energy resilience and environmental and green and renewable energy has kind of like taken its shape. And I would only add one bit of caution. We as legislators many times legislate on issues and industries we know nothing about. And that's true. I worked for a utility for 12 years. I worked for Southern California Edison. So I can state that I know what they do well and I know what they do horribly. But many times we have individuals making energy policy or policy in general in areas that sound good because it's on the news, it's in headlines, but they know no real life experience about it. And that's what I would caution legislators, and that's why conferences like this is so important, so we can learn what the challenges are, what is needed legislatively from people like myself in order to help this industry grow. One of my biggest concerns in this whole renewable space is the lack of diversity, the lack of equity, the lack of, as stated earlier today, not only people of color, but women as well. And they're not in the room. And clap for that. They're not in the room. And we should want to make sure if it's going to work, it has to represent all of California. And right now, I see it doesn't. And often we lead with, all the jobs it's going to be creating. We also lead with low-income communities, impacted communities, and they very rarely see any of these projects. And I was successful enough to get a CARB audit a little over a year ago, and the results came back last year, and it was almost criminal of what CARB had promised versus what they've delivered. And we should be more cautious and be aware and holding these agencies accountable because they lead all the time, again, with low-income communities. We have to do this, we have to do that, and very rarely does any of these projects, let alone jobs, find their way into these communities. So we should insist upon that. That's why I really commend Kern County for what they do. They are the hub of this whole energy economy, from be it gas to some of the new renewable projects, wind and solar. And I just want to make sure everybody has opportunity to participate in this. If it's going to work, it has to employ all the people of California, not just a selected few. And we really push automation, which is critical, but we shouldn't do it at the cost of jobs. As I stated, I have the harbor, and we're trying to modernize the harbor and electrify the harbor. But one of the biggest concerns in the harbor is making sure as we electrify and clean the harbor up that we don't eliminate jobs through automation. So that's a balancing act that we have to find, just a right way to approach it. So those are some of the things I'm always looking at, making sure that we are fair in our approach to legislation. And Nicole asked me to talk about some of the things that I'm really passionate about, and it's also not dealing with this issue here, but criminal justice reform and making sure that we have a fair and balanced criminal justice system. I was able to author SB 2 last year that the governor signed, which was considered one of the most leading criminal justice reform acts in California, let alone the nation. Police decertification. Many people didn't know that you can lose your license as a lawyer, you lose certification as a teacher, be disbarred. But here in California, you can be a police officer and commit a crime, and you can quit your job and join another police force like nothing happened. So now we're creating a certification process where that officer can lose their certification and not be able to, as we say, wash, rinse, and repeat, and just continue those criminal acts and bad behavior in other departments. And another issue that's of great concern right now is reparations here in the state of California. I serve on the reparations task force. We passed the first reparations bill in the nation 2 years ago by our now Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber. She authored AB 3121, which is the first reparations bill in the nation. I'm one of 9 members on the task force. And so we're trying to put meat on the bones of what reparations looks like here in California. Many people say, well, oh, you didn't own slaves in California. Yes, you did. Even though we weren't a slave state, if you came to California with slaves in the 1800s, they were slaves when they arrived, and they were treated as such. We had a Fugitive Slave Act as well. So we have some atonement to make in that area. We have some corrections, and we do owe obligations, reparations, I should say. So it's not just about not having slaves, but the impacts of what happened here in California. And it was no different in other states such as the South. We did the same horrible things here in California, just under the guise that we were a free state. So those are some of the things I'm going to be working on and expanding upon that. Am I now supposed to bring up?
Yes, and thank you for Allensworth.
Oh, and Allensworth. Oh, yeah, right down the road. We were able to secure $40 million for Allensworth. And I was surprised at the number of people who lived in California and didn't know the history of Allensworth. And for those of you who might not know about it, it was a town that was formed by Colonel Allensworth in 1904, 1908, I believe. It was financed, governed, and managed all by African Americans. It was a thriving community until they decided to cut off the train stop in the community, I think in 1914, and to poison the wells and dry up the wells so they could no longer raise crops and ranch in those areas. And it is now a state park, but it's woefully short of what it needs to be a real landmark and historical park. So that $40 million is going to help us not only tell the story, but help hopefully restore that which that town represented. It was Colonel Allensworth's intention to make that the Tuskegee of the West. He had planned on bringing a university there. Like I say, they had hotels, doctors, hospital, everything that a community, a town needed, it was there in Allensworth until the surrounding community decided to pretty much end that town. So hopefully we can tell that story and help restore that which we're doing. So now I'm going to segue to who you really came to hear, and that's our our treasurer here in the state of California, an individual who's a dear friend of mine that I've served in the legislature with, as I stated. She was our pro tem when I got to the legislature. And often they say, call elected people like us politicians. But this is a public servant who happens to be elected. I don't know a more dedicated individual than Ms. Ma. And I was elected in 2009 in a special election, so I came in by myself. I knew people, but I didn't know the process. And it was Fiona Ma who took me under her wings and said, hey, Bradford, we will go to everybody's event. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She says, we will go to Democrat events and we'll go to Republican events because this is a relationship business. And I've been able to be as successful as I have been because of the tutelage and the friendship and the advice that she gave me. She's one of the hardest working elected officials in the state of California. Our 34th treasurer in the state of California, Ms. Fiona Ma.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stevie B, as I like to call him, and it's always great to have a mentee who listens to you. But seriously, I know how it feels to be, in the minority or on the short end of votes and everything. And so when I saw Steve and he came in a class by himself, you don't have anyone really to turn to, and you don't know who you can trust. And so I said, come with me, and he did, and we've been best friends ever since. So I want to thank Nicole Parra, one of my best friends since we served in the legislature together. When I started in the legislature, I was the majority whip. So my job was to go around and make sure that we had the votes for Democratic bills. So I would go around with a card, and I would be like, are you yes or no? Are you a maybe? And Nicole always knew where she was going to vote. She was never a maybe, ever. And if she was a no and the speaker wanted her to be up on a vote or on the budget and she was a no, I'd be like, Nicole, the speaker is going to be upset with you. She's like, I don't care. She's like, my constituents voted me to be here, and I'm going to represent the interests of my constituents. So this is the kind of person that she is. She does not kowtow to pressure. But I never thought I would be here. I am the daughter of immigrant parents. Growing up, my parents wanted us to be one of the lead professions, a lawyer, engineer, accountant, or a doctor. So I'm an accountant, my brother's an engineer, and my sister is a doctor. We just never had a lawyer in the family. But I went and got my undergraduate bachelor's degree in accounting, got my first job with one of the big 8 accounting firms, studying real estate, specializing in real estate taxation. And after about 5 years, I quit because there were no women or people of color in leadership positions. So I quit and started my own practice at the age of 28 years old, and I became president of the Asian Business Association. So my job was to go represent women and minority small business owners to try to access more contracting opportunities at the federal, state, local, and even the private sector levels. And that's when I started to see that people like us were not at the table. We were not the decision makers. We were not the elected officials. We were not controlling the money and the policy. And so I got more and more interested in who are these people that are making these decisions. And I listened, I learned, I got involved, I started clubs. I did a lot of pro bono tax work for candidates who were running, who couldn't afford to pay for an accountant. And after 8 years, I finally was ready to run, or at least my parents gave me kind of permission to run. They did not want me to run for office, and they would say, well, we want you to go get your MBA. And so I would go get my MBA. They'd be like, okay, you coming back to your senses? I said, no, I still want to run for office. They said, well, your younger brother wants to get married. You need to get married. So I got married. And then finally at 34 years old, I'm like, Mom and Dad, please let me do one thing. And they're like, okay, well, we love you. If you don't win, it's okay. Try your best. We're going to move to Las Vegas. and they left. And that was the first time I was able to do something for myself, right? I'm the dutiful eldest daughter, very thankful that our parents sacrificed to come here, never argued, never, yelled at my parents, never fought them, got straight A's. So finally I was able to run, and that was in 2002. I ran in the Sunset District, which was the Chinese seats back then on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. We're an 11-member body, the only city and county in the state. And when I ran, there were 7 other candidates in the race. I was not favored to win, but I work really hard, right? You guys know, we were all in the same class. I worked really hard, and I managed to win that election. And it was all about being in the neighborhoods, right? You need to be responsive. You need to want to call people back, try to fix problems, and I became really good at that for 4 years. And then I ran for the state assembly, where I met Nicole, started out as a majority whip, speaker pro tem, under 3 different speakers, 2 different governors, and during the Great Recession. So it wasn't a happy time. It was difficult, but I learned a lot, and I was able to, number one, be there when AB 32 was starting to be implemented, right? It passed in 2006. I got elected in 2006, so started in 2007. And so it was really at the ground zero for all of these climate changes and how California was leading. And the rest of the world kind of looked at us, right? Like, you can't do that. How can you mandate that? How can you set these goals? But as California goes, the whole nation goes, and sometimes the whole world. And so, Fabian Nunez, Fran Pavley, Arnold Schwarzenegger took credit for it. God bless him. Whatever, he's the governor, he's allowed to do that. He signed the legislation. And we started going down that path of being that global warming solutions, climate change leaders, and setting these different mandates. So Great Recession happens, and of course, the whole world is upside down again. And so we didn't focus as much on climate after that. We were really focused on how do we get ourselves out of debt. And then as Jerry Brown got elected, paid off all of our credit cards, paid down all of our debt, then we were able to get back to global warming, climate change. And this past budget season, Gavin Newsom, our governor, Gavin Newsom, signed $54 billion worth of bills, legislation that is going to directly impact climate change. And so we thank the leadership of our governor as well as our legislature, members like Steve Bradford, who continue to push the envelope and make sure that we are doing our part in this global climate crisis, because other people are watching us. And if we are not leading by example, then other people are going to call us hypocrites, because we are doing more and pushing ourselves and everybody else more than ever. So now as state treasurer, I am your banker. All of the revenues come into my office. Last year it was $3.2 trillion. We are the 5th largest economy, and maybe, according to Bloomberg, we may be heading toward number 4 over surpassing Germany pretty soon. I also manage the state's idle funds in short-term investments. That portfolio is about $218 billion, and I issue all the bonds for the state of California as well as the UC and CSU systems. I also chair 13 boards and commissions that funds and finances affordable housing, hospitals and children's hospitals, charter schools, public transportation, green energy, garbage and recycling, and the likes. And also, I chair 3 savings programs. But 1 or 2 of them directly impact this industry and our new green economy. The California Alternative Energy and Transportation Finance Authority, one of our incentive programs is our sales tax exemption program. So for any companies that are buying expensive equipment that is cleaning and greening our environment, they can apply to get their sales taxes waived. And that could be up to 10 or 11% and could be a real game changer for especially these smaller companies. We have been oversubscribed over the last 4 years. I've been trying to get more money from the governor. I thought I was going to get an extra $50 million, but we ended up getting $15 million for lithium. Lithium extraction to promote and support that industry because of our goals for more electric vehicle cars here by 2035, which requires the infrastructure, the batteries, the chargers, and all of that really requires lithium, which is around and in the Salton Sea. And so that is going to be the priority for our $15 million in sales tax exemption over this next year at least. Also, we have our Cal Competes program. It is an income tax deferral, 3 to 5 years, to incentivize companies to come and locate and grow here in the state of California. There are not a lot of incentive programs. We always hear California is expensive to do business. Why don't you give us more tax credits, right? And incentives. We are doing the best that we can. We could use your help if all of you feel like we should be doing more for green, sustainable, clean investments and companies, whether it's biomass or geothermal or lithium and the likes, then we need your help too to come during our legislative sessions, during our budget time, to lobby your assemblyman, your senator, the governor about the companies that you want to see here in your region, which ones are wanting to grow, and how they need a little bit more tax incentives because we know that other states are trying to woo them. I also sit on CalPERS and CalSTRS. We are very focused on ESG, right? Environmental, social, and governmental. And the environmental part is the one that is probably the hardest to define. Right? Everybody kind of understands in concept ESG, but what does that really mean? And so we spend a lot of time in the investment world. A lot of the major, investment banks and other financial companies are moving in that direction because they see that people, workers, young people, they want to work for companies that are doing the right thing. And if any of you are millennials or working with millennials, they will quit on an instant. If they don't agree, they don't like it, they don't feel like you're doing enough, they will quit, right? And so how do we incentivize them to stay with these companies? And if they're doing the right thing, right, transitioning to clean alternative energies or even leading in those sectors, I think that's where our young people are going to want to work and stay. And these are the companies that are going to grow and make money in the future. And so we shouldn't always focus on short-term investments because some of these companies take a long time to ramp up through research and development, but in the long term, those are the companies that are going to be here to stay. So I thank all of you for coming out here, for sharing your ideas, for networking, for letting us know what you're all working on, what excites you, what some of the barriers are, because that's what we try to do in government is we try to cut through the red tape. We try to pass policies that make sense. We try to allocate money to those industries that are growing and where we want to focus, especially out here in the Central Valley and in Kern County. So I thank all of you. And
Fiona,
yep.
our friend, Assemblymember, former member Autumn Burke is here.
Oh.
Is Autumn in the room?
Is Autumn in the room?
So I just wanted you to acknowledge her.
Okay. So. Yeah, so Autumn Burke was also in the legislature, not during the same time, but she headed a very important committee, the Revenue and Taxation Committee. So anytime you want to raise rates or increase taxes or decrease taxes, it goes to her committee, and she was very, very good at analyzing all of the issues and, understanding that we are a capitalist society, right? And people are companies are out there, they have shareholders, they're looking to meet their bottom line, and we want to do everything that's social and good, but we also have to make sure that companies are making money and being able to survive in this business climate. So I want to thank Autumn Burke. But right now, Coffee Clutch. Okay, come on, Steve. Why don't you come up with us, Nicole? Nicole.
She is so bossy, isn't she? Oh, hot mic.
Okay. So we're kind of ad-libbing at this moment because I cannot speak for 45 minutes. That's just not my thing. And Steve is like, I can't even talk for 5 minutes. That's not his thing. So we are going to have just like a little fireside chat because I haven't seen you in a while. Steve, how are things going in the legislature since I've been gone?
We miss you. We need more grown-ups there. I mean, really, there is a challenge with, really, and I'm not being disparaging to anyone that serves, but you've seen a shift with term limits of the skill set of a lot of folks who've come to the legislature over the last 10 to 12 years. And what existed when we were there, again, was relationships. If you talk to people like Willie Brown and John Burton and all that, it's not how smart you are, it's the relationships that you have. That's what's going to get legislation passed. That's what's going to move the markers. So those relationships don't exist anymore.
And I find that too. You know, before it was, you know, you establish a friendship, you trust each other, you establish that type of loyalty, and that is decreasing, and it really is diminishing, I think, everything.
It is.
Right? I mean, if you can't trust your colleague and trust, you know, the people around you, then it makes going to work difficult every day.
You got to first know them too. And
Yeah.
again, they're not getting to know each other. And like I said, it's a relationship business. So.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions?
Let's go to questions. Well, just about 10 minutes, then we're going to have a break for early lunch. But come on, you can ask them anything. They'll answer anything. Come on, folks, come on, make us proud. Come on, Kern County. You know what? Come on. I know you have a question from Emerald. Tell them who you are.
Nobody has any questions. Yeah.
Okay, there's a question.
Oh, Julie Gill.
Greetings. Julie Gill for Hydrostore. And I was curious with the Inflation Reduction Act, if it is possible or in your scope of work to be able to weigh in to the Treasury guidance. You know, we view Kern County as an energy community, which will give an incentive for the right type of clean energy to site here. So just wondering on your thoughts and if you're planning to weigh in to encourage that Treasury gives that guidance.
Yeah, so I am very active with the National Association of State Treasurers. And so during the whole COVID crisis, we were actively engaged with Treasury, with, you know, the SEC, with the Federal Reserve on, you know, how to roll out certain money, who should get it, how they should get it, when they should get it. And so we do have a role as a state treasurer through our, you know, association, but we all have a role. And I would encourage all of you who have something to say to contact your, you know, our 2 state senators, your Congress member, the president. I mean, just try to reach everyone you can, because you just never know who's going to say, oh, I got a letter from Fiona Ma. That's interesting. Let's take a look at it. Or, I never saw your letter, Fiona, so I didn't know that this was a priority. So I would just say, reach out to everyone that you can. If you can meet with them in person, either in Washington or, you know, when they come home, I think that is also helpful, because you just never know how people are getting information. And I will give you an example. I'll tell you, like in the legislature, how I get information, and Steve probably has a different way. Usually, people will contact my office through my aides. And so I really have to trust them that they are giving me the information from my constituents or others in terms of what is good policy, what is not good policy. I like to meet with both sides. You know, I try to be very open-minded. I may have an opinion and be leaning a certain way, but then I meet someone else and I'm like, oh, I never even thought of that, unintended consequences. So I would just encourage you, even though if you think that that member is not on your side, just ask for that meeting, right? And if they are doing their job, they should be meeting with both sides. So I don't read my emails so much, you know, and I don't, some people say, well, show me all the emails, how many emails came in, how many letters. We don't even do letters anymore. We used to do how many people came into the office to see us. We don't do that anymore. And so you just have to figure out, you know, how to get, you know, your message across to members.
Our chancellor has a comment and a question.
Well, yeah, so Senator Bradford, we, Sonia Christian, Kern Community College District, 3 of our colleges are involved with public safety training, and we've got great relationships with our Kern County Sheriff's Office, or COSO Community College. Bakersfield College works with the Bakersfield Police Department. We are going forward with a baccalaureate proposal for public safety, police science. My question is, we are putting together a facility that is going to be a regional hub for first responders. So it's public safety, fire technology. And any suggestions from you and or our state treasurer on, you know, the potential of getting state funding for a regional public safety hub?
State funding for?
For a public safety, regional public safety hub.
I think the time is right. I mean, it's been a lot of talk again, as you stated, about police reform. We even had legislation last year by Reggie Jones Sawyer that was going to increase the requirement to be a law enforcement officer in the state of California. It's probably one of the only professions where you can take somebody's life and all you need is a high school diploma. So I think there will be funding. I chair Public Safety, Senate Public Safety, Reggie Jones Sawyer, so I will definitely make a note of that, because we're trying to change, you know, that whole interaction with community, and I think a better trained officer, a more exposed officer, and having a regional hub where we have, you know, I guess, common ground on how we train folks, I think it's going to make law enforcement far more effective and responsive to the community, not only here in this area, but throughout the state. So.
And thank you, Senator. He had a great discussion last night with our Public Safety Director, Derek Robinson, about supporting a lot of this last night. And your conversation, you got the materials this morning, so there will be follow-up, Chancellor, on that, and commitment to support our efforts at the state level with our treasurer, too. Steve, you had a question, and then we'll go here. So microphone, thank you.
Hi. That's with San Joaquin Sustainable Communities. Mr. Bradford, you talked about working for the public utilities in your past career. And obviously, as the electrification is sort of taking hold throughout the state, do you anticipate, and this is a question for both of you, do you anticipate some sort of subsidies of energy in the future coming from the state in terms of, you know, incentives for people electrifying their vehicles and transportation in general? Or is it just going to be with the infrastructure?
I didn't hear the...
Do you think it's going to be incentive for people like to get more electric vehicles?
There are plenty subsidies right now, and I think we are over-subsidizing this industry, if you ask me. I think, and poor people are subsidizing much of what we do, even with renewable power. I often are amazed at the number of people who say, oh, I'm off the grid and I get free power. That's the farthest thing from the truth. Somebody else is paying for your power, because when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing, that investor-owned utility or that incumbent utility still has to purchase power for you. And it's poor people who are subsidizing these programs right now, and that's why I'm trying to move away from some of these incentives. And so that's my personal position there. So.
Yeah, it is concerning. I just got an email and a text the other day about a affordable housing complex that is not able to open because they're not getting their electricity needs. And one of the companies said, well, we've kind of maxed out on our work for this year, and it's only, what, October? So, you know, we have to kind of push them and say, well, you know, this complex needs to open, you know, before the winter, otherwise people are going to be out there on the street. So, you know, I get that companies are trying to make profit for their shareholders, but on the other hand, right, we have our needs that we need met in the communities, and so that's when we get into conflict with some of these companies. If they're not doing the right thing, then, you know, then it causes problems for all of us.
All right, our last question here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Sagbohan. I'm actually the program manager for our public safety training program here at Bakersfield College. But my question goes along with as far as our communities. How do we get our underserved communities and our communities of color the information needed to be part of these conversations? Because I don't think we actually communicate to them effectively so they know what's at stake, how they can get involved in these programs. What do we need to do to actually get them more engaged and more involved and get that information to them?
I think we have to first start talking about people. Sometimes we lose them in the discussion of carbon sequestration and NOx and SOx and greenhouse gases, and they're like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Tell me how I keep a roof over my head. Tell me how to put food on my plate and have health care. And we need more programs like Kern Community College District is doing. I have 4 community colleges in my district. I wish they would have a program like that to expose individuals of the career opportunities that exist, some of the programs that exist. Again, I talked about the CARB audit. It was horrible what the failure of CARB, despite being an agency of 1,700 employees and billions of dollars of money to invest, none of it is reaching those communities that are needed the most. So we as legislators have to do a better job, but we have to do a better job also in working with folks like you say, in the industry, in the room, to educate the communities. And again, we have to talk in a way that people understand and want to be a part of something.
Yeah, and so during the pandemic, because the money either comes through my office or the governor's office, we're very engaged in it. And so I did about 300 Zoom webinars to small businesses, seniors, nonprofits, veterans, just letting them know what money is coming from the federal government and how they can prepare for it. And the problem with government is we put it up on a website and then we say, okay, the money's available, and we expect that everybody has gone through the website or without any sort of training or any outreach, and then our communities, the underserved communities that are not as sophisticated, that don't have fancy lawyers and accountants, and maybe our finances aren't, you know, up to speed, we lose out. Like, how many of us got a PPP loan, right? Restaurant revitalization, how many of our underserved got any money in the restaurant industry? So that is up to us, incumbent on all of us as leaders, people who lead organizations, to do more outreach. I'm always available if you want to talk about, you know, ongoing funding that is coming down the pike to get ready. Steve is available to talk about the things that, you know, that he is working on and he knows the best. So just call on us, and I would say do more of these roundtables. Do it by Zoom, because a lot of people can't take time off, but if you record it, they can listen to it, you know, at their convenience. I think that is really important, is access to folks who are busy working 2 to 3 jobs and, you know, are just trying to make ends meet, yet losing out on all these grants that are out there.
And might not have the internet as well. I mean, the digital divide is a big problem as well, so.
Well, let's give a warm applause. Thank you, my friends. They're going to be around during this break. Not yet, though, folks. Don't get up. So they'll be around to answer questions. I know the students want to take pictures. Fiona's going to do a meeting on site, but come back for the panel on carbon dioxide reduction. Senator Bradford has a Zoom at 2. Why I know all their schedules, I don't know. And then they'll be departing this afternoon. But, you know, remember, at the Kern Community College District, the community engagement led by our executive director, Norma Rojas Mora, and her team that's what they do so well. The beauty of being out in the communities and working in the communities, but we all need to we can do a better job, yeah, but we've got the best team doing it out there through Norma's team, so, and Puvin, right, the whole great team out there. All right, so with that, I just wanted to say we're gonna break for lunch. It's about 11:45. We'll be back here. Oh, let's do this. The wait staff, they took, there was so much food that unfortunately was not eaten. So if there's one person at your table, you can let them know there's only 3 here, right? If you're not eating lunch, please let them know. So is there and I want to acknowledge is the kitchen staff, can someone kind of bring them out so they can, where are they, team, the staff? Yeah, go ahead and just, a couple of them come out. So I want to know it's okay to ask at the table. And then, there they come. Just 2 seconds with me here. Bear with me. Someone from the staff of the Marriott? Yes, thank you. Let's a round of applause for all of them. This is 2 days. We know what it's like to carry those trays. Please let them know how many people at the table. We don't want food to go to waste. Be kind, be gentle, and we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. In a break. All right, folks, 5-minute warning, just a 5-minute warning. All right, let's get the students up here for the drawing. right, let's spin that thing. All right, we have the students from Independence High School. Let's see who's the lucky winner today. All right, go ahead when you feel it. Yeah, just open it up. Pull out a card. Oh, do we have the basket? Oh, come up here. Young man, what's your name again? My name is Dave. Dave has a beautiful basket from representing all 3 community colleges. And our winner is from the city of Bakersfield, Nina Carter. Nina, are you here? You have to be here to win. She's not here. All right, pull another one. Oh, this is a tough crowd. Let's see who is. We have, AC Electric, Andrew Kraus. Andrew? Woo, another one. Let's keep going. Man. All right, let's see. We've got Watt EV, Neil Meeks. Neil. Dave Teasdale, you're pointing at someone. Do people just not want to come on stage? Oh, he's in the hallways. Stephanie Vega, can you get Neil Meeks? He's in the hallway. He won the basket. Are you sure, Dave? Yeah. Who's on deck? Let's make this interesting. Let's pull another card. No, Neil. Oh, then give another card. People are Hydro Store, Kurt Hildebrand. Woo! We got a winner. Winner. Oh, yes, go ahead. Thanks, you guys. You can exit that way. Dave will give Kurt one of the panelists. Woo, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Everything good so far? A good half day of conversation? Yes, wonderful. Well, we're glad to have you back for the last half of our pre-summit. As they move the tables here, we'll take away that. Got a bunch of cards here. All right. We got the panel almost ready and mic'd here. I see Norm in the wings. You've heard me mention our Executive Director of Government Relations, Partnerships, and Development for Bakersfield College and Kern CCD, and I'm going to bring her on stage. But at this point, I don't know why we're so full of assembly members in this room. We have Assembly Member Jordan Cunningham. Jordan, please stand up. He is an Assembly member. He represents the Central Coast area. He was a key player representing the Republican caucus on SB 905. He is a point person for a lot of important climate and energy legislation, and we're very fortunate to have him here with Autumn Burke, who invited him. So again, you see a lot of good bipartisan relationships and support, and we'll be counting on him for a lot of good work. In fact, he's taking our team, Chancellor, to Hancock College, I don't know where the Chancellor went, to look at their public safety training center. He's committed to work with Derek. Boom, done, check, done. All right. I'm getting a little silly up here, folks. Dr. Grimes, I might have to call you up here next time. All right, now we're started with, Norm I've known for so many years, and let me tell you, she is someone in the community from when she was at the Housing Authority and all different organizations, and she was on board at Kern CCD before I came, and I'm just trying to keep up with all the good work that has been done and just trying to help push things to the finish line with her and her team. So at this time, I'm going to bring up Norma Rojas Mora, Executive Director for Bakersfield College and the Kern Community College District. A warm welcome for Norma Rojas Mora.
Should we go up now too?
All right.
This one's on.
Hello, oh, there you go.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Let's give it up for Nicole because this has been an incredible 2 days. Thank you so much, Nicole, for all the hard work, the amazing speakers. So, my name is Norma Rojas Mora. I am the Executive Director of Government Relations, Partnerships, and Development for the Kern Community College District and Bakersfield College, as Nicole said. And I have to tell you that I'm extremely grateful to be moderating today's panel that will focus on the role of EJ and community in climate action. And I don't use the word grateful lightly. I think I called once and was told, oh, that sounds interesting, Norma. I called twice to our wonderful panelists and was told, let us think about it, Norma. And I think it may have been the third or fourth try when I finally said, all right, we've got them, and we're gonna have an honest, open dialogue from your perspective on climate action and what that means for Kern County. So I wanna thank each of you for joining us today to share your perspectives. So we heard yesterday that there are different perspectives on climate action and the solutions to address the energy transition. This afternoon, we have 3 panelists who are not new to difficult discussions. Each have been involved with climate and economic justice in communities that have the greatest needs. Dan Ress is a staff attorney with the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you.
Lori Pesante, whom we heard from yesterday, is the Civic Engagement Director for the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And Gustavo Aguirre Jr. is the Kern County Director for the Central California Environmental Justice Network. So welcome, and once again, thank you. So California has enacted some of the nation's most aggressive climate measures in history to cut pollution and accelerate the state's transition to clean energy as part of California's climate commitment. As we move towards addressing climate action and the energy transition, we must ensure that there is economic, environmental, and health equity for all communities. I'm going to jump right in with our first question. With that in mind, what are 3 solutions for the next 5 to 10 years that are key to supporting an equitable transition in communities that have historically been the most impacted by energy policies? And we'll go ahead and start with you, Dan.
Thanks. So I think the first thing, we need to transition towards clean renewables, by which I mean solar, wind, storage for those 2, electric vehicles and associated infrastructure, so on and so forth. I think you all know what I mean when I'm talking about electrifying and moving towards clean electricity. There are a few things that are sometimes counted as clean electricity that I wouldn't want to count. Dairy digesters, bioenergy, some of those things, but if we stick to solar, wind, maybe a few other related technologies, and storage is obviously key. So I think that's the first thing. We need to get those deployed quickly, equitably, make sure there's access for everyone. And there are a lot of challenges associated with that I won't go into in depth. The second, I think we very much need to avoid dead ends. If we drive into climate dead ends, we're not going to be able to do this. We can't invest heavily in carbon capture and storage in every place that's being proposed. If we do that, we will fail, and it will harm frontline communities. The same communities that have been paying the costs in terms of their health and various other outcomes will continue to be burdened by pollution if we deploy these dead ends widely. The third thing, we have to get away from fossil fuels. This is just science. If we want society not to collapse, we need to stop burning fossil fuels. But I want to emphasize, we absolutely have to ensure a just transition for workers and communities. It is unacceptable that we would move away from fossil fuels and just abandon the workers and communities that have powered our economy for over a century. So we need to have really intentional policy to make sure that we do not leave anyone behind as we transition. Also related to fossil fuels, we need to start by ending fossil fuels in neighborhoods. SB 1137 was recently passed, which will end neighborhood drilling. Neighborhood drilling is a great example of environmental racism, where low-income communities of color have been targeted for oil extraction and all the harms that that brings with it. And there's a racist referendum effort against SB 1137 that needs to be defeated. This is the place to start managed decline. It's ending neighborhood drilling, and then start phasing out the rest of fossil fuel production and refining in California, along with, again, a just transition for workers and communities.
Totally agree with ending fossil fuels, electrification plus renewables. To avoid redundancy of what Dan has already said, I'll only add that the agricultural practices, regenerative practices, maximizing nature-based sequestration is really important, because projections here for the Central Valley in particular for climate change and what the Central Valley is going to look like under those conditions. We're talking extreme drought, which of course we're already in that, extreme heat, also already in that, but also profound loss of use of agricultural lands. I mean, I saw some projections that were very, very alarming, and we should all be alarmed by that. The other piece that I think, well, and then also the fact that we're projected to have a so-called mega flood. If we don't have nature-based sequestration happening and incorporated into regenerative agricultural practices, the quality of our soil, it's not going to be as resilient. Erosion will be much higher. Our biodiversity is going to tank. We really do need to be focusing on making sure that our soil is ready and resilient. The other piece that, to not be redundant, is the community piece that I think has been discussed all throughout this entire summit, right? And perhaps, LaQuinn is right when she says, there are no easy answers, but we are indeed having 1,000 tiny conversations to address what is ultimately the ultimate conversation of no easy answers. And to give you a taste of what that community engagement looks like, it means what you're doing here right now, being in person, talking to people, and especially seeking out your fiercest critics, seeking them out, your fiercest critics, and having a real conversation with them is super important, but never ever forgetting that the fact that when we mean engagement with community, we mean being with community. Dolores Huerta Foundation, in the census, we reached 84,000 people to get counted in the census, not just in any census tract, but in the hardest to count census tracts in the nation, 84,000. We've now had over 140 vaccination clinics and vaccinated close to 10,000 people here in the Central Valley now. And in particular, I want to note that we do education work, profoundly important nutritional initiatives that we're engaging in. What it means to be in community is that we're knocking on doors. Next time you come to Bakersfield, let's go knock on some doors. Let's go talk to people. Let's make sure that we're not just talking about frontline communities like we were talking about yesterday, without this overlay of the environmental racism that we know is in existence here. We're very, very lucky to have some really talented historians here locally who have mapped racially restrictive covenants, and we use those layers to overlay with health outcomes and other equity indicators to know exactly where we need to go. Because frontline communities, yes, what was discussed yesterday included a frontline community of being in the foothills or other areas, but when you add the dimension of race and racial equity, you see that it is absolutely those communities of color that are impacted the most by the decisions that we make here within these spaces and when we leave these spaces. So community engagement, especially centering people of color, centering impacted people, centering historically marginalized communities, that is the secret sauce. We have to do it. It is not easy. It's not going to be something that is going to be like a quick, easy fix. It's going to be hard work. We know how to do hard work, and we're welcome to partner with anybody interested in doing the hard work with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for the privilege of having me here. My name is Gustavo Guida Jr. I'm a California native. And yeah, let's talk about some solutions for the next 5 to 10 years. My perspective, I am the Kern County Coordinator for Central California Environmental Justice Network. So we work a lot in rural communities, uninvested communities, and communities that are at the front line of this industrial pollution, right, that is generated here locally, regionally, statewide, and beyond. But yeah, I think the way it's been talked about here today is one way we do find solutions moving forward, particularly for uninvested communities and rural communities, is really listening to the residents, right? Providing a space just like this where community-based solutions could be talked about, community-based solutions could be brought to the table and listened, right? Oftentimes that does happen, but I think one of the biggest challenges that we have here in front of us today is really a cultural and paradigm shift that is underway and that we need to complete, right? Which is how we invest our money here locally, right? When we talk about carbon capture technology, direct carbon capture, all these different new technologies that are market mechanisms to continue to feed the fossil fuel industry, oftentimes we miss these sacrifice zones, right? Oftentimes known by a lot of you as Superfund sites, right? Where historical legacy pollution is generated, historical legacy pollution is injected in the ground, right? And oftentimes it's these same governmental agencies that have failed our communities in the past. They're at the forefront of making sure that these communities are upheld, right? And so one of the solutions, is making sure that we talk to residents, bring community-based solutions to the table, but also restructure how money is invested and allocated in our communities, right? Through a network of many different organizations, we contracted independent contractors outside of Kern County to study the budget of Kern County. What does the budget of Kern County look like? We took 10 years of budget analysis and determined that the vast majority of money that the county invests near the metropolitan Bakersfield area, right? Excluding areas that are far away from the metropolitan area of Bakersfield. And then we look at the discretionary funds, the special project funds, and we look at nearly half of the money goes to law enforcement, right? And so we're gonna depend on these same systems to keep our communities, to bring solutions to these communities, right? We talk about, and we'll talk about this later, California's initiative on electrification targets, right? In these communities that we work in, there's no gutters, there's no streets, there are no streetlights. So when we talk about electrifying communities, we have basic infrastructure needs in our communities, right? And a lot of the money that is being allocated is being spent in metropolitan and Bakersfield areas, right? That are part of the county, right? Not part of the city. And so these are some of the shifts that need to happen, right? In this conversation of a just transition, right? In this this current situation that we're undergoing, right? I think Bakersfield College, right, and its allies for creating these laboratories that really look at renewable energies, right? But in that, making sure that the folks are not left out, right? The folks that pick the grapes, the folks that transport our goods across the community. Just last night, I was reading an updated COP a report for Kern County, $8.7 billion, the highest income that we've had in agriculture in many, many decades, right? Probably ever. And king of that crop is grapes, right? Historically, grapes here in the South Valley are ripped out and burned in open areas, right? Because there is no place where this to land, right? And so when you look at programs like for the next 5 to 10 years, how to reinvest in our communities, we look at programs like AB 617. This is something that's pre-existing. It's something that's currently ongoing. And our organization, along with a lot of the organizations here, have been able, just last week, the California Air Resources Board approved $30 million to go to the Arvin and Lamont South Kern region to develop their SERP and implement their SERP. A SERP is a Community Emissions Reduction Program. And that was something that was created by the community members, created by stakeholders, business entities, agricultural entities, oil and gas entities, but the majority of the folks that were represented at the table were residents, were common folk, everyday residents, right? They came up with an investment of $30 million that would reduce hundreds and hundreds of tons of emissions from the air, right? By implementing regenerative agricultural practices, right? Like instead of burning these steak vineyards or these vineyards, is mulch them and reintroduce that back into the land, right? To have these healthy soil components, right? So it's not easy. It's going to be a lot of hard work, but it's like we said, right? Sitting down with those folks that have the most opposite view of you, but in general have at the end of the day, have a good perspective, want something good to come from these conversations, and definitely see, our community thriving and resilient in the next 10 to 20 to 100 years, right? So if we're injecting the waste that we're generating now underground, right, we see this in Superfund sites, right? Shell Chemical, Dow Chemical, here in these communities, Shafter and Arvin, were producing pesticide. And as soon as, they got into financial problems, they took off and went to Mexicali. They took off and went to Tijuana. They took off and went to the other side of the border and left us with this legacy pollution down. Now, all of us as taxpayers have to pay, right? And have to pay to clean up. So let's avoid those solutions, right? Let's avoid those dead ends that we see are missing in these communities. And let's bring all the stakeholders to the table, right? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So, Dan, as the staff attorney for CRPE, you evaluate and make recommendations on policy and legislation that has impacts in local communities. There has been a lot of conversation around technologies to remove carbon pollution, and Kern County has been identified as an ideal location to implement carbon removal strategies. What are EJ concerns, and how do we address them?
Yeah, thanks, Norma. So I think the first concern that EJ has with, we're talking about carbon capture, direct air capture, but specifically with carbon capture, in many cases, this technology extends the lifetime of fossil fuel infrastructure that has to be phased out. That over time will increase our carbon dioxide pollution relative to other strategies, and immediately start increasing co-pollutants. And particularly air pollution, and one of the worst air basins in the nation. So I think big picture, that's our biggest concern around smokestack carbon capture. I also want to point out this is incredibly expensive, and it requires public funding. There's not much of a private market for this. It just doesn't work without huge taxpayer spending. It's a boondoggle. And we could be spending that money on other things that will actually do some good, both in communities and for climate. So it has a very high opportunity cost. Capture technology creates new or extends and continues pollution. And that's true for direct air capture as well. And transporting carbon dioxide is very dangerous. It's a deadly asphyxiant gas. It's corrosive to pipelines. The regulations that we have in place are not sufficient, as the federal regulator has acknowledged and started a new rulemaking. So there's currently a moratorium on pipelines in the state of California. And look forward to seeing very strong regulations before we start piping carbon dioxide. At the same time, transporting by truck, rail, barge, also transporting large amounts of a deadly gas and through means that there can be very serious leaks that can actually kill potentially hundreds of people at a time, which we have had a pipeline leak and hospitalized dozens in a very small town just a couple years ago. And there has been a major carbon dioxide leak from a natural source that killed about 1,700 people in Cameroon in the 80s. So we want to avoid that coming into our state, especially in the same EJ communities that have already been burdened. And then in terms of storage, so when there's a few different things you can do with captured carbon, but if you're injecting it underground, it's geologic carbon storage. We need to avoid the air and water pollution that come with it. To some degree, it's probably impossible to avoid all, but we need to limit that to the maximum extent possible. And we need very strong regulations to assure that. The other issue here, it's unproven. And you'll hear that it's proven, it's not. It's probably unprovable that this will work long term. I can't imagine a way that we're not going to establish leak monitors all over the ground everywhere. But there's leak pathways all over the ground everywhere. And so we need to be very thoughtful about how much we're relying on this when we cannot prove that it will work. I would say not much. Bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. People say it's carbon negative. It's not. Show me the math. I've never seen it, even a strong argument that it could be. It's definitely not. It is very polluting. When biomass facilities that are about to be restarted in the valley are to add BECCS to them, were originally running before they were shut down because they were not economically feasible. They were among the worst air pollution sources in the state. It's very energy intensive, and again, we can use that energy elsewhere. So solutions, to get to the other part of Norma's question here, maybe there's a place for this. We need to limit it, though, to certain very hard to decarbonize sectors. Cement is a good example. We don't have a position on cement CCS, and nor direct air capture. And just to clarify, direct air capture is where you're drawing carbon dioxide directly from the air. So that may be necessary. There need to be very strong pollution control regulations and safety regulations in each sector where this is allowed, and at each stage. So I mean capture, transport, and storage. Also use if you're using the carbon for various reasons. Then we need a strong community role. Laura was talking about you actually have to talk to community members. That is really important, and I think particularly in this application, I would go a step further and say communities where these technologies are going to be cited need to be allowed the right to say no. We need informed, affirmative consent before citing these technologies in communities. And then the last thing, so under recent climate legislation, SB 905, and also SB 1314, there's no enhanced oil recovery allowed using captured carbon in the state. That's a great thing that basically takes away our climate funding being used to increase our carbon emissions by burning fossil fuels, which was kind of crazy that that is allowed elsewhere. But actually, under the low carbon fuel standard, the state is currently incentivizing enhanced oil recovery using captured carbon in other states. And so we need to close that loophole in that program. And then the last thing, we need strong enforcement and along with that, strong financial assurances to ensure that if something does go wrong, taxpayers aren't left to clean it up or leaving it uncleaned up, as we've seen too often in environmental justice communities.
Thank you. So there's a lot of talk about the infrastructure needed to meet the state's climate goals. There are also economic considerations as we evaluate infrastructure development. Gustavo, as you work with rural and disinvested communities, can you identify what is needed to ensure that these communities are not left behind or burdened by the cost of the clean energy transition?
Yeah, and as we reflect and look at different communities here in Kern County, we look at communities like Hilltop Fuller Acre, communities like Weed Patch. These are communities that are unincorporated, they're county islands, right? Here in metropolitan Bakersfield, when we talk about electrified communities, when we talk about electric vehicles, in these communities, there is no electric vehicle infrastructure, right? As we're pushing the electric vehicles to decline emissions coming from tailpipes, communities are already being forgotten, right? There is no infrastructure for EVs in these communities, right? Let's start there, right? As we look at other programs, this summer we went through one of the worst heat waves ever, right? And the legislation, there's talks about having cooling centers in San Francisco. And as we look at communities here, I mean, we look at farm workers, construction workers, oil and gas workers, folks that work outside, that work in 110, 115 degree weather, right? In these communities, there is no built infrastructure for these resiliency centers that we talk about in these communities, right? There is no built infrastructure for resiliency hubs, for farm workers, resource centers, libraries, right? Basic infrastructure like sewage, like even garbage disposal, believe it or not, right? And so as we talk about electrifying smart homes, these communities are the ones that are left behind, right? And I want to include a personal story here. When I was in high school, I would always kind of just doze off, and I would write on my books, right? We would write like graffiti, right, and tagging. And I remember a comment from my teacher, and she looked at it, she's like, usually people that do graffiti are people that live in poverty and don't have outlets, right? And I just consumed that, and I was like, whatever, I moved on with my life. And now as an adult with children, as I know what kinds of programs exist out there, in my community, in my neighborhood, one of the outlets, artistic outlets for residents, for these kids, was graffiti, right? Whether it was on textbooks, whether it was in the restroom or whether it was on a piece of paper. And as I understand, as I grow now and look at folks that live in other parts of the community, their expressive outlets were jiu-jitsu classes, were piano classes, violin classes. And so there was no need for them to tag in books, to write on the walls, to go to skate parks and hang out there, because they had creative outlets, right? And as I continue into my work, I see how Kern County has invested their money, right, in these communities, and has divested a lot of money from these communities, right? And these same communities that we talk about that are left out of the higher education loop, that they're left out of pathways to successful careers like engineering, right? These are the same communities that are being left out when we're talking about electric vehicle infrastructure, solar on roofs. A lot of these communities, Dan's organization works with a community, and they're helping them get connected to natural gas. They don't even have natural gas in their homes, right? This is a community here in Tulare, right, the county right above us. So there's a lot of conversations that need to happen before we start talking about what targets we want to accomplish, in Beverly Hills and San Francisco, right? We need to start with rural communities here. We need to start with real life infrastructure needs and projects, right? It's not an accident that communities of color suffer from the greatest disparity of childhood asthma, right? They live next to oil and gas fields. They live next to agricultural fields. They live next to glass-making facilities, right? They live next to all these industrial sites in the valley. And then folks wonder why, there's a lack of engineers in our community, why there's a lack of GIS experts, right? Because there is no technical pathway for these communities because they've been left out, right? And so let's start there. Let's start talking to these communities. Let's start bringing these communities on board, and let's start having conversation with them before we move forward to building hyperloops across our state, right? That connects us in that way.
Thank you. So, Lori, and I know that you keep hearing this, but you were part of a much anticipated panel conversation yesterday on finding common ground. I know you were hesitant, and we continue to hear that these are difficult conversations, but as the Civic Engagement Director for the Dolores Huerta Foundation, you are on the front lines of hearing directly from community on their concerns. As we face climate crisis together, how can we engage in decision-making conversations?
So I think that there's a tremendous amount of truth and reality that both Dan and Gus have just shared. And it might have been difficult for some people to hear. It might have been difficult for some people to believe. And I really want to have us kind of reverse engineer from maybe 100 years from now and think to ourselves, what happens when I'm gone and, the flyers from this event have all, been hopefully recycled, and, the decisions that we made, they go on to have their consequences. I don't want whoever writes that history to have to write something like this from Mark Arax's book, A Dreamt Land. By the way, another outstanding local Central Valley voice, like many of the ones that you have heard here in this summit. No one talks, much less testifies, about the hundreds of thousands of people throughout California whose only draw of water to drink or bathe in is water that endangers their lives. It comes out of the ground tainted by arsenic, uranium, and nitrates, the latter a remnant of agricultural fertilizers. It comes out of the canal laced with so much organic matter that it combines with the chlorine needed to clean it up and forms a carcinogen. In farm towns up and down the valley, a different chemical, one of the most potent cancer-causing agents in the world, taints the aquifer. It's called 1,2,3-TCP, and though it wasn't listed as an ingredient in the pesticides sold to farmers by Dow and Shell beginning in the 1940s, the farmers thought they were buying a simple fumigant to control the nematodes destroying their crops. The formulation killed the root-eating worms all right, but not because 1,2,3-TCP was in it. The chemical was nothing but a junk ingredient, a waste product from the manufacture of plastic. As a convenient way to get rid of it, Dow and Shell threw 1,2,3-TCP into their fumigant. The chemical infiltrated the soil, and decades later it yet lingers, triggering variants of cancer that doctors have never seen. I only taught in Delano at Almond Tree Middle School for 2 years, but in the next 5 to 10 years after that, we lost the principal to cancer, an 8th grade student to cancer, a campus supervisor in his mid-30s to cancer, a math teacher to cancer, my carpool buddy in remission, colon cancer, the special education teacher who taught behind me in remission, colon cancer. My children go to school on the east side of Bakersfield, where we got one little lonely notice about 1,2,3-TCP being in the water, and it was placed on the desk in the front office, where very few people walk in unless they need something, on the day before we went to Thanksgiving. And nobody ever told us about how you probably shouldn't heat it up or boil it, because that does other things too. I am profoundly grateful to the work of people like Dan and Gustavo and his father. Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability is here today as well, and countless other grassroots organizations, advocacy organizations who are telling us all what we don't want to hear but absolutely have to. Because I don't want to read this about carbon capture, storage, sequestration techniques that we chose to do today, and nobody had the guts to stand up and say, this is not a foregone conclusion. We have to get this right, because I refuse to assume that it's okay that 51% of Kern County just gets to suffer and be gone. It is not okay for us not to include everybody and care about everybody. We have local people here who don't know the things that Gus and Dan are talking about. People who live like 2 miles away from them, they don't know what Gus just shared about his experiences. And we're constantly having to have these tough conversations, and I just dump a truckload of magic pixie dust on us all that we can have the bravery and the courage and the honesty and the humility to have them and to continue having them until we get this right, because there is no other option.
Thank you for that, Lori. And you know, these conversations, of course, we talked in the back room that they're just getting started, and they are difficult conversations. So I'm appreciative of the chancellor that said, "Let's do it. Let's have this panel, and let's start engaging in it." And the three of you shared something with me that is also a concern. So I'm going to bring it back down again, representing the Kern Community College District. And it has to do with our workers and our local workforce. So, you know, we've been focused on identifying and developing training and education that focuses on the energy transition. There are real implications and concerns for workers as we look to an energy transition here in Kern. So how can we ensure that workers are not left behind and that they will be able to retrain or find good high-road jobs as we're looking at this transition? Who wants to take it first? Dan?
Sure. Really glad that we're discussing this. As I mentioned before, this is a huge priority. We cannot try to save communities by destroying communities, which is what transitioning without a good plan and good supports would be. So how do we do this? Well, when we're talking to people, to engage people in this transition, we need to, first of all, point out the problems of the current reality. There are great jobs available, but there's still pretty serious problems with the way that our economy is structured. It benefits the super wealthy way more than it benefits the average worker. And it causes a lot of environmental problems and health problems. It causes poor life balance, work-life balance. There's a lot of issues with the way we do things now, and we should be talking about these things. And then also looking at what could be coming if we don't do anything and just let market forces take care of it. Look at the horror story of what happened to workers in West Virginia as coal has been, just staying in mines. We're moving away from it. And workers are just left behind with no support. Entire communities are collapsing. Then we need to show a different vision of sustainable worker-driven economy. What does that look like? Let's talk about it. Let's envision it. And let's not just have some people who've thought about it explain it to everyone else. Let's actually develop that together. We need to develop this together. And that's how, first of all, we get a better vision and a better policy, as by working together on it, having all stakeholders at the table. But it's also how we get buy-in. If you're a co-creator, then you're invested in it and you want it to happen. So we need to do this all together. At the same time, we do really need some strong policies in place. We talk about just transition a lot in the environmental justice world. I've heard workers really skeptical about it, say it's just rhetoric. I get that. Like, rhetoric is not enough. Just transition can't be a catchphrase. It must be a commitment. And we have to prove that commitment with strong policy. How are you going to envision what your future could be beyond your current job and economy if you don't know how you're going to be able to put food on the table once that ends? We need a strong commitment to having really robust safety nets for workers who are going to lose their jobs in the transition, and also for communities who are going to suffer lost tax revenue. How are we going to have public services? How are all the people who worked for those public services going to have jobs? All the other jobs that are supported by that. So we need really strong program for tax-based replacement. While we do the sustainable community development that must replace the current extractive economy. And I'll pass it off from there.
I think we heard a lot of the elements of this workforce development work that needs to happen in a way that's real and that's going to work. We heard that here. Like, we had wonderful panelists here, and in fact, I thought it was amazing that the gentleman who was here who owns the electrification business, Wendell, he was here yesterday, and he said, "We've got work through 2023. Well, guess what? We can't have a system of transition that doesn't, recognize that when people need to, transition into something, we have to give them a paid opportunity to develop that work, right? Like, I know that a lot of attempts early on in diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts were to offer internships to folks. But they were unpaid, and if you don't have, you have to put food on the table. You need to get paid to be able to take that internship. Only people who have somebody else paying for them are going to be able to take that internship. So I really like what I'm hearing here about these apprenticeship opportunities for people to get plugged into something and say, that looks really interesting, and not only am I going to get paid, but I'm going to learn something too that's going to open up these other opportunities. And some people here may not realize this if you're not from Kern County, but we're very lucky to have KCCD and Cal State Bakersfield. But other than that, before we really went online, there were really only for-profit schools. And I have personally taught many students who have had their student debt canceled because they were exploited by some of those schools. So when we're talking about we have people who are looking for these opportunities. They're looking to get plugged into these opportunities. How they came in was they saw the ad on daytime television. They saw that I want to work in a doctor's office. Oh, I want to go be in, the criminal justice, work in the criminal justice system. I want to do something. there was a capturing of their imagination, and I think Dr. Grimes was right. She's usually right? Like, let's be clear about that. When she said that the communication has to happen and meet people where they're at, and it has to happen across all mediums at all times, right? Like, everywhere, all the time, right? And I think that that's the pathway to reach the people who they're looking. We just need to give them something to look at and make sure that we're not assuming things about what their barriers are or aren't. And the three different personas that were discussed yesterday, very helpful as well, because it is not a one-size-fits-all situation. It just isn't. And I've been teaching in a community college setting for many, many, many years now, and it is such a gift when you see folks who thought, no, I never thought this was going to be me, and then suddenly they did a hearing in my class and they won, and they're just like, it's a whole new revolution of identity, and we're all having to go through that on an individual level and on a macro level. So I'm really, really grateful to KCCD, Cal State Bakersfield, and our local educators who are fighting this good fight together and stick with it and keep picking up those starfish, put them right back in the ocean, because it made a difference to that one.
Yeah, thank you. And this question of like, how do we not leave behind people, right? Like, I'll give you guys a personal anecdote. We talk about privilege, right? I was very privileged growing up. We were very poor, but very privileged. I grew up with people like Mrs. Dolores Huerta, Lupe Martinez. I grew up in the UFW movement, the United Farm Workers movement. My father was retired from the national as a national vice president for the UFW, right? Dedicated his life. My grandfather, 91, dedicated his life to us, right? And over the summer, I was invited to march with the UFW folks from Delano down to Sacramento. And Heriberto, my brother, was like, Gus, we need some environmental justice advocates. And I'm like, I'm in, what are we doing? He's like, there is no climate justice without worker justice, right? And I think that wording really hit me in my core, right? Because growing up, our outings in my family were never Disneyland, never the beach. Our family outings were getting a 15-passenger van from Coachella to Watsonville to do picket lining in front of Safeway. My weekends were, getting a bus full of folks from Blythe, California to Oxnard, California, to support those folks that were working in the strawberry strike, right? That's how I grew up, the really kind of mentality, right? And so at the forefront of why I'm here today as a director of this organization for Kern County is because we focus on grassroots community organizing, really starting from the roots of it, from the bottom up, right? A lot of these conversations are very high level. They're very top-down approach, right? What is the governor going to do? What is this person going to do? What is this higher education system going to do? And no one's talking about the folks that are picking the grapes, that are transporting, that are packaging all this different stuff, right? When we talk about a just transition, we were talking about this in the community, and they're like, Gus, is it going to be like the movie WALL-E? Where like it's just a dystopia and there's just one person controlling all the drones and we're just floating around right in the abyss. And I was like, hopefully not. I don't know. like that's why we need to be in these spaces. That's why we need to have these conversations, right? To make sure that when we're talking about workforce development, that we're intentionally leaving behind and making sure that the system that we leave behind works for everyone, right? Not just a selected few engineers, right? That could go from, Chevron to Tesla, right? That's an amazing transition, right? But what about the folks that are in the fields, right? What about the folks that are pruning the vineyards every year so we could enjoy that beautiful Merlot, right? After a long evening, right? Those are the folks that we're not talking about, right? And in this just transition, workforce development arena, those are the conversations that I have yet to hear, to be frankly honest.
Thank you all for those very honest and frank answers. Now, I did leave some time for some questions, and you all agreed that we could open it up and take questions from the audience. So,
2, 3. There we go.
Hi, my name is Jessica Della Garza. I work for Kern Community College District with the consortium. Lori, we just want to know, what book did you just quote?
The Dreamt Land by Mark Arax, and he's known for his water writing, and I would also recommend San Joaquin Valley Water, Lois Henry's work on anything having to do with water. Really, really wonderful resources.
We have a question. Please stand up. If you can run over there. I know you'll. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Oh, right behind me.
Christian, thank you.
Hi. Just want to applaud you all for this great session today. I found it so interesting and captivating, and I'm just so curious, what do you think the best next step is from this conversation? Because I feel like we all need to hear more. We all need to continue the conversation. Anybody have an idea on what the best next step would be?
Are you sticking around for the economic summit?
Perhaps.
I'll speak very lately. I think one avenue for success from this day moving forward, right, to continue this conversation is, one, hold spaces like this, right? Hold spaces like this in communities, right? I know oftentimes working in communities can be very difficult, but that's why working with community leaders is so fruitful, right? Because you're able to go to these communities, not charge $100 a plate, but just have everyone free, come on, learn about this, tell us about this, really work with them, right? So it has to be very intentional. It's not gonna happen on accident, right? You could put stuff on Facebook, on Twitter, Twitch, whatever folks use, but residents are not going to see that, right? So we have to be very intentional about the conversations we want to have, right? We have to be very intentional about who is at the table. And by doing that, I believe partnering up with community leaders, with nonprofit organizations, right? Folks that are already doing this on the ground every single day, partnering up with them to bring, right? Because oftentimes you talk about residents are like, you got to dumb it down for me, Gus. I'm like, no, we have to teach up, right? We don't dumb down in our organizations, right? We teach up, right? We make sure that residents have ownership of what we're talking about, have ownership of what they're doing, and in that sense, they're more willing to engage, they're more willing to be advocates for themselves. And so, yeah, it has to be very intentional of going to these places, going to these communities, doing homework, doing whatever it is. If you've never done door to door, go ahead, try that. It's very awesome. You learn a lot from your community very quickly, right? And so you have to just be very intentional of that work.
You want to add to that?
Sure. I totally agree with what Gus just said. I think another thing is, if you're working on something that may have, in your own organization, your own work, that may have some impacts on the communities that are good or bad, those are times in particular. See that coming down the road and make sure that you're talking to the community, you're talking to nonprofits who do the work, and not just talking to, but listening and responding to, being willing to say, okay, well, actually, maybe this isn't a good idea. I know we were planning on this, but I guess we're not going to do it. Or, okay, yeah, those are great points. We can tweak this way. Or, oh, great, you're so excited about this. How do you want to be involved? And really making it interactive and not checking a box, which is what frequently happens. It's a first step. Having a box to check is good, better than nothing, but it is definitely not sufficient. And it has to be an authentic interplay. And that takes time and effort. And it is challenging, but it's doable, and happy to work on it together. Feel free to reach out.
The only thing I would add that hasn't already been said is that asking the question and hearing the answers, I would hope that I would see people interested in really doing this right. Making contact with all of the folks in the local area and doing the investigation the way it's been described. But to the point about trust building that was discussed yesterday, oftentimes I think that when it's given short shrift, it does a lot of damage. Because, for example, I might say, yes, I'm very interested in learning, and folks I know in my community are interested in learning about what you have to share with us. But then, we have the conversation, we get the information, and suddenly we've signed off on something or a green light is lit somewhere, and I didn't turn the switch on, So I think that consolidating the outreach efforts that a lot of folks are having to do right now, so that we're not burdening community with like 1,000 requests to meet, because that Brookings report is real. 51% of Kern residents are struggling economically, and it's probably more than that now. So we can't keep asking people to incur the tremendous opportunity cost and burden of coming to events, or if they don't have transportation, we absolutely have to go to them. We need to perhaps find out from the local folks, like, what are some of the specific barriers that we can assist with alleviating the burden of that. And certainly the collaborative network of CBOs that we've been working very hard in Kern to create for many, many years, and we stand on the shoulders of giants who came before us. That network is a very powerful network to tap into, and absolutely probably the first call that people should make if they want to have any credibility doing this work.
Thank you.
Norma, I don't think you're going to mind here, but if you can wrap up. I grabbed someone in the hallway that I'm going to bring on stage before the next panel. I'm surprising the chancellor with this, so if you can wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for participating in the panel. And again, I know that you'll be around for a little bit, I hope, so that if people want to engage, they're able to connect with you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chancellor, sorry about this. I grab people and I grab them, and just give me a little privilege here, kind of high on Diet Coke. I'm going to bring up someone who, when I was 14 years old, had me walking in Lamont. And I think since that day, I've walked thousands of houses, and people say, Nicole, when you walk, why are you going through the back and knocking on the shower door? Because Dolores taught me that. When you knock on a door and no one answers, you go around. You jump the gate, run from the pit bull, you knock on the shower, and then you talk to them in the kitchen, in their car, anywhere. We have had a love-dislike relationship over the 30 years, Dad 50 years, but you respect the hustle, the heart, and she is an icon. Ladies and gentlemen, Dolores Huerta. Love you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. My son, Ricky, says to me, Mom, you're not an icon, you're an I can. And I think all of us here in this room today are here because we want to be I cans. We know we have this amazing opportunity now in Kern County with the money that's going to be coming from the federal government is to provide jobs, to transition to green energy, but we know it's going to take everybody to make it happen. And we have to get rid of some of the culture that we have here in Kern County. I was really happy to see our ex-supervisor, Pete Pata, Nicole's dad, who was here in the room with us today. And I'm remembering that it was over 30 years ago that Pete, as supervisor, had to fight to get a school named for Cesar Chavez. I mean, people oppose that, even though Cesar Chavez is recognized internationally as a labor leader and one who brought some justice to farm workers. Unfortunately, some of that culture still exists today. At Bakersfield College, just a few days ago, there was a group called the Liberty Institute that did not want a curriculum at Bakersfield College to somehow mention the name Cesar Chavez or myself, Dolores Huerta. Both of us have received the Medal of Freedom, which is the highest civilian honor that anyone can receive in the United States of America. And to think that there are still people that say somehow, Cesar Chavez is in school books all over the United States. I am in some school books also. And yet, there are people here in Kern County that somehow don't want us to be included in a curriculum at the community college level. We know that there's, right now in the United States, people who would say they're anti-woke. What does that mean? Anti-education? Pro-ignorance? And so these are some of the things that we have to look at and say that we've got to get rid of as we go forward. So we have this, as I said, this amazing opportunity now to make something happen. Thank you very much for having this forum. I think it is really wonderful to bring everybody of goodwill together to make this happen. But as we go forward, and by the way, I have been watching the sessions as much as I could, but the one thing that, and I may have missed this in some of the sessions because I had to get off for some other events, but the word global warming, I didn't hear that mentioned that often. And this is the thing that we know is going to affect all of us, regardless of our political affiliations or the different work that we do. Global warming is alive and well. And we all felt it, where our temperatures went up to, 150 degrees this summer. So I think we have to keep that in mind and see what all of us have to do to work together to take advantage of this amazing opportunity that we have to come together as a community and say, whatever it takes, we may have disagreements, but at the end of the day, we have to see and look at what is going to be the common good when we have been given this power and this authority here in Kern County to say what we can do to save our planet. Can we do this together? I want to say, I hope you all know the words, but I'm going to say, as we say in Spanish, yes, we can. Sí se puede. So let me ask all of you, please stand up for a second. I know you've been sitting a long time. Okay, I'm going to ask you all 2 questions, and I know you know the answers, okay? And when I ask you to say this, think of your individual power. Think of the power that you have in the different workplaces that you have, the power that you have and the authority that you have, how we are going to save our planet. And so the word I'm going to ask you, the 2 words I'm going to ask you, the first one is, who's got the power? I want you to say, we've got the power. What kind of power? You're going to say people power, all right? Could you repeat after me? Wait for me, though, okay? Okay, let's go. Who's got the power? Okay, some people aren't sure. We're going to do that one more time, all right? We're going to do that one more time, but, shout it out so loud that we believe it and that we want everybody to hear us, okay? Who's got the power? We got the power. What kind of power? People power. So are we going to come together to save our planet, to save our county, to save our people? What do we say? Let's say, sí se puede. Let's go. One more time, louder. Sí se puede. One more time. Sí se puede. Let's do it with an organized hand clap, everybody. Let's go. Sí se. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for leading us. Thank you.
I'm going to walk you down here. All right. Thank you again. Thank you for agreeing to come up and saying a few words. You better stay out of the hallway unless you want to come up and say a few words here. Good? All right. And she will outdance you on the floor, I'll tell you that. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Let me grab. Oh, here we go. All right, our next panel. Thank you all for your consideration. I kind of moved there, but actually we're right on time. So I'd like to introduce this session. We'd have Jeffrey Clary. He's the Senior Director of Climate Policy for the Foundation of California Community Colleges. He will be leading a very important panel. Jeffrey, yes, there you are. Again, thank you, panelists, for waiting. This is going to be an amazing panel. Please, Jeffrey, come on over. Warm welcome from Jeffrey Clary.
Yeah.
Christian, you're obvious. This is quite the event, and it's honestly it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here and to have these conversations that I really think, for me anyway, are resonating both in the way that they're addressing these very local, personal, community-based issues, but tying them to certainly statewide efforts, priorities, and global needs. So it really is a special event, and I appreciate it. So this morning, my colleague Tim Aldinger was able to talk to you a little bit about what the Foundation for California Community Colleges does across the state. So I won't talk very much about that, but I will say we at the Foundation continue to be in awe of the activities that some of our districts manage to succeed at all on their own. And I can assure you that the Kern Community College District is at the top of that list for districts that move and shake and bring communities together. So I'm excited today to be moderating this particular panel because it's really at the heart of a lot of these energy transformations that we've been talking about and the economic and job transitions that we think we're going to go along with those. And it also just illustrates, California's cutting-edge position in climate change in the world. As Emily Wimberger pointed out this morning, I think in a very good example of setting the context for us, we have some really ambitious climate targets that we're trying to achieve, most recently in the Air Resources Board 2022 scoping plan that's being finalized now. Those targets are aggressive, and in order to be met, it's going to take a lot of different activities, including a lot of new technologies that are just now coming online. And so today we're going to get to explore a few of those with some of the people that are making them happen. But we got the scoping plan, which lays out those targets. However, how we get from there to there from here right now is still yet to be determined in a lot of ways. So there's a lot of pathway to travel and a lot of planning to be done. So we at the Foundation are obviously very focused on workforce development, working with our community college partners. And so we're always looking for ways that we can support individual districts and the statewide network at the Chancellor's Office to respond to these evolving needs. And we just want to make sure that we have those workforces in place to meet the challenges that we're facing. The other thing Tim Aldinger this morning mentioned is that we are just starting a large federal grant from the Department of Commerce, helping us get good jobs in forestry going in California so that we can manage our forests and get the wildfire situation that we're dealing with year after year more in an under control situation. I think it's worth thinking about how we can take models like that, which are partner-based, community-based, out in the areas that are exposed to all of these climate-related changes, but also the ones that stand to benefit from the new jobs that we could bring to the areas if we revitalize certain industries, and think about whether we can take a model like that and transfer it to other climate-impacted sectors, like agriculture, like energy that we've been talking about here this week. So that's something that we're here listening to all of you for ways that we might be able to make that happen. And then finally, before I invite our panelists up, there's one little thought that I haven't heard maybe explicitly addressed in the talks the past couple of days, but it's something that we've been hearing and feeling a lot in our work in forestry, and I think it's applicable here. We were out in the field the other day with some community college students that were joint enrolled in the California Conservation Corps, learning to be foresters out in the field, really young kids, 19 to 21 to me, men and women, young men and women, and we started asking them questions about, how'd you get here and how does this feel? 201, they were from all over the state. They were from San Bernardino Valley, they were from the Central Valley, they were from the Lake Tahoe Basin, they were from Los Angeles proper. Every one of them said, I never saw myself here, but now that I am here, I feel this sense of purpose that I'm helping my community and my state. I'm also learning to do this really amazing kind of work that I didn't envision. And I think as we look around society, and there's, I think, a kind of a crisis of meaning going around with a lot of young people in particular, it's worth thinking about how these jobs that we're thinking about might help some people escape that crisis and actually find themselves in meaningful work that supports and helps their communities. So that's something that I'm really excited about in all this kind of work in the climate sector. So with that, let's get underway with this panel, and I will call up my panelists in alphabetical order. So first we have Kurt Hildebrand, who is the Senior Vice President for Commercial Affairs with HydroStore. And then we have Mac McFarland, President and CEO of the California Resources Corporation. And finally, Alexei Vysotsky, General Manager for Carbon Capture, Utilization, and Storage at Chevron New Energies. So welcome, gentlemen, and I'll just ask for each of you to briefly introduce yourself, your company, and then give us an idea of what Kern County means with respect to your company and its activities.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Hildebrand with HydroStore. It's a pleasure to be here today in Kern County. We're very excited as part of HydroStore to be developing our flagship energy storage project in East Kern County. HydroStore was formed 12 years ago. We're Toronto, Canada based. We have offices in California, Texas, and Australia, as well as satellite offices in other locations around the globe. We are a long duration energy storage provider. That's a long way of saying we build really, really big batteries, mechanical batteries. We've all seen and talked about the renewable energy development and targets in California. These renewable resources, we all realize, are what are called intermittent. More and more storage capacity to have a reliable system. What that's meant to date has been large utility scale batteries. Those are great, but they do have their limitations. They're typically 2 to 4 hours in duration. Our long duration energy solutions are 8 hours in duration or longer. Our Willow Rock Energy Storage Center that we're developing in East Kern is a 500 megawatt by 8-hour facility. And just to put that in terms of more understandable metrics, that supplies the electricity for about 400,000 people for a period of 8 hours, which is approximately the population of Bakersfield. So we're very excited to be making very good progress on this project. Again, I could describe it in more detail, but we do have a 4-minute video on YouTube. If you just punch in HydroStore, it describes our advanced compressed air energy storage technology. We are flexibly sited. We don't have any greenhouse gas emissions whatsoever, and we are highly reliable. So with that introduction, it's, again, a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Mac McFarland with California Resources Corporation. First of all, Nicole, thank you. This is, we get a tough panel to follow and a tougher act to follow. So hopefully everybody's energetic now that we've all stood up and had all of that. So that was quite neat. So we're an oil and gas producer with 2/3 of our operations here in Kern County. So we're a large employer in the state, and that's why I said it's a hard thing to follow the prior panel, our colleagues in environmental justice. But, and I do call them colleagues. I had an opportunity to meet and discuss with a few of them last night the concerns on what we're trying to do here. But CRC and our newly formed carbon management company, Carbon TerraVault, we're a different kind of energy company. Now, how many of you have heard that before? And how many of you say, okay, I'm not going to believe that either, right? They go hand in hand. And that's a fair way to think about that when I say something like California Resources Corporation is going to be a different kind of oil and gas company. We are, though. And sorry, I thought we lost it there for a second. We are a different kind of energy company, and we're not going to ask you to trust us. We're going to ask you to see our results, and we're going to speak with actions. So what have we done, and what are we doing in Kern County? We've set a Paris-aligned 2045 net zero goal for an oil and gas company, one of the only oil and gas, if not the only oil and gas company to do so. What does that mean? That means that we mean to be carbon neutral by 2045, which is 5 years in advance of the IPCC Paris-aligned plan, the Paris Accord. It aligns with California's goal, which is 2045, or aspirations, which is 2045 to be net zero. And so we're actually ahead of a Paris-aligned plan. How are we going to do that? And I'll provide some of the details without boring you right now, but perhaps we'll get into some of the details. We're doing it through our carbon management business, Carbon TerraVault. It's a newly formed subsidiary that is entirely focused on managing carbon and carbon sequestration. Not only do we look at participating in the energy transition by capturing carbon off of new energy molecules as well as old energy molecules, we're also looking to participate in direct air capture, and we form coalitions with the community here in Kern County, and we're excited about that. We're going to respond to some Department of Energy funding that will bring money into the county, economic development. But in addition to that, we are looking to invest in carbon management in a big way. And one of the things that we've done, which is attract investment, to put proof behind this, is we formed a joint venture with a private equity firm called Brookfield. It's a joint venture to invest and advance decarbonization specifically in California. They've committed $500 million initially, and if all goes well and we're able to meet our objectives, by the end of the decade, we'll invest more than $2.5 to $3 billion across the state in carbon management. And that's just a direct investment. That doesn't, the ongoing jobs, the economic multiplier, et cetera. So we're really excited about that, but I promised we'd keep it less than 5 minutes, so I'm going to stop there and turn it on over.
Thank you. No, great opening remarks, and once again, also a hard panel to follow, and great summit and great dialogue, really enjoying the last 2 days. I will start with a little bit about, just one statement about myself. My funny accent, so I am an immigrant, right? We moved to this country in the early 90s, and when the Soviet Union broke apart. And I wanted to share that story because I remember when I landed in DC, and I thought I landed on a different planet. There was a contrast at that time between the two countries. And I think I fell in love with the United States at that time and became a citizen years later. And since then, enjoying working hard and contributing to the community around me. So anyways, that's a little bit of personal background and story there. A few things I'll say on a high level first about Chevron. And in Chevron, similar to what was explained about CRC, we created a new division inside Chevron. It's called Chevron New Energy. We, as everyone in this room, believe that the future is lower carbon. So we created a division, and it reports directly to our chairman, and it has a sole purpose. It basically focuses on decarbonizing hard-to-abate sector, right? It has 4 elements in it. So hydrogen, so we're talking about green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, we're agnostic to colors. We're talking about, and we have renewable fuels as well. So those are the divisions we created to basically decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors and find solutions for climate crisis, right? The way that we funded it, so we have corporation for until the end of this decade, we allocated $2 billion to decarbonize our own assets and $8 billion to build this new business. We do believe that all these technologies have a role to play in achieving our aspirational goals for the world and for the state of California. And internally, we set fairly aggressive targets, for example, 25 million tons per year of CO2 injected in the ground around the world by year 2030. We have in California, now that's globally, right? So let's come back to California and kind of what we're doing here. There's 2 elements of what we're doing. So one is we're investing in technologies. So currently in Kern County, we have 3 pilots running, and we are focusing on carbon capture technology, novel technologies. I think realistically, if you look at the carbon capture space, the targets to be met by 2030, 2035, we'll have to meet the more conventional technologies that can produce volume. But we're piloting more novel technology. And one of those pilots we're doing with the Department of Energy here in Kern County within our San Joaquin Valley. business suits. And we're going to turn it on in November, in fact. And the idea there is, as was mentioned in the previous panel, current cost of capture pretty high. Maybe it's above $100 per ton. We want to move it to $30, and we think that oil companies have a role to play to invest in the smaller technology startups and help them upscale the technology, take it to market, and make it available for the world. So that's one role we play in. And then the second, we're also looking at decarbonizing facilities. And we want to, we announced early in the year that we're going to work on and do a project here in Kern County, which will take emissions from a cogeneration plant, and we're going to capture it, compress it, dehydrate it, put it in the pipeline, and store it. So those are kind of the projects. We also do, as a Chevron New Energy, we have geothermal pilots going on. We have hydrogen pilots going on. So we're addressing and we participate in multiple technology to achieve the California and global United States carbon reduction goals. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that introduction, everyone. But I want to come back around to the kinds of investments or policy changes or things that might actually support the work that you're looking at doing. But let's build on I think the really productive conversation we have going on environmental justice this afternoon, and kind of talk about how you think communities, such as the ones in Kern County, understand these projects, and also like what you see as potential benefits to communities in Kern, and how you go about having that dialogue that we've been talking about so much. I'll let whoever feels bravest go first.
I'll go. I don't mind going. Do the communities understand? No. Do we need to spend more time engaged in the community and understanding? Yes. Does the industry understand the full impact of and the entire value chain of carbon capture and sequestration? Not exactly, because it is a new technology. It is one that some people say perhaps we shouldn't invest in. We shouldn't try to reach for the stars and doing things like direct air capture or carbon sequestration because of a potential detriment here, a potential there. It costs a lot of money. The thing that I would say is that wind and solar and batteries all cost a lot of money 20 years ago. And the way you drive those costs down is because you start projects, you invest in them. You invest in nascent technologies, you invest in proven technologies, but it takes all of that. And so do we need to do a better job educating the community as to what we're trying to do? Absolutely, okay? But it takes sitting down with the environmental justice groups, it takes sitting down and having a real practical discussion. The one thing that I would say is that, and I think Lori said it, let's start with the answer and work backwards in the prior panel. Well, if you start with the answer and work backwards, we're trying to get to net zero by 2045. It completely aligns with the state of California, okay? So let's start there. That is a common goal that we have with the state of California, with the environmental justice, with many in this room. I would argue probably all in this room, okay? So if we have that common goal, let's find common ground. Sit down and have a practical, realistic discussion, thank you, about how we get from here to there. And I think it takes all of that. There was discussion previously about direct air capture and carbon capture and sequestration, and there are concerns there, but there are some things that are, to a large extent, I think, not correct, and that we should sit down and have a discussion and understand each other's positions on that. I think that carbon capture and sequestration, CARB thinks the same thing, by the way, and they're scoping alternatives. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, says the same thing. The current Biden administration, along with the Department of Energy, has all said, let's invest in carbon capture and sequestration and direct air capture. If all those people say it, and we can do it right here in Kern County, why wouldn't we do it? It reaches a common goal. Now let's find the common ground to get there. That's what we want to do as a different kind of energy company.
So maybe I can add a little bit to that. So this is great comments, I agree 100%. I'll just throw a couple of numbers, I guess, out there. So earlier this year, Carbon Capture California did a survey of people in California of voting age, right? And out of the surveys, the question was, well, how many people actually know what carbon capture sequestration is? And so the results were that 56% of a population majority knew very little to none about the details of carbon capture. So then the second layer was, okay, well now basically the moderator, so to speak, would they support that kind of project? And 57% of the total group said yes, they would support that kind of project. So I think Lori, yesterday in her comments mentioned that that information, disinformation. So I think community in general is not informed yet, and so that's our job through these community engagements, through these forums, to help understand the technology and focus on truly what the risks are and how best to manage it. And so what's actionable, why I like that, so because it's actionable for me, because there's really two actions that I think of. So first is, I like to move away from hypothetical dialogue, right? It's so easy for us to disagree when we talk on a high level, hypothetically, philosophically. I think we need to bring it back to the project level and say, well, here's a project in Kern County. This is what it looks like. You can come look at it. This is what we're planning to do. This is how far it is from the housing. This is the impact it has on on the community. This is where it's built on these lands. To me, that's the conversation we need to have. Move away from hypothetical discussions, come to a specific project, and then agree to where the common grounds are. And the second, I think, as we pick the projects, the first movers, it's very important how we select the first movers projects, right? So I think we have to simplify them as much as we can. So for example, the project that I talked about in Kern County that we're planning to do, it's on Chevron lands, so it's within the fence line, so away from people. That's good, one simplification, right? It is on disturbed lands, right? We have a bunch of pipelines already, so it is laying the pipeline where where other pipelines are. So we're removing all those factors and then leaving what the true essence of the project is, and have discussion about that, move those projects forward, let them set the pace, and test where the next disagreements or bottlenecks are, and then see how it applies to Greater California and to other projects. To me, those are the two things that are really actionable. And we do need to demystify technology, right? It is, in reality, the technology is old and it's off the shelf, right? So we captured this capture technology, aiming solutions, is from 40s, right? And been used since 70s. So we have 50 years of history of that. Chevron alone moved CO2 in pipelines for the last 30 years in Colorado, which is, it's mountain, it's temperature, so it's not a simple environment safely, right? We have injected CO2 since 1970s. The first CO2 injection for EOR, slightly different purpose, but it was done in 1972 in Texas, and Chevron actually was the one who started that. And so we have 50 years of onshore CO2 injection. So we know how to drill these wells. We know what the metallurgy is. The new element, we have not done that many storage projects. But we have some. We have Quest, right, in Canada. It injected, 5 million tons of CO2 and since operating for a number of years. We have Gorgon in Australia, injected 5.5 million tons of CO2 so far, and it started in 2019. We have a project in Norway, Snibel, 1996 started, injected 20 million tons of CO2. So we have real examples of projects, and they operate in safe. So I think we just need to build on that. It's not novel. It's off-the-shelf technology. Application is a little different, and is it applicable to every region? Probably not, but that's the dialogue, right? We got to start with a project, talk about it, and make decisions based on that.
Yeah. I certainly think that this local level approach is the one that is most appropriate for this audience and to get things moving. Maybe you have something to add on this, Kurt, but I was going to maybe also ask you to start thinking about what are some of with your project work, what are some of the barriers that you see to successful and timely implementation? But feel free to also chime in on the other question.
Yeah, I did want to expand for a second on a point Mac raised, and I'm going to date myself here a little bit, but having been in the California energy market for 3+ decades, where we are now with carbon capture and greenhouse gases reminds me of when I first started my career in California. Even back then in the 80s, we didn't run from challenges. We really viewed them as opportunities to address. Back then, the methodology to cleaning up our power generation sector came in the form of standard offer contracts that promoted cleaner energy sources like geothermal and cogen opportunities. These folks were carved out and given a unique contractual structure to promote their development, often at a slightly above market pricing. That promoted a very healthy groundswell of renewables, which we still enjoy today. That evolved into additional global or statewide targets to further reduce our carbon emissions through all the various renewable energy portfolio standards that we've set. Wind, when wind first became popular, it was 20, 25 cents, 30 cents a kilowatt hour. As technology was promoting that investment, those prices are now a tenth of that. Same for solar. California embraced these renewable technologies, actually promoted them through specialized treatment. And again, now solar is 2 to 3 cents and cheaper than natural gas generation. So these are real world examples of California embracing opportunities on really difficult, challenging problems. And I would just want folks to embrace that we've been in tough positions before. We can, as a group and a state, make real headway in addressing. Have our challenges in certainly implementing our vision to a zero carbon power sector. As a power developer for many decades in California, obviously we're not known as a state that's real friendly to industrial development, to say the least. We have a healthy NIMBY population in most urban centers. And in terms of our principal development challenges to add new renewable generation to the grid and storage to make our grid reliable, one illustration, probably the hardest challenge for any project power generation facility, is to interconnect to our grid. And to illustrate that example, last month, we had a record load for the California Independent System Operator, the transmission operator, 52 gigawatts of load. That's 2 gigawatts higher than our prior record. That's a significant amount of generation by any measure. But to interconnect into California's grid, one has to go through the California ISO queue system, and there are in excess of 250 gigawatts in the queue. So we have an all-time record peak of 52 gigawatts and 5 times that waiting to get into the grid today. So we're not lacking projects to plug into the grid. One of the principal limitations to meeting our timely CO2 emissions objectives is really upgrading our grid and our interconnection process. So that's one challenge I did want to highlight.
Anybody else have any challenges?
Oh, yeah, we got challenges. You asked about impediments, and you asked what might make some of these projects reality. Well, we just learned who has the power. The people have the power, right? And so when I think about things, if we have the will to get things done, and we have the investment dollars that are willing to do it, and we think that it could help solve a common goal, I don't know why we're not advancing things faster. What I would tell you is Kurt makes a very good point. I too spent a lot of time in power, almost 3 decades, but I'm not going to get that old. And I'm kidding, Kurt. And a lot of it in renewable, in wind and solar. And what jump-started that was the production tax credit associated with wind generation. Okay? California adopted it, and there's a lot of good wind regime here that makes wind available, but it was the federal production tax credit. Solar, it was the investment tax credit, which is just another form of investing in those two forms of renewable. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act that many of you, I'm sure, have heard of, the IRA that was recently passed, included tax credits in a section called 45Q. And 45Q, forget the arcaneness of the federal tax code, gives you an $85 a ton tax credit or direct pay after tax, so it looks more like $100 worth of revenue, to permanently sequester CO2. Capture and permanently sequester CO2. It gives you even more for direct air capture. So this was a bipartisan bill, brokered in the Senate by Manchin, but supported by many, particularly at the subcommittee level on a bipartisan basis, that says we need to invest in carbon capture and sequestration technology, and we need to invest in direct air capture. We have the ability to do that right here in Kern with our partnerships. CRC's partnered with KCCD. We're building a consortium. We have yet to announce who that is, but it is a very large consortium who have that same common goal in mind. And we are going to, when the federal funding comes out, apply for that federal funding that could bring hundreds, closer to $1 billion worth of funding on a direct air capture project. And we can do that leveraging, I'll call them old line jobs, if you want, oil and gas, okay? But they're high-paying jobs that provide a lot of tax bases here. But it is the same knowledge, it is the same subsurface knowledge, the same surface knowledge, it is the same engineers, geologists that can contribute to that, but it's also the trades, building trades, pipe fitters, electricians that will benefit from this. And so when we talk about energy transition, we have an opportunity to bring federal funding along with private funding through CRC and our joint ventures in order to do direct air capture, carbon sequestration, provide for economic benefit, provide for jobs, and participate in the energy transition here in Kern County. So when you talk about impediments, there are a number of them. But if the people have the will and the way, which I think we should, we can get this done.
No, Mac, agree 100%. Those are excellent comments. I wanted to put the progress that we need to make just in perspective in terms of projects, because we talk about targets and they're large. Like the targets were set, or at least like in IEA reports, you need to get to 5.6 gigatons of CO2 to capture it by 2050, right? So what does it mean in terms of projects? Well, let's say if average project is kind of like 4 million tons a year capture, you need a 1 to 2 projects per week between now and 2015 to build and execute to make that target, right? So the scale, I think we don't fully, when we talk about numbers and volumes, I think it's hard to convert it to the amount of things we need to build to get there, but it's humongous. So you have to build 1 to 2 projects per week to meet those targets, whether it's 2040 or 2050 targets. So that's the amount of work we need to do, and none of this work can be outsourced, to other countries, right? We talked about it. It has to be local, has to have local solutions, and the Kern County, as Mike pointed out, is the place. If you can do it here, you can do it anywhere. And it is, for us and for others, it's both a laboratory to test pilot technology, but also it's a way to start the momentum in the rest of California to execute these projects. In terms of, talk about barriers or opportunities, so there is no shortage of money to fund this project. Like if you look at California emissions, there's probably in point source emissions with the current LCFS plus the 45Q that Mark talked about, probably 60% of California emissions are enabled today to execute, right? So the money is not anymore a problem, which what I like about it, because the government, state, moved us to the next level. So now, okay, now let's execute. And so I think most of the next level of challenges will be paving those execution pathways. And once again, it's working with the community, what we can and cannot do, permitting and regulatory bottlenecks. Internally, Chevron, we create a lot of bottlenecks for ourselves as well. We have complex processes. Regulatory process in states is very complex, right? And it does impact the progress, but it's all things that we make, so we can adjust it and make it work. But anyways, so I feel like if anything, that we're in a good place where we can fund this project, and now it's all about execution. And I think it's very actionable and doable to move us to the next step.
Thanks. So I'm thinking maybe we'll do one more question and then open it up for audience questions, because there may well be some. So Emily talked this morning about how Rhodium Group has done these big picture analyses, economic analyses of the kinds of jobs that would be generated by a bunch of these initiatives. But let's do the thing again where we bring it back down to Kern County and your projects. Like, what are the workforce implications of the projects you're describing? Are they good jobs? What kind of training? Mac, you kind of touched on the fact that some of these are going to be very highly interchangeable with existing skill sets that are out there. But what do the community college people here need to know about what's coming down the line? And the communities, what can they expect?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we've made a commitment to Kern County Community District, KCCD, and Cal State Bakersfield. We've made a $2.5 million commitment there to start things like the Carbon Management Institute and partner, so that as we move to the energy transition, we train the workforce and bring the community into that and to benefit. I think they're additive jobs, okay? They're using the same resources, but they will be, and people ask, we don't have an exact definition because we don't have a completely defined project yet, okay? And once we have that defined project, we can evaluate the not only the jobs potential, but the economic stimulus that it provides, and tax basis and the rest of it. But one of the things that people should understand is that 45Q, that arcane tax code that I mentioned, it requires, if you want to receive those dollars, to use federal prevailing wage rate. Okay, and so when you think what we do in the oil and gas business, it's just a different focused on carbon management. So they'll be significant. We don't have an exact number on that, and I can't give you one for our projects right now because it's not completely defined. But when you think about billions of dollars of investment, you have construction, you have operations thereafter, you have...
in both construction and operations positions for our facility, we view the requirements both for construction and operations and maintenance as being extremely compatible with the existing skill set of the workforce here in Kern County. We have pumps and compressors and heat exchangers much akin to the oil and gas industry. And as more and more workers transition from oil and gas into the renewable sector, we are very excited to partner with those groups. Our project will be built under a project labor agreement. We expect in excess of 2 million man-hours as part of that requirement. We will be sourcing the vast majority of those positions here locally. So we're excited to have the resources that Kern already has in place, retrain as merited, and expand that workforce in the future.
No, good questions. And honestly, I spent part of my career in kind of human resources, talking to a lot of students and recruiting internal and external and managing people's career. But today, when you go to college and talk to a geologist in college, that's the first question is, I want to work for energy transition. How do I get there, and what's my skill set, and how should I think about it? And I think that the guidance to all those students, so many or most of the skills are completely transferable, right? And that's why I think the word energy transition is very appropriate here, because we can transition a lot of the skill set from a conventional oil and gas business to this to new lower carbon business. So geology, we need to characterize rock if it's CCUS. For geothermal, we need to characterize rock and drill wells. And so we need wells function and subsurface functions. We need facility engineers. We need people who do safety and health. So if you look at all this number of high-paying jobs, they all transferable. Same thing with operators. It's a facility that you need to operate, and you need to build it. So most of the skills, in my opinion, almost all, completely transferable, and they fit very nicely into energy transition, moving from the conventional oil and gas business.
Thanks. So Nicole tells me it is now time to move into the audience segment. So,
hey, before you get to questions, I owe the chancellor an apology. I got on a roll up here and I said Kern County, blah blah blah. It's Kern Community College District. So my apology. You know how that gets going. I'm sure you've had it before, but I caught myself, so I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
There's a lot of C's in this business.
Our host, yeah.
They're ready.
There he is. He's ready. He's ready. So yes.
Yeah. So I have a question for Mac. You were talking about your TerraVault project. I'm just wondering if you're able to share some of the data with us for economics. Like, what would it cost per ton to store carbon? If I had carbon to store, what would you charge me to store a ton of carbon?
So we don't give out the specifics of our commercial arrangements, but perhaps I can answer the question this way in order to. I get asked a lot of questions doing town halls, and I always tell you, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. I tell you I don't know, or I can't tell you for certain reasons. And I just use the third excuse, and I try not to use it a lot, okay? So, but to tell you what I would say with respect to that is that if you look at the LCFS program, the low carbon fuel standard, if you qualify for that, and you qualify for the federal tax credit, that means that you are receiving a revenue that's somewhere in the $160 a ton range. And if you look at the marginal cost of capture, okay, not including direct air capture, but off of either post-combustion or other processes, that revenue stream is significant enough to spur investment. That's the reason why 45Q federally came out as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, was to spur economic interest in this. So with that type of revenue opportunity, you can capture and sequester a lot of carbon. It gets you up the curve. It does not get you there on direct air capture, but direct air capture gets even more incentives under both LCFS and 45Q. I hope that answers your question. What it really means is you can capture off of higher concentration flue gas, not low concentration. So you can get anything 20% and higher, you can fit with underneath $160 a ton, 20% CO2 in the flue gas. If you get down to 4%, direct air capture, by the way, is capturing at parts per million out of the air. That's why it's expensive, but it's capturing post-emitted from decades ago CO2 in the atmosphere. That's why people are so interested in it. And it's way up above the cost curve. I think that you're going to need to change regulations, and in fact, if you looked at CARB and what they're doing with the LCFS program, they're talking about, should we ratchet down to increase the price of LCFS to create more incentive to capture? That was in a recent open meeting of CARB, because the prices have fallen, because it's working. And so if you continue to incent, the energy transition. Carbon capture is the next on the plate to get us to 2045 net zero. So I know I didn't answer your question specifically with respect to us on what we would charge you. Happy to have that conversation if you're interested. But I think that it allows and spurs the economic interest in the state to advance these projects, and that's what's exciting.
I have another question over here. All right, take the mic. Here you go.
Hi, I was just curious, the injection, is this planned to go in spent gas wells? Are they going to go into existing gas-producing wells? And or are they going to be used for EOR projects where you're pushing hydrocarbons in existing producing wells?
So Senate Bill 905, which just passed, I'll go take them in reverse. I assume that was directed at me. I'm sorry for...
To any of you.
Okay. Senate Bill 905, which advanced CCS and to a large extent also banned EOR in the state of California. I believe that to be a bit misguided, but that is the law that's been signed in, okay? There are benefits to using it for EOR, but we'll just put that aside for a second. So we're not doing EOR on our projects. That's not what's being proposed. So it's being stored permanently in depleted oil and gas fields. There's also the potential for saline, which is very deep aquifers, non-drinking water, way below the groundwater that we would ever use in the state. And so if you look at old oil and gas reservoirs, it has two impacts. One, we're spending a lot of money every year plugging and abandoning old wells, which a lot of people in the state, there's a lot of abandonment. We talked about, are people going to be around dealing with their post liabilities? I had a conversation with Lori last night, and I told her about, I started my career as an engineer doing Superfund cleanup, so I'm familiar with what leaving behind a liability looks like and having to clean it up. We're not doing that. We're spending $50, $60 million a year plugging and abandoning wells, but the benefit of plugging and abandoning wells is you're also creating a reservoir by which you can inject. So it will be a new injection well, to answer your question specifically, that is permitted by the EPA, that says that the subsurface that we have asked to be permitted is more than adequate and sufficient to store permanently CO2. And that's the review that's going on. We filed 4 permits. We're 80% of the permits in the state and about 35% of the permits filed nationwide. So right here in California, we have the geology. If you talk to whether it be Stanford or Ernie Moniz, the former Secretary of Energy under President Obama, he has his own think tank, Energy Futures Initiative. They did a combined study and said that California has the geology to permanently sequester millions, tens of millions of tons per year.
Now, I think analogous to what was said. So just for transparency, right? So expectations are set by Class 6 permit. It's very detailed, right? So it is very well thought out, and there's a number of monitoring practices that's required. And I think so it's well thought out. It's going to keep carbon safe in the ground. And we store it at great depth. As Kurt said, it's, for example, maybe 6,000 feet is where you store it, and above the reservoir you have 1,000 foot of shale, impermeable rock that was there, and in some cases held hydrocarbons for millions of years, right? So it is a high bar, high expectations set to make sure that our storage reservoirs are secure. And frankly, we will not, if we don't think it can be stored securely, we're not going to file a Class 6 permit to get to that point. So I think there's 2 checks and balances. One is internal to the operators, because we've done it in the past, and one is a regulatory requirement set to make sure we do it consistently and prudently.
Sorry.
No.
Woo, I am losing it. Wake up, Nicole. 2 more panels. Jeffrey, close. Let's close this great panel.
Well, I certainly thank all of you for being with us today, and I hope as well that this provided everyone an opportunity to meet some of the local on-the-ground groups so that the dialogue we've been talking about can start or continue, as the case may be. And I hope I also continue great conversations with the group. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Mr. Bob Epstein is waiting in the wings here. You know, folks, before the conference, we actually had some great Zoom panels before to get some interaction, to find out, to meet folks a little bit better. So it's so cool to see people in person versus just their faces. So at this time, I would like to bring up Mr. Bob Epstein, co-founder of Project 2030. He will introduce his panelists, and then we got to look out for that door about 3:15. We hope to then see our infrastructure czar, Antonio Viragosa, who will help make our closing remarks to this amazing pre-summit. Mr. Bob Epstein, warm welcome, please. Warm welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick introduction. Probably most of you don't know who I am. I was born in Stockton, California, went through the public schools, got my PhD at University of California, built 4 startup companies. All of them went public in California, and for the last 22 years, I've been retired, meaning no one pays me for anything, and invested all my time in policy work in California, really focused on climate change and energy. So Project 2030 is an idea of mine and Diane Doucette's that we started 3 years ago to say, what are the missing policies to get California in order to meet the 2030 target and the 2045 targets? So I have a few slides to introduce the setup for this panel, and we'll move to the first one if we can. Whoops, I'll go back. So the specific topic we want to cover is a subset of the issues that face California, and that is the amount of biomass that occurs as a side effect of either forest treatments or agriculture in California. Is there something we can do with that is going to improve air quality, create negative emissions, meaning carbon sequestration, and reduce demand for fossil fuels? And so we're going to talk about that. I'm going to give you a little setup. Then I'm going to introduce, bring up my panel, Colin Murphy, who's at UC Davis in their policy group, and Josh Stolaroff, who's with Moat Hydrogen, and they'll each tell their stories. So let me first start with the two-word phrase that got me started on this, which is biomass happens. If you have agriculture, not the entire part of the plant is sold, there is leftover pieces, whether it's an orchard or something else, it happens. So this is coming from the Lawrence Livermore report, looking at how much biomass is there, and on an annual basis, there's 10.5 million dry tons per year from agriculture, and expected 24 million dry tons per year from forest treatments. And obviously, there's more after a fire. The stacks there show you the type of biomass that happens. Here in Kern County, the largest single segment is agricultural residue. So it happens. The thing we'd like to focus on this panel and integrate in with the previous panel is what's the social opportunities of using this biomass for a net social benefit? What are the risks involved? And how do we answer some of the great questions that came up from Gustavo and Lori and Dan? We're going to try to answer a few of those, but we'll make that interactive. So currently what happens to the biomass is one of these 6 things, and I'm going to grade them. I have the privilege, since I have the microphone and you don't, I'm going to grade them. So you can leave it alone, and it'll decompose, and it'll produce a bunch of emissions, including methane and other things you don't want to smell, and it's really slow. You can combust it to electricity or to fuel and heat, but combustion by itself has all these problems in terms of air quality, and in a lot of cases, it's only economical if the government subsidizes it. A great idea is to compost or mulch it, and the main issue there is how do you create enough demand? Is there really a demand for 10 million tons a year of mulch? Some works, some doesn't, in animal feed. And thank the air regulators. Open or controlled burning is at least illegal, so we won't be doing that in the very near future. So that's what happens to it. One of the things that's especially interesting to me, and we'll talk about in the panel, is eliminating combustion as a future opportunity and focus instead on gasification. And we're going to explain a little bit about what we mean by gasification and how it works and how it might meet the requirements of local communities. But once you gasify it, you can end up with green hydrogen. You could put it into grid electricity. You can make liquid fuels for those cars that haven't converted yet to electricity. You can create renewable natural gas. You can do any of those things potentially. But let me back up for a second and say, is biomass gasification new? Now, if you lived in Germany in 1938, you could have bought a biomass vehicle. And this very attractive vehicle, it's no longer for sale, so don't rush out. But the Adler Diplomat 3 GS Meat Holds gas generator, I forgive my German, was available. And it gasified the fuel, the fuel that it had, and that gas went into the engine and ran it. The reason why the Germans did this is because it was pretty hard to get gasoline in Germany in 1938. But it just illustrates the fact that converting a solid to a gas is not a new idea. The question is, can we do it safely, reliably? And I want to contrast this with a couple of things, and then we'll start the panel. Incineration versus gasification. When you incinerate something, your goal is heat, and then that heat's converted to electricity or whatever else you want to do with it. When you gasify something, your goal is to convert it into a gas, and then that gas, something else is done with it. So they're fundamentally different ideas, and the panel will go into a little more detail behind it. The output of gasification is synthetic gas, primarily hydrogen, carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide's a horrible thing, so you convert it to carbon dioxide. But the gasification we're interested in has two properties. The first is we're not looking for new sources of fuel to gasify. We're looking for waste product and where this might be the best social use of that. So we're not trying to create new demand. We're trying to diminish the feedstocks because biomass happens. The second thing is we're only looking at this where we're also getting carbon dioxide stored, sequestered. And the reason for that is unless you gasify, it's very expensive to get that CO2. So that's the difference. So I'd like to bring up the panel. There's a number of things we're going to discuss, and we're going to try to cover a lot of the questions that already came up, but we're going to count on you as an interactive audience. So let me bring Colin up and Josh. Thank you for joining me. And I'm going to start out with Colin and ask you just to tell about how you got into this line of work, why are you here, and some of your comments on the topic.
Sure. Thanks, Bob. So
it's not.
It's on? Oh, there we go. Okay. Thanks, Bob. As I said, I'm Colin Murphy. I'm the Deputy Director for the Policy Institute for Energy, Environment, and the Economy at UC Davis. We are big fans of very long research institute titles here. We're closely associated with the Institute of Transportation Studies, which is one of the largest and oldest academic research groups focusing on sustainable transportation in the country, I think also the world. ITS has got about 150 researchers, faculty, and staff, all focused on sustainable transportation in one form or another, and we just hit our 30th anniversary. In the Policy Institute, our job is to really help effectively leverage the advancements that academia has made in these areas into public policy and actually get it onto the ground, because we recognize there's often a bit of a barrier between academics and policymakers. And so at ITS and the Policy Institute, I co-direct our low carbon fuel policy research program, where we focus on a lot of the issues related to how are we going to supply transportation into the future. One of the things we recently put out last year is a report called Driving California's Transportation Emissions to Zero by 2045, where we sort of took the first real in-depth look at how the transportation sector in California could achieve the carbon neutrality goal and keep pace with the state and the rest of the state's emissions profile. And even though electric vehicles are by far the single most important technology and the single most important lever we have to reduce emissions, we found that no matter how hard you pushed on the policy and technological levers you have to speed the deployment, they can't do everything alone. First, as has been mentioned several times, there are certain sectors that are probably just not a great fit for batteries, and you're going to need liquid fuels over the long term, aviation being one of them, possibly marine and rail. But beyond that, the fleet of on-road vehicles turns over slow enough that by 2045, unless you want to have a really sort of incredibly expensive buyback plan or a sort of draconian forced retirement plan, neither of which we think is a good idea, you're going to still have liquid fuels in the system. Even under the most ambitious EV deployment trajectories in that report, there are still 2 to 3 billion gallons a year of liquid fuel demand in the gasoline pool in 2045. And there's really no way the state's going to be able to meet its carbon neutrality goals if that's coming from petroleum. So we absolutely recognize that there aren't a lot of liquid fuels that get you to zero. With CCS, maybe some of them, but even in that case, mostly they end up being low carbon but not zero carbon. We really have to leverage the ability of the fuels we have, and right now the only technologies that we know can scale are biofuels and biomass-based, to shave emissions down from the on-road fleet as much as we possibly can in order to hit the 2030 target and to give us a shot at the 2045 target for the existing gasoline pool with biofuels. But it is going to be needed to go and fill some of the gaps while the transition to EVs happen, and then to satisfy the hard to electrify sectors over the long run. So a lot of the research that we're doing right now at the Policy Institute, certainly on the low carbon fuels projects, is describing what that looks like and what you need to get out of a liquid fuel or a biofuel space in order to go and let us meet the critical greenhouse gas targets. So with that, I'll stop and let Josh go ahead.
If we can turn the presentation back on, Josh has a few slides to illustrate what he's up to.
All right, can we go back? Yeah. So hi, I'm Josh Dolaroff. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Moat. Just got a few slides here to give you an introduction. So a little about us. We're a climate technology startup. We're spun out of work that I did at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, where I worked for 11 years before Moat. And I got to help with these two reports pictured in the upper right, and I might be getting sick of hearing about getting to neutral by now, but it was an important piece of analysis for me. And one of the findings was that biomass gasification to hydrogen with carbon capture was an amazing opportunity to solve several problems at once. waste management, taking CO2 out of the air, and producing clean energy. And it was such a compelling opportunity, and also because of the resources we have in California and the needs for biomass management, along with the geology for CO2 storage, that you could actually meet a pretty big part of the state's needs for carbon removal with this kind of pathway. And that's what's pictured in the lower right there. The stuff in the red box is the biomass gasification pathways. And so you can get pretty far with that in terms of our carbon removal needs. And these were big surprises of our analysis. And they were compelling enough to me that I thought, well, somebody has to do this for real. So I helped start this company to make it happen. A little bit more about Mote at a very high level. What we do is we take woody wastes, and we're talking about agricultural residues, residues from forest fire management, and urban green waste. And we use gasification and further processing to turn that into hydrogen that's fuel cell grade and CO2 for safe and permanent geologic storage. And to give you a sense of where we are at as a company, we're entering front-end engineering design for our first facility. It's going to look something like that. It's going to be here in Kern County. And this facility makes 60 tons a day of hydrogen, which is quite a lot. 900 tons a day of biomass goes in, and we take around 400,000 tons a year of CO2 out of the air with it. Planning to operate in 2026. Since we're talking about community impacts, and air quality is a key concern along those lines, I just want to show this, some data to discuss. The graph on the left is the emissions profile from the average biomass boiler in California. So to give you a sense of scale, for example, we're talking about carbon monoxide emissions around 3 pounds per ton of biomass that goes into the boiler. And then on the right is the emissions profile from Mote's facility. And you can see this is a categorically different technology. We're talking about CO emissions that are reduced by a factor of 1,100, 30,000 times less NOx emissions. And it's so different because we're not doing combustion in air. We don't have a traditional flue gas stream. It's really a different approach to using biomass. And so, of course, I think it's a very responsible way to manage biomass in terms of air quality. But also that's not the whole story, because we're making hydrogen, and we're making hydrogen for transportation. And our customers specifically want to use it for heavy-duty transportation. That is likely our biggest market. And so this is a picture of what happens if you take Mote hydrogen and replace diesel and heavy-duty trucks with it. And what you get is a actually substantial reduction in criteria pollutants because of the avoided emissions from diesel trucks. And again, for example, we're talking about 1.5 pounds of carbon monoxide removed from the air for every ton of biomass that goes into the Mote facility. So this is a huge opportunity, especially in the Central Valley and Kern County, where air quality impacts are dominated by transportation. And it allows us, again, to solve multiple problems at once. We have biomass that has other fates that we don't necessarily want it to have. And we need to make clean energy, and we want to clean up the air. So this is why I'm doing what we're doing, and happy to have this discussion.
Thanks. So let's start with some of the questions that we had to begin with. And the first one I want to start with is, what makes this, obviously it must be economical. This is a private company you're creating. What makes it economical, both from a policy perspective, and technology?
Yeah, so the key thing that we found initially in the research at Lawrence Livermore was that when you use biomass for two things at once, and in this case we're using it for carbon removal and for stored energy, it's a lot more economic than old ways where you do one or the other, mostly where you burn it and make electricity. Hydrogen's more valuable than electricity already, like a factor of 4 more valuable, but the carbon in the biomass is even more valuable than that. Especially when you compare things like direct air capture, where it's very expensive to get carbon out of the air, and here the plants have done the hard work of getting it out of the air for us, and we just have to use it well. So those things together make the plant economic.
Okay, and come from a policy perspective, what are the policy levers that make it work economically?
For me?
Yeah.
I mean, in California and states like Oregon and Washington, the LCFS ends up being really important. The LCFS is unique and very effective in that it ties the amount of incentive for every unit of energy to the emissions reduction value. And it looks at things on a full life cycle basis. So you get a better ability to understand the actual emissions impacts of alternative fuels, particularly when they come from biomass. It makes the problem of assessing it very complex and gives me a lot of, some fun times and some very frustrating times. But we have the tools to do that assessment, and the structure of the LCFS really helps ensure that you give a lot of incentive to the things that are very clean and a little bit of incentive to the things that are at least cleaner than what we're doing right now, but perhaps don't have a real trajectory to get to zero. The other thing I would say is the value of the LCFS is as the target goes down, it reduces the amount of incentive for every fuel in the market unless they keep finding ways to get cleaner. And so fuel that can offer some benefits compared to petroleum, but not a lot, it basically puts an expiration date on those fuels. And eventually the target gets down to the point where these sort of mid-carbon fuels just do not have a way to maintain incentive, not because a regulator or a political stakeholder has directly taken an action to take them out of the program. It's the fundamental nature of how the program works and the math is done.
And you used an acronym LCFS. I'm just going to make sure you translate it, just in case.
The Low Carbon Fuel Standard. And so it is it's the main program in California that we use for reducing the greenhouse gas intensity of transportation fuels. It has different names in different locations. Oregon calls theirs the Clean Fuel Program. Washington's also using LCFS. And the Canadian federal government adopted something similar called the Clean Fuel Standard, but they're all very similar in how they're designed and function.
Okay, so one of the concerns that was expressed I want to ask about is so if this is economically interesting and you want to expand, what prevents it from expanding into cutting down forests to get more wood or growing specialty crops that are just there for the biomass? What keeps it focused on just waste biomass, both from a policy perspective and economics, I guess?
Well, certainly on the wood waste side, I was part of a joint wood products working group that looked last year at the opportunities for using forest biomass for biofuels. And one of the things that we found in the literature, it is really energy intensive to go into forests and to manually pull out material for the purpose of fire reduction. If that is being done in order to fuel a biofuel production facility, the fuel that comes out gets assessed for all the energy it took to remove it. So basically, under the LCFS, it is extremely unlikely, I'm not going to say impossible because nothing's impossible, but it's very unlikely that somebody would be able to make an economic case for going into forests, pulling out more wood, pulling out additional residue, under the guise of fire control, but still having your LCFS pathway application look good. The only way it works right now is if that wood was already being removed in an effort to reduce wildfire risk and was basically being piled somewhere and either left to naturally decompose or pile burned. And those are the two fates of those piles right now when we do fire management. If they're manually removing, then there's a pile of wood somewhere and it either decomposes or gets burned. There are better fates for biomass. Both decomposition and burning release pollutants. Decomposition, primarily methane, burning, particulate matter, NOx, a lot of other stuff. So if that wood is basically sitting there and the activity that caused it to be sitting there is part of a different process that's unrelated to the biofuel, and somebody takes and says, instead of having you light it on fire, when we take it to a facility and make a fuel out of it. That's the only way the LCFS would let them gain any significant amount of credit under the current program.
And thank you. And from the commercial perspective, we know who our suppliers are. We have relationships with them. So we know what the alternative fates of the biomass are. And it's of key concern to us to not to use biomass that would create a life cycle emissions reduction, because the markets that we're using to monetize carbon removal, California Low Carbon Fuel Standard is one. There are private markets and hopefully other regulated markets coming online soon. But all of these are life cycle aware. And so if we start using purpose-grown crops, in addition to being more expensive than we can pay for it, that would hurt our carbon removal revenue. And so Moat is specifically focused on waste and residues. That is our company's raison d'etre.
Yeah, let me echo that and say, for purpose-grown crops, if you're not looking at forests, but instead trying to grow biomass, you're charged for the fertilizer that it's required to grow. You're charged for if there's energy needed to irrigate it. And so far, nobody has come up with a model that has worked well enough to be deployed, despite the fact the LCFS has been in place for a long time. The life cycle analysis, it's difficult. It's the visions that some people have said of we'll just grow tons of switchgrass or miscanthus. That's not likely. There's a few places where maybe it could happen, but again, these are relatively small pieces of the pie, not something where you're going to copy and paste ad nauseum and try to replace the entire liquid fuel supply.
So next question, Sajashi, I think I had the number right, 900 tons per day of biomass delivered to your facility.
Yep.
How's it getting there, and how cleanly is it getting there? Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so we're fortunate here in Kern County because a lot of this biomass is pretty nearby. To start, it's coming on trucks, and that's about 50 trucks a day. It's significant, but a lot of this stuff has to go somewhere anyway. And we're mindful of the routes and the impacts they have. Going forward, rail is a great option for moving biomass at this scale, and we'll use that wherever we can. And converting those trucks to hydrogen trucks is a significant advantage that we move toward as commercial hydrogen trucks become more prevalent.
Okay, and the other question, and that is, you had those 2 ponds there of water, so what's the water demand for doing
right,
that?
And
so what sort of concern is that?
Yeah, so the facility design has zero water discharge. Those ponds are evaporation ponds for the wastewater that we have from the process. There's some water that's used for cleaning up the gas. That's what that comes from. But we're taking a very conservative design approach to get something that's easily permittable. Of course, in California, we have to be mindful of that. So yeah, that's the story on water.
Okay, and what, just out of curiosity, in terms of hydrogen itself for fuel, I guess one of the things I'd like to comment on is the benefit of having to be locally produced and locally consumed as opposed to depending on deliveries. And what's been your experience, your early experience in terms of being a hydrogen provider? What's the interest level, and is there enough interest? How does that work?
Sure. Yeah, hydrogen is a quickly growing market with quickly growing interest, especially in the transportation field. I mean, right now we have hydrogen fuel stations in California that you can take light-duty vehicles to and fill them up. And quickly we're building heavy-duty stations for the same purpose. There's also transit agencies, and port equipment are the biggest other sources of demand. So a lot of our hydrogen we expect is going to go to stations along the I-5 corridor, 999, to Port of LA, and places like that. It is harder to transport hydrogen than gasoline, but it is pretty doable, and we're making liquid hydrogen, so you can, in principle, move it.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would say, so I tend to be a little bit less sold on the idea of hydrogen as a fuel directly later onto vehicles than many of my colleagues at ITS, in fact. But even if that never materializes, and I do think it's kind of an open question, and there's still a lot of opportunities for hydrogen to emerge as a really important vehicle fuel, there are absolutely needs for hydrogen in stationary source applications, whether it's in chemical industries as a long duration energy storage to deal with sort of seasonal variations in renewable energy supply, or for the production of low carbon liquid fuels. There are a lot of reasons why we are going to need hydrogen to play a big role in the energy economy of the future. And so at this point, whether or not it goes into a vehicle or it goes into a local industrial application or it goes into energy storage and is used to sort of smooth out seasonal variability, that doesn't matter so much as getting the technology deployed at scale and bringing the costs down to the point where it becomes a viable tool. But there's a lot of ways in the stationary sector where hydrogen has got characteristics that just none of the other options can offer. So even if you are also a somewhat unsold on the idea of hydrogen-fueled vehicles, there is still a desperate need for it.
And just to confirm that, we do have significant interest from utilities and as an input for ammonia production for fertilizer as among our customer base.
Right. So let me turn to the audience now and take questions, particularly if any of the previous panel had questions. This is your chance. This is sort of the live example of taking a waste product that used to be incinerated and trying to move it into something that has a higher value with carbon sequestration that's about to be built, that will be built, could be built in Kern County next year, has every intention of happening. And so for people who live here, what are the questions you'd like to know? Here's a chance to
All right, here we
ask.
go, here we go. And where's Diane Doucette? I want her to ask a question. There we go, Dan. Oh, right here's the microphone.
All right, so we're now going to merge these two panels together. Go for it, Dan.
Love it.
Thanks, Bob. So you mentioned that the LCFS is going to help keep us from using primary biomass at these facilities. Yet LCFS strongly supports ethanol as a low-carbon fuel, even though ethanol has been shown by independent studies to be more carbon-intensive than traditional gasoline. So I'm pretty nervous about relying on that policy tool as a way to stop that particular land use and that pathway. And at the same time, the economics also are a little questionable. These biomass facilities that they're talking about reopening, like in my hometown in Delano, that facility, when it was running, had the same economics, presumably, in terms of its feedstocks, and yet relied on primary crops and not just waste. And so how can we ensure that the two tools that you've mentioned that I don't really see any reason to believe in, what needs to be changed to make those work?
So I think you're probably mainly referring to the LARC study last year on ethanol. First, I disagree with some of the methodology, happy to get deep in the weeds there, but even if you agree with their methodology, what they said is the US should not have gone from very little ethanol production to 15 billion gallons a year, and that's mostly RFS. I think that may be a reasonable conclusion. What it doesn't say is, having basically grasped the nettle already, having the land conversion already happen, what's the best thing to do with it going forward? I absolutely agree that we wouldn't want to go and support the doubling of corn ethanol and to go from 15 to 30. But given that the land conversion's already happened, once the land conversion happens, recovery of carbon is a multi-decade process, so not particularly feasible on the timescales relevant to us avoiding the worst effects of climate change. The question is really, all right, we have this, it is a resource. At present, it is somewhat better than petroleum, not a lot. What's the best thing to do with it? And certainly the LCFS, one of the things it has done is it's caused the US ethanol industry, not just the ones that are trying to sell into California, but on the whole, to significantly improve the efficiency of their operations, to reduce the carbon footprint. The LCFS is almost solely responsible for the deployment of the first commercially viable cellulosic technology, corn kernel fiber expansions that they're basically just a small yield increase on corn production. So it has achieved its goal in making that fuel better. And a lot of what the LCFS does is it tries to balance the need to make the existing fuels better, even if they don't have a trajectory to zero, as well as support the really long shot stuff. And I think it's doing that.
Okay.
We make sure that the same thing that happened with ethanol doesn't happen to support these biomass facilities, where we do land conversion.
So the RFS didn't, the LCA requirements in the RFS weren't great. And the RFS was, in a lot of ways, always conceived more as an energy security policy that sort of got a greenwashing applied to it afterwards. I think we have to make sure that we're not viewing the generation of energy supply at all costs to be the goal of the LCFS, and clearly that's not how the program works now, and I've seen nothing out of what CARB said about what they plan to do next year in the rulemaking that makes me think that they're changing that opinion. They are thinking about things like putting caps on the amount of crop-based feedstock that goes into the California fuel supply, and I think that's probably a good idea. They're also increasing the carbon intensity targets more quickly, and as the carbon intensity targets go up faster, that sort of expiration date for these mid-carbon fuels that are better than petroleum but not zero, that expiration date comes closer and closer. And so all these steps are happening, and so yes, I definitely get the concern about supporting that. The other thing I would say is, if you look at the difference between California and the rest of the country, California and Oregon, which also had an LCFS for a while, California has doubled the amount of its transportation energy coming from non-petroleum sources over the lifespan of the LCFS. Oregon's only had theirs for 5 years, and it's gone up by about 40 or 50%. The rest of the country has not seen that kind of growth. So, to the point where even you said one of the most important things we can possibly do is to reduce the demand for petroleum, the LCFS is absolutely doing that. It's also been absolutely critical for supporting and making the economics of electric vehicles work out, particularly in buses and trucks, the heavy-duty sectors. So it's not perfect. I spend a lot of time kind of evangelizing the LCFS. It's not perfect. And there's plenty of comment letters with my name on it, in the files at CARB, telling them ways that they could be better. But it has, generally speaking, achieved a lot of its goals and made a real positive impact on the core topic it's trying to address.
Josh, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll just say, generally, it is possible to do bioenergy badly. And there are some studies that bear that out. And so it's entirely worthwhile for the environmental community to engage in the policy process and make sure that we construct these programs well. The LCFS, says it is now, doesn't incentivize carbon removal. There is no program that incentivizes carbon removal specifically. It rewards it, but it also rewards corn ethanol and other approaches. And I hope that going forward, we'll have a program that's crafted to make sure we get negative emissions from biofuels. But that'll be a process, and I think it would be a mistake to leave the opportunities on the table, especially with waste biomass. There's enormous benefits that we can get from it.
Okay, there's other questions? Yes, in the back.
Hi, Stephen Amstutz. So, this valley is known for agricultural, fertility, and I think there's some legitimate concern about, basically removing organic matter from the earth. And I'm just curious, there are multiple types of gasification and pyrolysis. Why are you not doing a method that encourages biochar or carbon black to create an alternative product rather than putting the CO2 into the ground with your process?
Sure. Yeah, there are different approaches to converting biomass. Some of them produce biochar. In our case, we're going to CO2. In the studies we did at Livermore, we looked at biochar a lot. We considered its permanence as a carbon storage mechanism, and I felt that story is not complete, that we don't know, especially in California, the way our soils are, we don't know how long biochar will stay there. And so if we want to do carbon removal, we're doing geologic CO2 storage. It's the safest, most established way to do it, which is not to say that these other approaches aren't worthwhile, that carbon black isn't worthwhile in some cases, just that Moat is focused on this long-term carbon removal, and so we're choosing CO2.
And Colin, can you just comment on biochar in terms of a policy area? Is it currently an accepted sequestration in California?
I think Josh put it well that the story is not complete. There's certainly a lot of potential there. I think the problem with biochar, as well as most of the approaches in regenerative agriculture that would seek to increase soil carbon, quantifying how much carbon actually stays there over time, given variability in climate, given that somebody might choose to plant different crops or change management, or sell their land to somebody who plants crops and changes management. It is really important when you're talking about sequestration that you very carefully align the level of incentive with the amount of actual benefit to the climate that's given. And I think that there's a lot of concern that, yes, you could support a person adding biochar to the soil or even adding compost or mulch to increase solid carbon that way. But you have to make sure that the soil is maintained and managed in a way that that carbon stays resident there. And that's where I think a lot of the models we have that you need to quantify that are just not quite ready for prime time. And then the question is, how do you deal with the risk that somebody, perhaps a future owner who was completely unconnected to your decision to put biochar or compost or anything, any sort of soil carbon enhancing activity, what happens if they decide to do something differently? And how many owners would be willing to sort of say, well, if I'm going to take this incentive for using biochar or another soil carbon activity, do I have to then go and attach some sort of like use covenant to the land if I ever want to sell the land or change? Like it's doable. These are problems that can be solved, but they are extremely complicated ones. And the best and easiest approach would be to try to model it and understand and make a responsible conservative decision, and the models are struggling at that so far.
Next question.
All right.
We're allowed 2 per customer, so Dan, go ahead.
Yeah. We have a question over here from
Oh,
one
I'm
of the
sorry.
students.
Okay. And then we'll go back to you, okay? All right, great.
Hello everyone, my name is Chun Yan. I'm from the Energy Academy program at Independence High School.
Hi.
And I want to ask, what college and major do you study?
So my mother was a doctor and I grew up in medicine, and I studied biomedical engineering and had a first career doing stuff with tissue collection for transplant and surgical lasers. Went back to grad school because I wanted to study the economics and policy, and in a very long story that I'm happy to talk to you after the panel, ended up in climate change and clean energy.
And Josh, your
And
answer?
I studied environmental engineering and in grad school, environmental engineering and public policy. And we need more environmental engineers, so I encourage you to give it a try.
And my answer, my dad was the city planning director for the city of Stockton, so I learned all about zoning. And then I got my PhD in electrical engineering with a minor in music, and so now I perform musically and I work on environmental policy. What a great question.
Yes, in 10 years, we're going to see you guys up there.
I certainly hope so. Okay, Dan, you get the last question, then we wrap up.
All right, thanks, Bob. So, we see the chart with the lower pollution levels. Hearing you talk about these facilities being carbon negative, I've also heard a claim that this is a lower energy burden than electrolysis to produce hydrogen. I would love to see the math. I'm really skeptical. The studies that I've seen have either been inconclusive or cast some real doubt. When we've asked different folks working on this, well, show us, don't just show us an infographic, show us the actual numbers, prove this to us. We've been, environmental justice, gosh, we've been lied to for a century, we're skeptical, and I think rightfully so. These same biomass facilities also said they weren't gonna have pollution, and then were the worst polluters in the state, just about. So we need to see the math, we need this proven to us, not just guaranteed verbally. So would love to connect and get a little bit more into the weeds afterwards, but wondered if you are able to share those things and you can prove it, and what studies you're relying on to show that maybe I haven't seen.
Can you, a 2-minute answer, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, okay.
But to be continued, but with a quick answer?
Yeah, would love to chat about the details afterward, happy to. How do we know? Our facility, we've done preliminary front-end engineering design for it. So we have the process simulations, and the components of the facility are proven. They're commercial gasifiers. The particular one we are using has commercial instances. So it's fairly well-grounded in terms of the sources for how we think it's going to operate. How much electricity the process uses is a design choice. For Moat, it's about a fourth of the electricity that an electrolysis plant would use for the same amount of hydrogen. But then we're also getting carbon capture out of that, so it's actually incredibly more energy efficient. I mean, the great thing about gasification is the thermal energy comes from the biomass itself. So that heat that causes the reaction, it's an exothermic reaction. And like I said, it's a design choice. You can use some of that energy to run the electrical components of the plant, or you can import electricity and use it that way. But overall, the energy is coming from the biomass primarily, so that's what distinguishes it from electrolysis.
Okay, with that, I'm sorry.
Could I add one quick thing
Yeah.
to that? So electrolysis, in the long run, probably does have the best opportunity to be truly zero carbon hydrogen. But we're still using about 40% natural gas on our grid, and we're ahead of most other states. So it's difficult to foresee a world where kind of the long-term, the best overall economy-wide emissions picture is painted by burning natural gas to supply buildings and stuff, and then having the renewable energy projects be used to make hydrogen in order to label it zero carbon. Again, a lot of this is how do we manage this transition period between where we are now, which is almost everything petroleum, and the long-run future where everything's renewable and we have enough renewable electricity that we can throw a lot of it at electrolysis. And certainly within the viewpoint of minimizing impacts in this transition period, the gasification pathway does make sense.
Great. So I want to thank Josh and Colin for coming in your time, and thank you very much for giving us this
much.
this panel.
Thank you. Wonderful panel.
Okay.
Wonderful. All right. Well, I knew this would happen. He's right outside the door. And so I'm going to wrap up here because I think after the former mayor of Los Angeles and the former speaker of the state assembly closes, we can end on that note. So unless, is he there? No. So I just want to thank again on behalf of the chancellor, the whole Kern Community College District team, and all of you for attending, our sponsors. Thank you. What we're going to do is debrief with all the teams. Diane, you asked a lot of great questions regarding follow-up. And so we're going to analyze each of the panels, look at where we can work with folks at the state level, with our community partners, the deputy secretary. She has a lot of good questions. And so we're going to where you live. You're not going anywhere, okay? There he is. Woo, you almost gave me a heart attack, Mr. Speaker. So at this time, I would like to introduce someone who the Central Valley knows very well, someone who has been fighting for the environment, for our families, for working people for decades, someone who is no stranger to a good fight, someone who we love, someone who has worked side by side, whether you're Dolores Huerta or whether you're some company trying to come into a community and bring in jobs. Someone who's always, for me personally, my family, a phone call away. And I'll see him in a wedding in December. My good friend. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say, this is wrapping up. Can you bring us home? Can you tell us how you're part of the Kern Community College District family now? You've been adopted with Senator Bradford, Fiona Ma, the whole gang, and his former member, Autumn Burke. Can you just bring us home? Talk about the partnership of the governor, what you're doing on infrastructure. We have needs. We have water needs. I'm going to give you a list later. Come, warm welcome for the infrastructure czar for the governor of this state of California, Antonio Villaraigosa. Oh, man. Thank you. Good to see you, man.
When you said you were ready to have a heart attack, I was thinking, well, it was supposed to be here at 3:30, and I got here at 3:21. It's great to see you, of course, Nicole, and excited that you're going to be heading up or working on this project, and great to see many of you. As Nicole mentioned, I've been here a few times in my life, born and raised here, and yes, a fan of Dolores Huerta, one of our heroes. Let's give her a big hand. I mean, it's not just here in Kern County or California, around the country, even around the world. People know the name Dolores Huerta, her reputation for fighting for social justice and workers' rights and women's rights and the environment. Real honor to be with her today. You know, the governor has tasked me with, you mentioned czar. I joked I'm not Russian, and I'm not the czar, but he used that term to basically make it clear that I was going to be in charge of this effort. Now, this is a $100 billion infrastructure investment plan. We've never spent anything close to this kind of money for transportation, for water, for broadband, and for energy in a 5-year period. I mean, it's unheard of. And the reason why it's historic is $47 billion comes from the state. The legislature and the governor allocated $47 billion for infrastructure. The other 50+ billion is coming from the feds. So the 1.2 trillion that you read about that was passed, we're going to get is competitive grant. So one of the things that I say to everyone, and this is now my 22nd city in the last 2 months, so I've been on the road, is for the competitive grants, we're not going to get behind every competitive grant. We want to get behind the best competitive grants, because you're not just competing within the state, you're competing across the nation. And so we want to get behind the absolute best projects. What are those best projects? Regional agreement. So the county, the metropolitan area, all, you know, the various entities, the electeds, local, state, all, you know, maybe connecting to economic centers, going through disadvantaged areas, and while housing isn't part of this project that have some unanimity, you know, agreement in the region, and projects that, you know, that are going to compete well with projects across the country. The second thing the governor said was he wanted to break the glass. And what do you mean by that? Well, it's an historic investment, and I interpreted what he, Los Angeles, the current mayor, broke ground, or not broke ground, cut ribbon on 3 big projects in LA. The airport, a light rail line in South Los Angeles, the K line that goes all the way to the airport, and the 6th Street Bridge. That's the problem in this state. And so one of the things we said, we want to stretch this $100 billion so there's more money for projects. How do we do it? Well, we do it. We saw how we did it. For a football stadium in Inglewood, they streamlined, did fast track, cutting not the rigorous environmental review, but the time that you can sue on a project. The Kings Arena in Sacramento also had that kind of fast track. Well, we're saying all this $100 billion has got to have a fast track for approval. So we're going to the legislature to get that authority, working with our labor partners and environmentalists, the people in this room, the electeds, around the notion if climate change is the biggest challenge facing humankind, then we ought to treat it like an emergency. We ought to have a sense of urgency. Now, a second big piece to that is alternative methods of delivery. I don't know if you remember, you might not, some of you, I could tell, or maybe were just born around that time, but when there was an earthquake in Northridge, I don't know, 20-some, almost 30 years ago, Pete Wilson, the governor at the time, it destroyed a big part of the 10 freeway, Santa Monica Freeway. Usually takes 6 years, 5 years to repair something like that. They did it in 9 months with a thing called design build. We want to look at design build opportunities, construction management opportunities, various methods to accelerate the building of these projects. Secondly, permitting. When I was mayor of LA, I found out that it took 2.5 years to open up a restaurant and to develop in LA. When I got jammed by the business groups about it, did a little checking and realized the reason why is they had to go to 12 different departments. Well, I cut it down from 12 to 2, and I put the people that had to approve those permits in the same room. We're going to do the same thing at the state. We need to streamline permitting. We need to approve these projects faster. And what we're going to do is say to the locals who get a project, you have to do the same thing. The city has to work with the county has to work with Caltrans we have to row in the same direction so that so these projects don't take 12 years, maybe take 7, 8, whatever that number is, because some of these projects are very big and they take a long time. We're going to look at every way we can address exemptions, CEQA and NEPA. When I was mayor, I found out that we have the toughest environmental review in California, and then the feds have their own. And the way it used to work was we did ours first, and then they did theirs. And I said, well, why do they need to do theirs when ours is more rigorous? Well, they didn't let us not do theirs, but we did it at the same time instead of consecutively. Shaves off 2-3 years off a program, depending on the size of the project. So we're going to be looking at fast-tracking, accelerating programs. Second big thing about breaking the glass, and by the way, is the issue of equity and inclusion. Most of you know, and I've heard from a group of community leaders just a few minutes ago who told me that, historically, the freeways, they did that in Boyle Heights, where I grew up, 5 freeways in one neighborhood. They did that in South LA, 3 freeways. The equity and inclusion issue is going to be an important issue here, where communities who are disadvantaged are disproportionately affected are the appropriate mitigations, that when we prioritize projects, that we don't leave a 5-year period. So we don't have enough construction workers to do all of this work. So part of why the governor asked me to do this is because when I was mayor, I said, I want to see black people on construction sites. There weren't very many. Did 2,500 black apprentices. I want to see women on construction sites. I want to see ex-cons on construction sites, because when they come out of prison, we don't want them to be homeless, living on the streets. You want them to have a good job. And these are good jobs. And then finally, I said the Latinos, and everybody thinks Latinos are all over construction. They are historically, but laborers. I said I want to see operating engineers. I want to see, air conditioning and heating, folks. I want to see plumbers. I want to see the broad cross-section. So we want to see everybody participate in this effort. This, community colleges are going to be important. So community colleges are going to play a big role in the workforce development. And then, as you know, for apprenticeship programs in construction, having gone through a pre-apprenticeship program is really important to get in. That the jobs that we create are jobs that, you know, union job. This is my 22nd city. I started in the Valley, by the way. It was important to me. You know, Nicole said that, you know, I've been here a lot, and I did 4 years ago on a campaign trail. I spent more time in the Valley than anybody before me. And when the governor and I talked about it, we both agreed we wanted to go to the Valley first. So we started, my first city that I went to was Fresno, and now I'm coming here. I've met with small city mayors and big, you know, once you've been a mayor, you always start with the mayors. I like to hear from mayors because that's where the rubber hits the road, no pun intended. And you know, so met with small city mayors, big city mayors. You should know I've now met 3 times with Mayor Bakersfield. And today I went on a tour of that freeway completion that's going to connect, I guess, the 58, the 99, and the 5. Great project and the like. So that's in essence what this project's about. But ultimately, it's about, you know, reimagining what this infrastructure can do to cities, to connecting rural areas with urban areas, to kind of really jumpstart the economy, which I think almost everybody expects will be in a recession in a year, 10 months, somewhere in that neighborhood. Jobs like this kept us afloat. I did more light rail lines than anybody in America, more money in the airport than anybody in America, more money in the port than anybody in America, built more schools than anybody in America. We were focused on infrastructure in the middle of the worst recession. I call it the worst recession, even though everybody says this one was, because everybody got money this time around, and when I was mayor, we didn't get any money during that recession, so we had to make a lot of tough calls, and one of them was use infrastructure to create good middle-class jobs. So that's in a nutshell. I think you wanted me to closing words. Look forward to working with you all. I know that I got a little message about who was going to be here, and certainly look forward to working for you and hearing from you. My email is antonio@cafwd.org, like Antonio at CaliforniaForward.org, and my phone number is 213-590-1376. It's the same phone number I've had for some 30 years, which is why you can call me, as you do. And when people joke, how come you give your phone number out like that to everyone? I said, well, there's a new technology. If they abuse it, you can block them. So thank you very much, and it's great to be here with you, and I look forward to coming back tomorrow.
Thank you. Promised your team, the governor's team, we would have you out. Thank you. I know that the chancellor's Christian, of course, Dad blocks. Make sure, Dad, Antonio, thank you, Les. There's our chancellor. Sonia Christian, if you could just shake her hand. I'm not sure if I have a job after today, so please shake her hand. So thank you all so much. We will follow up. We're going to be around. You know, everyone has my number. No one cares about it. You got the infrastructures are, but if you do care, I'll give it to you later. So with that, thank you so much. We have much work to do. We care about this community. We're all here to do it right. Let's dare mighty things. Thank you so much. Woohoo! It's a wrap. It's a wrap.